Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. We bring you hundreds of novel audiobooks covering every genre and every kind of story you can imagine. Action? We've got it. Adventure? Absolutely. Horror? Of course. Whether it's the legendary Uchiha massacre or outrageous tales like stealing Naruto's and Sasuke's women, you'll find it here. From epic series like One Piece, Bleach, Fairy Tail, and Hunter x Hunter, to countless other adventures, our library has it all. Love novels but don't have time to read? No worries, just plug in your earbuds, sit back, and let the story take over. Good listening, and happy hearing. Quickly turn it off. Ooh, I want to sleep a bit more. It isn't mine either. Then whose is it? Just turn it off first. Where is the phone? The two of them were talking. Suddenly, another voice sounded from the bed. Huh? That sounds like my cell phone. Who the hell is calling so early in the morning? Zhang Yi lifted up the blanket that was covering his face as he ranted impatiently. Dong Shanshan shouted beside him, hurry up and turn it off. I need to sleep. Okay, Zhang Yi replied subconsciously. Suddenly, the entire room went quiet. Yu Yinyi was immediately jolted awake at the other side of the bed. She felt shocked as she sat up straight from the bed and looked dumbfounded at Zhang Yi, who slept together with her and Dong Shanshan in the same bed. Dong Shanshan also finally realized what was going on as she looked at Zhang Yi, then rubbed her eyes as though to confirm again. Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi was the last person to react. He looked shocked at Dong Shanshan to his left and glanced at Yu Yinyi to his right. He was the most startled one among them and nearly fell off the bed in shock. He exclaimed in panic, "Oh, my God. Why are the two of you are sleeping in my bed?" Yu Yinyi nearly fainted. That's what I should be asking. Dong Shanshan looked at Zhang Yi and said, "This is my bed. Didn't you tell me to sleep in this room?" Zhang Yi stared. Dong Shanshan said in a speechless manner, "Who said you could sleep in this room? Yinyi and I were to sleep in my room. I arranged for you and Mogzufai to sleep in another room. Didn't you come up first and bathe?" Zhang Yi said very assured, "Yeah, I crawled into bed right after bathing. How would I know which room was for Mogzufai and me? I thought this was our room." Dong Shanshan rubbed her forehead. "You mean you couldn't even feel that there were two human beings in the bed? And you still had the cheek to crawl into the bed?" Zhang Yi defended. "But neither of you said anything when I crawled into the bed too, right?" Dong Shanshan returned, "Yinyi and I had too much to drink, so how would we know that someone had crawled into the bed after us? I drank a lot too and didn't know that there were people in the bed either." Zhang Yi countered, "I fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed." Yu Yinyi smacked Zhang Yi in annoyance and stated, "Oh, you're really great, huh? I really have to give it to you." Then she told Dong Shanshan, "Shanshan, let's stop reasoning with him already. Hurry up and put on our clothes." The two of them were not wearing many clothes. But Zhang Yi had even less on. Only when Yu Yinyi mentioned it did Zhang Yi start to feel embarrassed. But he still gave a quick glance at the both of them and that set his heart racing, though he quickly curbed it by thinking other thoughts by looking in the direction of the foot of the bed. But there were also some rather inappropriate things that he saw lying over there, like a pair of stockings that were thrown there by someone, as well as red and purple underwear. Some were lying on top of the blanket, some were on the floor, and there was also a piece hanging off the ledge of the foot of the bed. The other clothes were entangled within the blanket where Zhang Yi's feet were. He could feel the clothes there when he wiggled his toes. Zhang Yi withdrew his legs quickly and sat up to put on his clothes in a hurry. "Where are my clothes?" However, Dong Shanshan pushed him back down and said, "Stay under the blanket for now and let us get dressed first." Yu Yinyi was putting her clothes on. However, with Zhang Yi still beside them, she could not stand up straight and wear her clothes in the open. She was grabbing hold of the blanket to cover herself while putting on her clothes with the other hand. Noticing this situation, Zhang Yi simply covered himself with the blanket and said, "You two go ahead and put on your clothes first." Initially, he thought that it would be total darkness under the blanket and he would not be able to see anything. This action was also to tell Dong Shanshan and Yu Yinyi, "You can put on your clothes without worry of me watching." But when he covered himself with the blanket, he found out that he could still see through it judging by the light rays coming in. Dong Shanshan was sitting at the other side of the bed while Yu Yinyi was in a half-sitting and half-bending position at the other end of the bed. She was still holding onto the blanket but Zhang Yi could still see everything from where he was. It even looked like he could see everything more clearly than before. Fine, he decided to close his eyes instead. Zhang Yi had a rather good sense of consciousness this time. Thinking about it, last night's matter was really too coincidental. Zhang Yi had talked on the phone groggily with Yao Jiankai for a long time before he went to bathe. Dong Shanshan and Yu Yinyi, who he reckoned to be drunk as well, did not know there was someone else in the bathroom, so they fell asleep after getting into bed. When Zhang Yi came out of the bathroom, he just lifted up the blanket and crawled in without even thinking. At that time, he thought that the warm feeling he had was because it was an electric mattress. Hi, this was all fated. Next to him, he heard the two women gossiping about him. Yuyinai remarked, "This rascal is terrible." Dong Shanshan replied, "I think he did it on purpose." Yuyinai agreed, "Humphrey, I think the same as you." Zhang Yi could no longer bear to listen. "Hey, can you two not be like that?" Suddenly, the thud of approaching footsteps came from outside the room. Then someone knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. "Shanshan? Yuyinai?" It was Mogzufai's voice. Wang He also said, "Are you two awake yet?" Yuyinai was stunned. Then she said to the door, "I just woke up, what's the matter?" Behind the door, Wang He said, "There's a cell phone downstairs which I think is Shanshan's. It was ringing for a long time, so I had a look at it and saw more than a dozen unanswered calls. I brought it up for Shanshan." Dong Shanshan immediately said, "Place it outside first. We haven't put on our clothes yet." Wang He said, alright then." Another set of footsteps could be heard coming upstairs. Then, from outside the door, someone asked, "Where's Zhang Yi?" It was Hiku's voice. Mogzufei answered, "I don't know. I don't remember seeing him since last night. I went to bed after singing and didn't see him beside me when I woke up in the morning." Hiku inquired curiously, "Then where did he go?" "His car is still parked outside." Mogzufei asked, "Shanshan, Yinai, did the two of you see Zhang Yi?" Yinai thought to herself, "Of course we saw him. This guy was sleeping in the same bed as us for the entire night. We didn't see him." Dong Shanshan laughed. "I think he took a taxi back home by himself last night." Mogzufei acknowledged, "I see. Alright then, what are the two of you going to do then?" "Shanshan, don't you have something today? I recall that you told Zanger that you have a rehearsal today for the Spring Festival Gala?" Hearing that, Dong Shanshan was startled. "Ayo, what time is it now?" Wang He said from the hallway, "It's already 9:30 a.m. Oh no. Oh no. I'm running late." Dong Shanshan could no longer be bothered with Zhang Yi's presence as she leaped off the bed. She jogged to the front of the wardrobe and pulled open it. Taking out a random skirt, she immediately slid it over her legs. When the people outside heard that, they said, "Then you should hurry up. Attending your job is more important. Us guys will just leave first. Let's have another reunion some other day if there's time. We're all in Beijing anyway. We're leaving, Shanshan. Yinai, we'll see you again at the next reunion." The three of them went downstairs and left. Yinai knew that Dong Shanshan was impressed for time as the Spring Festival Gala was the biggest annual event of a television station. It was also the first time that Dong Shanshan got to be the host for a Spring Festival Gala, so no matter what, she must not be delayed any longer. After she put on her pants, she hastily handed some clothes to Dong Shanshan. "Is this okay?" "Anything is fine, anything is fine. Don't worry about your hair, I'll help you to comb it." "Thanks, Yinai. Don't worry about it. Hurry. I hope you can still make it on time." "I definitely won't make it in time." The rehearsal was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. While Dong Shanshan was putting on her clothes, she remembered something. She looked at the direction of Zhang Yi who was still covered by the blanket. "Don't just sit there, get up quickly. Don't you have to go to the dress rehearsal too?" Zhang Yi could only uncover his head as he coughed and quickly started looking for his clothes. In the end, he remembered that he'd left his clothes in the bathroom last night, so quickly went to the bathroom to change. After he put on his clothes and came out, Dong Shanshan and Yinai were also ready. When the three of them faced each other, Yinai felt the most embarrassed, followed by Zhang Yi, then Dong Shanshan. As Zhang Yi had slept in the same bed with Dong Shanshan before, even though he had a girlfriend now, it was not that embarrassing between them. However, Yinai was different. Having spent the night with their faces so close to each other, how could she not feel awkward? As Yinai was an easygoing person, after the awkward moment, she said, "Alright, we'll settle the score with Zhang Yi in the future. Both of you hurry up and leave first." Dong Shanshan quickly picked up her bag and said, "Alright, let's go. Hurry." Yinai urged. Dong Shanshan's cell phone rang. She rapidly dragged Zhang Yi downstairs while she answered the call. "Hello, brother Hu?" Hu questioned in a slightly angry manner, "Where are you?" Dong Shanshan said, "I'm about to arrive. I'm stuck in a traffic jam now because of an accident ahead. The cars aren't even moving. The dress rehearsal has started already. Everyone is waiting for you." "I'm sorry, brother Hu, I'll be right there. Hurry up, the execs are getting impatient." Dong Shanshan really could lie without blinking an eye. Then, Zhang Yi's cell phone started ringing as well. The moment he answered the call, The angry voice of Yao Jiankai surged out at him. Little Zhang, you must have overslept, right? What time is it already? How many times have I called you? Why are you not here yet? Zhang Yi used the same excuse as Dong Shanshan and said, it's a traffic jam. A traffic jam. I'm about to arrive. Yao Jiankai shouted, what do you mean about to arrive? I can hear the sound of your footsteps going down the stairs. Zhang Yi said, embarrassed, help me delay a little bit. I'll be there very soon. All the other celebrities and actors have already arrived. It's just you left now. Some of the Beijing television's execs have already come over to ask me, but I don't even know how to explain to them. You are making us seem too unprofessional. Besides, we haven't even practiced our lines together, so how are we going to perform later? Let's do it spontaneously. Anyway, just hurry up. Sure. As they had too much to drink last night, they could not possibly drive in their current condition. As a result, Zhang Yi and Dong Shanshan decided to get a taxi and frantically rushed to the television station. Dong Shanshan was holding up a compact to touch up her makeup in the taxi. She said, I'm in deep trouble because of you. Why are you blaming me? Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I will be getting chewed out by them later. Dong Shanshan said, worried, if anything goes wrong, I might just get excluded from hosting the Spring Gala Festival this time. Zhang Yi also knew that Dong Shanshan's transgression this time was not exactly light. As she was still a newcomer and not a veteran host yet, how could she be late by almost an hour for such a major gala rehearsal? This was really unacceptable. Zhang Yi was fine with it since it wouldn't make a difference to him. He didn't have much of a reputation anyway, so what was the big deal even if he got there late? Furthermore, with his current status and diverse abilities in the industry, Beijing television would definitely not take it up with him over such a trivial matter. However, it was different for Dong Shanshan. They wouldn't dare reprimand Zhang Yi, but why wouldn't they reprimand her? Zhang Yi said, don't worry about it. I'll help you explain later. Dong Shanshan looked at him. And how do you propose to do that? I'll let you know when we get there, Zhang Yi simply said. 854 Crosstalk Routine, I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 854, Crosstalk Routine, I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala. Later that morning, news regarding the Spring Festival Gala continued to get published. The latest rumor online regarding the Central TV Spring Festival Gala show list was leaked. From the looks of the show list, it was rather authentic and unlikely to be made up by netizens. This was most probably the actual show list for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Songs: Sun Hang, Homeland. Zhangzia, Li Kixi, A Taste of Home. Zhang Yuanqi, In the Sunlight. Language acts: Gong King, Sizia Fang, Zia Hai, Sketch, Why Is It You Again? Tang Dazhang, Li Yan, Go Binzi, Feet. 60 participants, Crosstalk Routine, A Family Reunion. The netizens were ridiculing them in the comments section down below. Why is it always these familiar names? That's right, the majority of them are the same people. Sister Zhang is doing a solo this time. She's not partnering with Grandma Zhang. A 60-person crosstalk routine? I've nothing I can say to that. PFFT, has Tang Dazhang brought his entire crosstalk society along to participate in the gala? Is he moving his entire family over? What are they trying to do? 60 people doing a crosstalk together? Are there crosstalks done by so many people at once? Ayo, why is it so comical? Was Tang Dazhang driven mad by Zhang Yi last year? I'm not surprised that Tang Dazhang will be appearing on the gala since he is a regular performer there, but how are they going to perform a crosstalk with 60 people? Are they forcefully trying to come up with something innovative? Is this even innovation? Wouldn't it get messy with so many people performing on stage? Moreover, isn't it meaningless to have so many participants? It's not like we're competing on who has more people. Who knows what Tang Dazhang and his people are thinking? Why did the Spring Festival Gala program team even allow this to pass? The Spring Festival Gala is getting weirder and weirder by the year. Where's Zhang Yi's name? Why didn't they include my favorite Zhang Yi? Our teacher Zhang Yi did not even make it to the list. Central TV's Spring Festival Gala simply must have not approached him. It's too bad that Zhang Yi offended so many people, otherwise he might have really had the chance to appear on the Spring Festival Gala this year. A 60-person crosstalk routine will simply be unbearable to watch. Tang Dazhang's crosstalk routines are really not enjoyable to listen to at all. Every year, his opening line is always "We meet again, my friends," and that totally annoys me. They should have just invited Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai instead. Their crosstalk routines are so fucking fun to watch. I've already listened to "I Will Reject the 3 Vulgarities" 10 times. If Zhang Yi is not involved in the Spring Festival Gala, there'll be nothing interesting to look forward to. That's right, there won't be any fights to see anymore. PFFT, above posters, you're really amazing. Beijing Television. At the rehearsal venue, the hall was packed with people. It was quite chaotic. There were lion dancers, people practicing acrobatics such as somersaulting, while some were facing away from the others and doing their vocal warm-ups. There were many familiar faces among them. A lot of them were celebrities who were frequently featured on television, although they were not very popular. The dressing and waiting rooms were all fully occupied. When Zhang Yi and Dong Shanshan arrived, it was already 10 a.m. Hoof and Yao Jiankai anxiously came over to them. Little Zhang, little Dong. Ayo, you two have finally arrived. Hurry up, this way. They went to a standalone waiting room. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala had invited quite a number of big names this time. Zhang Yi might not the most popular celebrity among them, but he was definitely one of the more popular ones in this group of guests. With his current status, the television station would definitely not force him and Yao Jiankai to wait in the hall. Instead, they prepared a place for them to practice separately from the others. Hoof was the assistant overall planner for Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala this year. As a result, he had a lot of work to handle at the location and was kept busy the entire morning. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead as he said, "You two are really something to drop the ball at such an important time. Don't bother explaining, the dress rehearsal is starting soon. Hurry up and get prepared." Dong Shanshan heaved a sigh of relief. "It hasn't started yet." Hoof replied, "The equipment needed some additional tuning, so the rehearsal was delayed by an hour. If the two of you came another 15 minutes later, it would really have started and you wouldn't be able to explain your way out of it." Zhang Yi laughed. "See, our timing was perfect?" Hoof stared daggers at Zhang Yi. "Don't make me angry. Oh right, I informed Teacher Yao a while ago. Considering that we only invited the two of you to appear on the show at the last minute, we understand that time might be a little tight. Therefore, the execs have instructed that you may perform anything for today's rehearsal and say whatever you like. As long as you use up the 11 to 12 minutes allocated to the two of you for the actual Spring Festival Gala performance, there won't be a problem. We still have to confirm the actual duration allocated for it after we calculate the overall time during this rehearsal. Therefore, it's still not too late to go back and fine-tune the crosstalk routine that you two have planned for the actual day." "They are so trusting of us?" Zhang Yi asked in surprise. Hoof returned, "You're a former employee of our Beijing TV, so how could the station not know what you're capable of? The execs are very assured of your creativity and spontaneity. When the final performance has been worked out, it won't make a difference regardless of whether the station approves it today or on the actual day. Furthermore, we have to consider that a lot of people from the station are present today and there are also invited guests as well. The crosstalk routine by you and Teacher Yao is the main highlight of our Spring Festival Gala this year, so the station head wishes to keep it under wraps and doesn't want to reveal it in advance." "Alright, I understand." Zhang Yi knew what to do. "Just say whatever we want? Then today would be an easy day." At this moment, the back door opened. "Director Chang. Director Chang." A middle-aged man led a group of people in from outside. Zhang Yi knew that this person was the executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala this year, Chang Xiaolian. Chang Xiaolian nodded at Hoof first. "Old Hu, have you already informed Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao?" "I've told them already," Hoof replied. Chang Xiaolian greeted Zhang Yi. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yi smiled and shook hands with him. "Hello, Director Chang. I've heard a lot about you." Same here, same here." Chang Xiaolian explained, "We gave you such late notice this time because we only managed to get an approval from the station at the last minute. It's fine. Old Yao and I are only the icing on the cake for this event. You two have provided us with timely assistance. Please don't put it that way." The two of them exchanged some pleasantries. In actuality, Chang Xiaolian was not speaking without facts. Based on Zhang Yi's present popularity and status, appearing on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala might still be a little difficult, since that would depend on work relationships, censorship rules, and other factors. Like at last year's Spring Festival Gala, even Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi and veteran songstress Zhang Zai had nearly missed out from appearing on it. However, it was not an issue for Zhang Yi to get onto a provincial station's Spring Festival Gala. He could basically choose between any television station's gala to appear on if he wanted. This time, the fact that he had chosen to appear on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala was naturally helping them out. If you looked at the other provincial stations' Spring Festival Gala, they had to spend a lot of money just to invite some A or B-list celebrities to join their shows. To show their sincerity, an executive director of a gala had even personally flown to Hong Kong to invite a big-name celebrity who was based there. But what about Zhang Yi? He did not even ask about the appearance fee and just agreed after getting a call. He was basically giving face to Beijing television station, so Chang Xiaoliang also treated Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai with great respect. Likewise, Zhang Yi needed this opportunity. Though he was well qualified to appear on a provincial station's Spring Festival gala, the key was that no one dared to invite him. They feared that he would stir up trouble or that it would affect their interpersonal relationships in the industry. No matter how popular Zhang Yi was, he still couldn't appear on a provincial station's Spring Festival gala. Beijing television had only dared to invite him because they were an old employer of his. Having spent much time working with him before, they had both fought and helped each other along the way. Therefore, the station was willing to put more trust in him than the other television stations since they had a deeper bond, so to speak. As such, this was a win-win situation, with both sides taking what they needed. In the back, two assistant directors were criticizing Dong Shanshan as they looked at her in anger. One of them said, "Little Dong, what's the matter with you? How could you drop the ball on such a big occasion? We planned for the rehearsal to open at 9 a.m., but look at what time it is now. Do you still have any discipline?" Dong Shanshan was just about to speak. However, Zhang Yi, who wasn't too far away from them, interjected, "It was my fault." The two assistant directors looked at him in a rather stunned manner. Zhang Yi said in embarrassment, "I went to look for Shanshan this morning to ask her for some updates about the Spring Festival Gala and then had a discussion with her about the shows, so we got delayed as I had forgotten about the time. Actually, we could still make it on time, but because of a car accident that happened, we got stuck in traffic and came late." "Discussing the shows?" one of them questioned. Zhang Yi bluffed, "Well, we weren't discussing the crosstalk routine, but just got engrossed in the discussion when we exchanged some views about skits. I thought that Shanshan should be able to perform well in a skit. Don't they always have hosts these days who make guest appearances in a skit? Oh right, Shanshan and I were classmates in university. During our school days, we always liked to discuss such things and couldn't stop once we started talking about it." Chang Xiaoliang wondered, "Teacher John can write skits too?" Zhang Yi said lightheartedly, "Just a little. We were just randomly talking about it." Chang Xiaoliang said excitedly, "I would really look forward to a sketch from you." "Huh, the show lineup has already been fixed, so we have to wait for next year," Zhang Yi said. Chang Xiaoliang nodded. "Sure, there's still plenty of opportunities to work together in the future." The two assistant directors looked at Dong Shanshan and couldn't say anything more. Zhang Yi had already volunteered to take all the blame, so what else could they say? Surely they couldn't start reprimanding Zhang Yi, right? He was an associate professor at Beijing University and Media College, had won the highest honor in hosting, and was a popular B-list celebrity. Moreover, Zhang Yi's status as a TV show director would not be any lower than Chang Xiaoliang, a renowned gala director of the industry. Zhang Yi was also the director of the current #1 viewership-rated show in the television industry. He was even someone who could speak directly to the station head of Beijing Television, so how were they qualified to reprimand him? As a result, Dong Shanshan was let off lightly from the big trouble that she had gotten into. Zhang Yi and Dong Shanshan glanced at each other with a tacit understanding. Someone came in from outside again. "Director Chang, we're starting the countdown. Is everything ready?" "Everything's ready." "Good, the dress rehearsal will officially begin in 10 minutes. Then Chang Xiaoliang led his team quickly over to the stage area. Hoof turned around and said, "Teacher Yao, little Zhang, your show will be scheduled at the beginning, roughly at the 7th or 8th spot. Someone will lead you to the stage later." Everyone dispersed. Only Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were left in the waiting room. Zhang Yi asked, "Shall we practice our lines?" Yao Jiankai replied, "Didn't they say we can just say whatever?" "Damn, are you really going to just say whatever?" Zhang Yi chuckled. "No matter what, we should still try to put on a good show." Looking at his watch, Yao Jiankai said, "It will be our turn to go on stage soon. Do you think we can still make it in time?" Zhang Yi said, "Then let's just practice briefly." Yao Jiankai was suddenly amused by something he thought of. "Oh, have you seen Central TV's Spring Festival Gala show list yet? Tang Dazhang is bringing his people from the Crosstalk Society to perform at the Spring Festival Gala. What about that? What about that? It's a 60-person crosstalk routine. Have you even heard of something like that before? PFFT. Are you serious? Have a look yourself. They claim that they're being innovative." After browsing through the news for a while, Zhang Yi was amused by it for a long time. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered a segment from a classic crosstalk routine from his previous world by Go De Gang. Zhang Yi looked at Yao Jiankai. "They said that we can say whatever we want for today's rehearsal?" Yao Jiankai blinked several times. "They said they would be fine with it even if we said whatever we wanted." Zhang Yi grinned. "I understand then. You've thought of it?" "Yes." "Oh, what is it called?" I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala. 855 Dress Rehearsal in Progress. Chapter 855, Dress Rehearsal in Progress. Backstage, Zhang Yi told Yao Jiankai that he wanted to rest his eyes momentarily to sort out his thoughts. Instead, he was quietly opening up his game ring to access the merchant shop where he bought 2 memory search capsules. After eating them, he closed his eyes and began sorting out some of Go to Gang's crosstalk segments in his memory. Front stage, the dress rehearsal began. The music drifted all the way to the backstage and the gala hosts' voices followed soon after. Happy New Year, everyone. I am Wu Sha. I am Da Meng. And I am Dong Shanshan. Here's us wishing you a prosperous new year. Online. Other than Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, the other provincial channels' Spring Festival Galas were also garnering much attention. Some provincial channels' Spring Festival Galas were more topical than Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, and had an even more luxurious lineup too. For example, Mango TV. Wow, Mango TV managed to invite Huo Dongfang. Sect leader Huo is almighty. I heard they spent quite a sum of money on that. How generous. I heard that Central TV's Spring Festival Gala originally wanted to invite him, but who could have expected that sect leader Huo would go over to Mango TV instead? Look at the show list, they even managed to get teacher Big River to come out of his mountain seclusion too. Doing a count, there are 3 A-list and 7 B-list celebrities so far. For example, Leaning Television. Ayo, it's so dazzling that I'm going blind. Is Leaning TV going all out this year as well? They even invited a Heavenly King? Hasn't this Heavenly King already stopped attending galas since a long time ago? Right, he has been developing his career in Hong Kong all this time. This is going to be the first time that he'll appear on a Spring Festival Gala in the mainland. Holy shit, the Heavenly King's fans are already getting very excited. For example, Beijing Television. Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has begun their rehearsals. Damn, why are Zhang Yi's and Yao Jiankai's names on the show list? What? Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Go and see for yourself. Ah, it's really true. This pair of seasoned partners were invited to appear on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala? Ha 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 ha, I knew that Zhang Yi wouldn't sit idle this year. Even though Central TV's Spring Festival Gala did not invite him, there are still other television stations who will invite him. Isn't Zhang Yi a staff member of Central TV? His contract is flexible, so it shouldn't be an issue. Since Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai are teaming up, they will definitely be doing a crosstalk routine. I'm really anticipating it. Fuck, I'm definitely going to watch Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala this year. Beijing TV is really awesome for bringing out a weapon of mass destruction like Zhang Yi. It will definitely be very lively at the provincial station's Spring Festival Galas this year. What an intense and close battle for views. That not necessarily going to be the case. Zhang Yi might be a top B-list celebrity, but his popularity is still not comparable to an A-lister. Although his popularity cannot be compared to theirs, but the awesome thing about Zhang Yi is his shows. No matter how popular Heavenly King or Queen and some A-list celebrities are, the most they can do when they're on the Spring Festival Gala is just sing some songs or dance. There's nothing special about those performances since they only depend on their popularity to attract the audience's attention. However, it's different for Zhang Yi since he performs in the most popular segment of the language shows. Who wouldn't want to listen to crosstalks or watch a skit during Chinese New Year? Therefore, on such a special occasion like the Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai could definitely beat out 3 or 4 A-list celebrities. Even the Heavenly Kings and Queens are not their match. This was determined by the environment and atmosphere of the event. The stage of a Spring Festival Gala will forever be ruled by the language shows. Beijing TV has beautiful execution. It's been such a long time since we've heard old Zhang and old Yao's crosstalk routines. I'm definitely going to watch it. I wonder what kind of crosstalk the two of them will perform for this year's rehearsal. Is there any great person who is at the rehearsal venue? Can someone do an audio recording of it for us? Begging for a recording. Ditto. It'll be great if we can listen to it early. At this moment, a Weibo user suddenly posted, SHH, I'm at the venue now and the dress rehearsal has already started. The third show is being rehearsed now and it's not too long until Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk. If there's an opportunity, I'll secretly record a part of it and post it. Keep it a secret and don't go spreading this around yet. Wow. Thank you so much. My hero, please accept my worship. Be careful not to get found out. Meanwhile, when the news of Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai performing a crosstalk for Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala was exposed, voices of doubt from the crosstalk world were growing. Then, some of the disciples of the crosstalk world's leading figure, Tang Dazhang, and members of the crosstalk society started calling for a boycott. After last year's crosstalk and skit competition organized by Central TV, the denouncements and criticism by the crosstalk world against Zhang Yi had never stopped. It seemed like they were never going to give up doing so. One of Tang Dazhang's disciples, Beijing TV has stooped to a new low. Tang Dazhang's junior brother, it's definitely foolish to invite Zhang Yi to perform crosstalk. An old artist of the crosstalk world, Zhang Yi's crosstalk is not innovative at all. It's a degeneration of the art of crosstalk. Why would anyone actually invite him? This year's Spring Festival Gala will surely have to depend on Old Tang's crosstalk routine. Old Tang consulted with me on his routine. I've briefly seen it as well. It's really quite good, so everyone can look forward to it. The netizens immediately started criticizing in response. No matter what Zhang Yi does, you'll always sing a different tune anyway. A 60-person crosstalk routine? Forgive me if I'm not looking forward to it. One of Tang Dazhang's disciples who was slated to perform in the 60-person crosstalk routine for this year's Spring Festival Gala posted, "Teacher's crosstalk this year will be a really boisterous one. It's also a subversive creation of his. There will even be a collaboration with Jinny Undergo actresses during the performance. Good or bad, you will know after watching it." 1. Beijing Television. It was almost time. A staffer pushed open the door and said, "Teacher Yao, Teacher Zhang, it's almost your turn." "Okay." Yao Jiankai stood up and walked out of the waiting room with Zhang Yi. On the way to the stage, old Yao handed his cell phone to Zhang Yi to show him the criticism on Weibo. "There's really no end to it between the crosstalk world and you," Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner. "There's even a Jinny Undergo performance in Tang Dazhang's crosstalk." Yao Jiankai said, "It's even going to with female actresses." "Alright then." Zhang Yi laughed helplessly. "I guess they've won." While waiting for their turn behind the stage, the two of them continued practicing their lines. Actually, they were just doing simple practice as Zhang Yi would rarely follow his lines during a crosstalk routine. Sometimes, when he thought of a joke, he would just directly throw it out to Yao Jiankai. As Yao Jiankai was very experienced and had a strong foundation, he would always manage to follow through each time. The two of them matched very well with each other and were truly the seasoned partners they were. Up front. On the main stage, it was busy as a large-scale acrobatics performance went on. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were going to perform on a different stage that was smaller. As the next act was theirs, 2 microphones stands were already set up on stage. Dong Shanshan was also standing by to announce the next act. Nowadays, many of the Spring Festival Gala events employed 2 performance stages, a main stage and a secondary stage. As they were all broadcast live, many of the performances required larger props in greater quantities, and with just a brief moment of small talk by the hosts, there wasn't enough time to change the stage setup for the next performance. Therefore, using 2 stages was definitely more suitable in such cases. There were quite a few people seated in the audience. Compared with those empty seats, the number of people seated here was definitely not as much. But there were still over 100 people who came, like those from the approval board, the executives and staff of Beijing Television, and some of the more popular celebrities who had finished their dress rehearsals. They were all seated in the audience to watch the next dress rehearsals. In the audience, Zhang Yi could see his ex-colleagues like Hoof, Zhaolu, Daifei, Huj, and Hudi. He also noticed some familiar faces like Executive Director Chang Ziolian and a friendly and kind old lady, the current station head of Beijing Television, who Zhang Yi had crossed paths with when they worked on the Quit Smoking PSA from back then. Suddenly, the music stopped. The acrobatics performance on the main stage ended. The cameras focused over on Dong Shanshan as she started chatting with the male host beside her. The male host said, "The acrobatics performance just now was really exciting." Dong Shanshan replied, "That's right, I was shuddering in fear as I watched them. I was really worried for them as they performed their stunts." The male host remarked, "Haha, they're all professionals, so they definitely won't have any trouble." Dong Shanshan smiled. "However, our next 2 performers always seem to get into trouble." The male host paused for a moment, then said, "If you have to put it that way, I won't refute it." The station head and staff in the audience were all laughing. The station head smiled and said, "Who wrote that into the script?" A deputy station head smiled as he shook his head. Chang Ziolian answered, "They decided on the script themselves. I only scanned through it once." Zhaolu whispered to the person beside her, "It's Teacher Zhang's turn." Daifei said excitedly, "I've been waiting for this all morning." Huj was waving his cell phone around as he laughed and commented, "Look, those crosstalk world people are scolding Teacher Zhang again." Hudi said, "I wonder what kind of segment Teacher Zhang will perform this year. Today's just a rehearsal to work out the show's lineup duration. To keep the actual performance a secret, we've told them that they can say whatever they want when they go on stage. What they'll be joking about will just be a fake performance, Hoof explained. Zhao said in surprise, then wouldn't it be boring to watch? Davai also lost his excitement and said, damn, why is it not the real performance used for the Spring Festival Gala? Hoof laughed. If you want something interesting to watch, you have to wait until the actual day of the Spring Festival Gala. No one had noticed that someone in the audience had secretly placed their hand into their pocket, pressing some buttons blindly to activate the audio recorder. The person did not care whether it was going to be a real or fake performance. As long as it was Zhang Yi's crosstalk, it would definitely be a mistake to not record it. Chapter 856, You're really saying whatever just because we said you could say whatever? On stage. The spotlights shone. Everyone had their attention on the two who were about to come on stage. Although it was only a dress rehearsal today, all of the cameras, lights, stage effects, and staff were exactly as they would be for the actual Spring Festival Gala event to be held on the first day of the Spring Festival. Other than the audience being different, everything else was kept as it would be for the event. For Zhang Yi, this was his first time performing crosstalk at such a large-scale gala, so he felt rather odd. It was the same for Yao Jiankai since this would be his first time appearing on a Spring Festival Gala and his first time rehearsing for it. Old Yao even appeared to be rather nervous at all of this. Applause rang out. Zhao, Dafei, and the others also made a lot of effort to clap as loud as they could. Even the station head was smiling as she clapped. The atmosphere at the venue was almost similar to that of the actual day of the Spring Festival Gala. Only then did Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai step up on stage, walking past Dong Shanshan and the male host. Dong Shanshan even gave him a smile as they passed each other. The earlier delivery of the host's lines was not made known to Zhang Yi prior, as they made a subtle jab at Zhang Yi between the two performances. However, how would someone like Zhang Yi take this lying down just like that? No one had expected it, but he began his counterattack the moment he got on stage. Yao Jiankai had just positioned himself in front of the microphone and delivered his lines with a wide smile, as per his discussion with Zhang Yi earlier. Happy New Year, everyone. But Zhang Yi's first sentence had already deviated from the script. He looked angrily to the left and the right and said, Don't be so anxious to do your New Year greetings. Where is the security team? Where is the security team? Yao Jiankai was stunned. Why are you calling security? Zhang Yi turned around and faced Dong Shanshan and the other host. Take them away. Everyone watching immediately laughed when they heard this. Dong Shanshan adorably winked at him several times. The male host was taken aback a little as he threw his hands up to plead innocence. Yao Jiankai asked, What have they done that you want them to be taken away? Zhang Yi returned, What did they mean by saying that those two always seem to get into trouble? Who were they referring to? Yao Jiankai laughed. That's right. We never get in trouble. Zhang Yi spoke in a serious tone, When we get introduced in the future, please remove the word seem to. Ah. That means we always get into trouble? Yao Jiankai sighed. Dong Shanshan giggled. The male host couldn't hold in his laughter either. Everyone in the audience also laughed. Chang Xiaolian knew that this couldn't have been prearranged and was definitely a spontaneous reaction from the two crosstalk comedians. He couldn't refrain from offering his praise. His reaction was too quick, dropping those jokes on the spot on stage. The assistant director added, Teacher Yao also took the joke well. They're indeed seasoned partners, so understanding of each other. Zhao Lu clapped excitedly. After such an opening, Yao Jiankai finally became more relaxed and was no longer as tense. He had been brought into performance mode by Zhang Yi's joke, which made him feel a little ashamed of himself. He might be much older than Zhang Yi, but when they were on stage, he still had to depend on Zhang Yi to dictate their rhythm. Off stage. Someone from the approval board said, Look at Hueco, there are people criticizing Zhang Yi right now. Another staff member said, Yeah, even our Beijing TV was dragged in and criticized as well. It's the group of people who are siding with Tang Dazhang again. Some people from the Central TV's Spring Festival Gala program team have also joined in. Those people really don't know when to stop, do they? What does all this have to do with them? Does it affect them so much who we invite onto our show? Why do they care so much? A lot of people knew in advance that today was just going to be a dress rehearsal, so Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were just going to put on a fake performance and just randomly say anything they wanted. Even if they stood on stage and said nothing to just pass the time, or if they performed an old crosstalk they'd done before, all of it would be fine. The intention of the rehearsal was just to let them get a feel of the venue and duration of their performance, so there was no need to get all serious about it. As such, most of the people did not take this seriously either, with some of them checking their cell phones and others whispering to discuss Zhang Yi's announcement by the people from Central TV and the crosstalk world. But very quickly, everyone's attention was pulled back to the stage. This was due to them realizing that Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were actually doing a new crosstalk performance in all seriousness. Yao Jiankai reminded, "Don't get distracted by other things and let's give the audience our New Year greetings first." But Zhang Yi wore a listless look. "Okay." Yao Jiankai looked at him and said, "Your greetings?" Zhang Yi mulled over it for a bit. Are you still sleeping or what? So many people have already performed already and they were so exciting to watch too. Why do you still look so listless?" Zhang Yi smirked and then nudged his chin toward backstage. "You're referring to the acrobatics from earlier?" "Yes, it was a really good performance." "What's so good about that acrobatics performance?" "It's only child's play. I saw an acrobatics performance on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala before." "That's what you call a performance? Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? Why are you bringing up Central TV's Spring Festival Gala?" Everyone was stunned. Yao Jiankai asked, "What did they perform?" Zhang Yi gestured wildly. "There was a girl who led a tiger around on stage. Then she held a piece of candy between her lips and a tiger came over with its mouth wide open to peck the candy away from her." Yao Jiankai was shocked. A tiger? Peck a piece of candy away? Yes. Isn't that really exciting to watch then?" Zhang Yi snorted. "What's so exciting about it?" "But it should be really exciting to watch." Zhang Yi cut him off. "What's so exciting about that? I can do it too." Yao Jiankai was taken aback by this claim. "You can do it too?" "Yes, I can do it too." "Then why don't you do it and show us?" "I'll do it if you insist." Zhang Yi raised his hand and beckoned for someone to come over. "Someone, please lead that tiger away." The crowd was stunned. Yao Jiankai finally reacted and said, "Nonsense. I can also perform with that girl." Zhang Yi quickly said, "I called dibs, so I get to do it first." Yao Jiankai said, "Who's arguing with you?" Everyone in the audience all burst out laughing at this moment. "Ha ha 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 ha. So you were actually referring to yourself pecking the candy away?" Huj and Hudi were slapping their thighs as they laughed. Executive Director Chang Xiaolian was also keeled over in laughter. The station head and several station executives also laughed so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. Yao Jiankai declared, "I think I get it. Have you been in a bad mood recently?" Zhang Yi chuckled. "It would be a wonder if my mood was good. Things have always been rough for me since I was young. I've never succeeded in anything I did." Yao Jiankai said, "It takes time to become successful." Zhang Yi gestured. "I've always been learning since I was young, always reading books. That's a good thing." The ancients said it well. "A book holds a face as smooth as jade." Yao Jiankai exclaimed, "Ah. What about the houses of gold?" Zhang Yi gave him a look. "What are the houses of gold?" "A book holds a house of gold." Zhang Yi nodded. "Oh, what you're saying makes sense too. Without a house of gold, where would the ladies stay?" Yao Jiankai blurted, "Were you only aiming to get the ladies when you were reading your books?" Zhang Yi looked at him as if he were a fool. "Of course, why else would anyone read?" Yao Jiankai was almost speechless by now. "Hey oh, so you were only reading because of that? Just what sort of books have you been reading? I'll return them to you later. When did I lend you any books?" Quite a number of people in the audience were having a great time. PFFT. Ha 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 ha. "Don't talk to me, let me laugh it off for the next 10 minutes. Ayo, how amusing. Weren't they just supposed to be saying whatever? Wasn't it supposed to be a fake performance? Why did these two churn out a new crosstalk performance then?" Davai was furiously whistling in the audience, ignoring whoever was giving him looks. Zhang Yi sighed. "I wasn't successful when I was young, but even after growing up, I still wasn't successful. What happened after you grew up? I'm not as capable and can't compete with others. Just look at that one crosstalk comedian who managed to get onto Central TV's Spring Festival Gala." Zhang Yi then became more careful with his words. "But let's not mention any names or say who he is." Yao Jiankai nodded. "Right, there's no need to mention names." Zhang Yi stated, "It's that Tangdade who is about 1.8 meters tall and can fill up a box and a half with his ashes, 47 years old, male, and born on June 2nd. His citizen ID card number is 330. Yao Jiankai jumped in shock. "Whoa. Didn't you say not to mention any names? But you've even read out his citizen ID card number." Ayo. Everyone was cramping up with laughter. "Tangdade? Tangdazhang. PFFT. It's starting again." Zhang Yi the trickster was at it again. Zhang Yi said, "Just look at how famous that person is. He has fame and can earn money so easily. When he goes to the countryside to perform, he only needs to say a few words." "A few words?" "Yes, just a few words. For example, if he goes to Taiyuan, He only needs to sing Taiyuan, oh, Taiyuan, my hometown, then bow before getting off the stage and that's it. But he's actually not a Taiyuan native at all. So when he goes to Jinan, it's the same thing as well. He sings Jinan, oh, Jinan, my hometown, then bows before getting off the stage again. He only needs to do that and he receives his payment. How easy can it get? Yao Jiankai blinked and asked, then what if he goes to Jiamusi? It will be the same. Jiamusi, oh, Jiamusi, my hometown. If he goes to Rumki? Zhang Yi sang, Rumki, oh, Rumki, my hometown. Yao Jiankai pondered for a moment before trying to trick him. What if he goes to Buenos Aires? There were already some audience members starting to laugh. Zhang Yi was a little startled before he began to sing, Bueno.we.ahem. Then, with a wave of his hands, he smirked and said, don't worry, a comedian like him won't be able to go international. Yao Jiankai laughed. That's true. It's not possible with a crosstalk routine like that. Don't you look down on him. With that crosstalk routine of his, if he were to say it over and over for all of his life, do you know how many people would have already heard of it? Do you know how many prostate disease sufferers he has already cured? Prostate disease sufferers? When he's performing crosstalk, he's actually healing the sick. With that mouth of his, all prostate disease sufferers immediately piss their pants from laughing. That's why I don't go and listen to Tangade live crosstalk routines. Why not? Zhang Yi spelled out, because I can't swim. I would definitely drown on the spot. At this moment, everyone in the audience realized that Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai must have seen those Weibo posts before they got up on stage. Zhao Lu laughed, wahahaha. Several of the cameramen were also laughing so hard that they nearly cried. Hoof didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When I told you and Yao Jiankai to say whatever you wanted, that wasn't what I meant. It was just a figure of speech. But you're really taking it seriously now? You're really fucking saying whatever you want? Zhang Yi was really letting himself loose this time. Since it was going to be a fake performance, then it wouldn't matter what he said. As a result, he didn't have to hold back. And frankly, he was just here to have fun today. He only needed to satisfy himself by saying whatever he wanted. On the day of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, he would surely not be allowed to perform such a crosstalk, but if it were a private affair like now, who would care? However, unknown to everyone else at the venue, there was someone who was recording the whole thing. That person was trembling with excitement as he stood in the corner. He could never have expected that a fake performance during a dress rehearsal would actually be so full of content. He could no longer hold back and immediately posted the audio recording secretly onto the internet. 857 Splendid. Chapter 857, Splendid. On Weibo. A lot of people from the crosstalk world were still criticizing Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai. The ones who were doing most of the criticizing were a few of the veteran comedians from the crosstalk world and the people from Tang Dazhang's crosstalk society. An old crosstalk actor, the crosstalk world will never acknowledge him. The people who supported Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai came out to return the criticism. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, an audio recording. What audio recording? What's happening? Someone has posted an audio recording. It's from Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala rehearsal. Oh, it really is. Damn, this is an audio recording of Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao's crosstalk. Ayo, which hero posted it? Well done. I'll go and listen to it now. Link please. Where did you guys get it? Haha, I found it too. I'm listening to it right now. Those who were at the dress rehearsal hall did not know about the leak. The crosstalk routine was still going on. Zhang Yi calmly continued, that's why people say the crosstalk is a cure for all diseases. It was especially effective for those prostate disease sufferers. Yao Jiankai sighed, hi. But for those who are interested in going and watching his crosstalk live, please take caution. As long as it is a venue hosting Teacher Tang's crosstalk performance, there will usually be a sign at the entrance written in bold red letters, non-members of the swimming association, please be extremely careful. Yao Jiankai chuckled. This is the first time I'm hearing that you'd need to learn swimming first if you want to listen to a crosstalk routine. Zhang Yi nodded his head seriously and replied, right, just like the high entry barriers to get into this industry, the entry barriers to listen to it are also very high. Crosstalk is an art that carries a high risk of danger. Some of the jokes were directly retrieved from his memory using the memory search capsules while some of them were adapted and changed for use on the spot. Everyone in the audience was cramping up with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yao Jiankai shook his head and remarked, that mouth of yours is too wicked. Zhang Yi said, but his popularity is still very high. Yao Jiankai sighed. With this kind of standard, how popular can he be? But he is. Previously, There was a woman who recovered from her prostate disease after listening to his crosstalk and presented a silk banner to teacher Tang. A woman? How can a woman suffer from such a disease? Why not? Women don't suffer from such a disease. Anyway, she still got teacher Tang a silk banner. What kind of a silk banner? There were 2 big words written on it: kinky hands. The entire audience laughed even louder. Yao Jiankai quickly corrected, "You mean healing hands." Zhang Yi gave a long O before saying, "Perhaps I remembered wrong then. I'm sorry that my knowledge is limited, but I just feel really envious of him." "Is that so?" "Yeah, he can use crosstalk to earn money." "Really? Moreover, this industry is really good too since the people in it are very united." The crosstalk world was united? When everyone in the audience heard that, they started howling. Yee! 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 Although it was only a dress rehearsal, the staff and people from the approval board for the Spring Festival Gala were all very supportive. They truly enjoyed it and couldn't help but shout out their feelings before bursting into laughter. In the outside world, Tang Dazhang's home. Tang Dazhang had been rehearsing for his performance for the past few days at home. His house had quite a lot of people streaming in and out every day, as they all made the final sprint for the Spring Festival Gala performance. At this moment, an industry peer from the crosstalk world called. "Old Zhang. Old Sunday, get online quickly. I was just rehearsing with my disciple, what's the matter?" Zhang Yi's crosstalk routine on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has been leaked. Ah. That bastard is scolding people again. What? After Tang Dazhang hung up, his disciple and some colleagues who were with him also heard about the news. They all had sunken expressions as they went online to search for the audio recording. They wanted to know what exactly Zhang Yi had said at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala dress rehearsal. Scolding? A Spring Festival Gala was a live broadcast event. How would he have the courage to scold people on it? How was that possible? At a different location. At the homes of several crosstalk world veterans, their telephones were also ringing. Master Zhu, Zhang Yi is stirring up trouble. What did he do? Go online and take a look. At the venue of the performance, Yao Jiankai was laughing. Hey! Zhang Yi stated, the industry's people are also kind-hearted, always outperforming good deeds. Performing what kinds of good deeds? For example, some years ago during that earthquake, the crosstalk world went out together to make a donation. Several veteran crosstalk comedians brought their disciples and grand disciples amounting to over 100 people to the Red Cross. The leading veteran comedian said, even though we earn money very quickly and easily through our crosstalk, we are also limited by our earnings that cannot be compared to the tycoons who are worth millions and billions. Yao Jiankai nodded. Indeed, that is very true. If we're expected to donate 300 to 500 million, we really don't have such money to speak of. Yao Jiankai waved his hands. There's no need for that much. It's the thought that counts. Right, 3 to 5 yuan is also a thought. We can't compare to others. Yao Jiankai nodded. That's right, and there's no need to compare others. Here, take this. This is the 3 yuan from me. Then another veteran comedian followed behind saying, and here is my 3 yuan as well. Everyone was rushing to donate. Yao Jiankai was dumbfounded. They really donated 3 yuan? It was about the crosstalk world again. He was scolding the crosstalk world again. A lot of people below the stage suddenly jolted, especially Zhao Lu, Dafei, and the others who were most leavened up, laughing the loudest. Zhang Yi pretended to grab something. After making their donations, these people grabbed a dozen or so candles to light up and hold in their hands. They would give a fist pump to whomever they came across and shout "Stay strong" to them. Whoa, they donated 3 yuan and grabbed over a dozen candles? How can a person hold a dozen of those anyway? Zhang Yi gave Yao Jiankai a strange look. Not all of them were lighted. They only lighted one. They stowed the rest in their pockets. Ah. They took them? Aren't they making a profit then? A flurry of laughs rang out. At this moment, a staff member came running to look for Executive Director Chang Xiaolian to inform him about the preparations made for the next performance on the main stage. Director Chang, the preparations over there. Before he could finish, Chang Xiaolian cut him off without even looking at him. He raised a hand and said without looking at him, if there's anything you want to tell me, do it later. Let's finish watching this performance first. That person could only stand there and listen to the crosstalk performance as well. Zhang Yi said, after a short while, a group of laborers came along and donated 1,000 yuan each. Whoa, that much? Those people from the crosstalk world gave a fist pump to them and shouted, "Stay strong." Yao Jiankai sighed, "Hi." Following that, a form teacher brought a group of elementary school students over and each of them donated 5,000 yuan each. The elementary school students donated 5,000 yuan? The crosstalk world people raised their candles and stood on both sides of them saying, Stay strong. Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. It wasn't necessary for them to say all that. Finally, a group of women came. They were special service staff from a cabaret and every one of them was dressed very beautifully. Which profession is that? Each of them donated 50,000 yuan to the cause. Yao Jiankai exclaimed, they donated that much? However, the staff of the Red Cross showed them a disdainful look. They said right there, take it back, we don't want such dirty money. The people in the audience were listening earnestly, not sure what the gag was about. Zhang Yi followed up with, in the end, those veteran crosstalk comedians raged and shouted, what do you mean dirty money? That's all our hard-earned money. When the punchline was delivered, everyone in the audience laughed madly. PFFT. Hard-earned money. Ha 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 ha. Ayo. I can't breathe. Can't breathe. Ha 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 ha. Yao Jiankai also supported the performance very well. Oh, so they donated the majority of their money over there instead. 30% teasing, 70% supporting. This golden rule of the crosstalk world was not to say that the fall guy was more important than the leading role, nor that the role of the fall guy was more difficult to perform than the lead. What it expressed was that whether a gag could achieve its maximum potential depended on the support given by the fall guy. It took up a greater proportion of the formula for success. The better it was supported, the greater the effect of the gag. When everyone heard that, they laughed even harder. Over on the side, a few Beijing television staff who were working and not watching the performance from the audience but could hear it were also clutching their stomachs, unable to control themselves from laughing. They dropped all the work they were doing and just looked over to the secondary stage area and listened to Zhang Yi scolding. Dong Shanshan and the male host were both roaring with laughter. There were staff below the stage giving time cues to indicate that they still had 5 minutes to perform. Zhang Yi was actually constantly watching the clock and counting down. He would adjust his bits according to the time. Therefore, I also learned and took up crosstalk. Yao Jiankai smiled. You also started doing crosstalk. Zhang Yi said, depressing. However, it was only when I started that I realized how difficult it was to perform crosstalk. The competition in this industry was too intense, and if you were to just go on stage with 2 people to perform a down-to-earth crosstalk, you certainly couldn't outdo others. Yao Jiankai asked, why not? They're full of tricks and surprises. Some crosstalk comedian even invited a bunch of Jinny Undagu actresses to go on stage with them and accompany them. Yao Jiankai, there's even such a form of crosstalk. Jinny Undagu? Actresses? Immediately, everyone was reminded of Tangda's Hang Spring Festival Gala crosstalk routine. All those actresses would be dressed in capos. Zhang Yi pointed to his own armpits. And they are surely going to be very airy with the side slits opening up all the way to the armpits. Yao Jiankai said in surprise, oh boy, then isn't that the same as draping curtains over yourself and coming out? Zhang Yi clicked his tongue and pointed out in wonder, I don't know why, but it seemed like the tickets to the side stands sold particularly well. Ha ha ha. Yee. Yee. The crowd once again howled with laughter. Yao Jiankai smacked his lips and replied, hey, I wonder if they're there to see the Jinny Undagu performance or see a show of thighs. Ayo. Ha 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 ha. Some people even got tired from laughing too much but could not stop at all. Zhang Yi sighed and spoke, later, a friend of mine told me that I couldn't keep going on like this. If I wanted to become popular and famous, then I would have to at least get on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. Once I get onto their Spring Festival Gala, I will shoot to fame overnight. Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? Hoof was stunned. Yao Jiankai agreed, indeed. He has a lot of connections and knew the director of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, so he introduced me to the director. But when the director saw me, he said that the show list had already been fully scheduled and that there was no place for me anymore. So I was told to take on some work for the time being and do some cleaning or deliver box lunches. He even asked me to walk his dog. See, I even have to walk his dog now, how degrading. That is considered standard crew work. I had to walk his dog every day, but the lousy dog would always stop after a few steps before going again. I was then led to a watch shop where I asked a watchmaker to have a look at why it stopped every few steps. I asked why it was happening. But the watchmaker said that it would be fine and to just apply some grease on it. Hey! What does that have anything to do with applying grease? After I got it fixed, the director was so happy. No one could fix that dog all this while, yet I managed to get it fixed. I was now his trusted aide and was told to stay close to him. Yao Jiankai replied, that's great. So I waited and pondered over and over about which performance I could take. Hey, it seemed that there was a 400-person crosstalk routine I could take part in. What? 400 persons? This was clearly a swipe at Tangda's Hang Spring Festival Gala crosstalk routine. At once, Everyone in the audience was getting more and more excited. Zhaolu laughed loudly while slapping her thigh. Davai kept shouting, "What a wonderful performance this is. It's splendid." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhang Yi answered, "Yes. 400 persons." Yao Jiankai shook his head. "Impossible, there's no such crosstalk at all." Zhang Yi looked at him. "Why not? What do you call a crosstalk performed by one person? Stand up. What about by two persons? Crosstalk. And three persons? Group crosstalk." Zhang Yi said, "So then, what do you call a crosstalk between 400 persons?" Yao Jiankai asked, "What?" Zhang Yi answered, "It's called a Spring Festival Gala crosstalk." "Is that so? Only Central TV's Spring Festival Gala would have such a performance." Yao Jiankai sighed, "Hi. A Spring Festival Gala crosstalk." Everyone's mouths were stiff from laughing. Ayo, he was even making fun of Central TV now. Zhang Yi explained, "A 400-person mass crosstalk performance will gather crosstalk comedians from all over the country in one location. The stage setup will consist of a mock-up of a mountain on this side, a stream over here, with a pool over there. Then a helicopter in the sky will scatter 100 of those crosstalk comedians, each of them wearing a parachute. When they land they will wave at the audience, while another 100 of them will emerge from the waters here. Finally, a rickshaw will pull in with the lead standing in it. The first thing he says will be, 'We meet again, my friends.'" Wasn't that Tang Dazhang's catchphrase? Hoof was constantly smiling wryly. He did not know what he could say anymore. All he knew was that no matter what, he must never offend someone like Zhang Yi. This guy's mouth was simply too harsh. As the performance starts, everyone gets into their position. Then the lead of the crosstalk says, "Please repeat this after me backwards. Year new happy everyone wish to happy very are we." Everyone will say together after him, "We are very happy to wish everyone a happy new year." And with a bow, the crosstalk performance will finish. Yao Jiankai was stunned. "That's it?" Zhang Yi excitedly slapped his thigh. "I believe that I could do a performance like that too because even those dimwits could handle it." Yao Jiankai replied, "That's right. Ha ha ha. Even those dimwits could handle it. PFFT. This is cracking me up." Zhang Yi said excitedly, "I'll do it, I'll join this performance." Then the director told me that I couldn't join the performance yet as all those 400 people had supporters. But if anyone quit, I could replace them. So I kept waiting and waiting for the opportunity that someone would quit so I could take their place. There were so many things going on at the venue and I had to deliver the boxed lunches every day. One day at a rehearsal, attended by several thousand people, a woman had to give birth and created such a big commotion. If you were about to give birth, you should have just stayed at home. Why are you here attending the rehearsal with several thousand others? Right. So I called for an ambulance and brought her out to the ambulance after the baby was born. When it was done, I came back and handled everything, including clearing up the place. In the end, my chance came on that day. What chance? The 400-person crosstalk routine, of course. Didn't I mention that there were 100 crosstalk comedians parachuting out of a plane? One of their parachutes failed to open. Yao Jiankai was startled. Ayo. Snap. But luckily. He was fine? He died. Yao Jiankai reeled. Why would you say luckily if he died? Yet another wave of laughter roared through the hall. Zhang Yi hastily said, seeing that it was really happening, I turned around and went to look for the director. I told him, let me replace him, let me do it. But the director told me, you're too late, the person who pushed him out of the plane has already replaced him. Yao Jiankai exclaimed, that's too cruel. Aren't they really cruel? They totally didn't give me a chance, so I went to look for my friend to rat. I told him that this wasn't working out, that all I have been doing every day was toiling for them. I even had to take care of the woman giving birth, yet they didn't give me a chance at all. In the end, my friend told me, you're not thick-skinned enough. If you want to become famous and get on the Spring Festival Gala, then you ought to be more thick-skinned. You have to be shameless, you know. Yao Jiankai replied, to get on the Spring Festival Gala? Have to be shameless? Yee. The reaction of the audience was sounding again. There was wild laughter coming from all directions. The station head had to face bomb as she laughed. That little Zhang. A deputy station head was also cramping up from laughing beside her. It was full of references to the internal affairs behind Central TV's Spring Festival Gala that were already quite an open secret in the industry. Zhang Yi's remarks had completely triggered their laughter. Only to hear Zhang Yi ponder aloud on stage, if I'm not shameless, how can I learn? When I think about it, it seems that I should learn from the woman who gave birth at the rehearsal hall. Hey, with thousands of people watching her give birth, I'm sure she has thick enough skin, right? Yao Jiankai was taken aback but then started laughing. Oh right, she's thick-skinned enough. Zhang Yi fist pumped. Right, I'll go and find her then. After asking around, I went straight to the hospital. When I got there, I found her sitting on her hospital bed crying. Sob. There were thousands of people who saw me at the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal giving birth. Yao Jiankai laughed. So she knows to be embarrassed too? Zhang Yi chuckled. So I hurriedly tried to console her and tell her it wasn't a big deal. I told her that there was someone who gave birth to a child in front of 20,000 people in Tiananmen Square during the celebration of the successful Olympic bid. Yao Jiankai was amused. Yeah. But in the end, when the woman heard that, she cried even harder and said, that was me too. Yao Jiankai was dumbfounded. It was also her? Ha. Time's up. The ending came at just the right time. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai bowed to the audience while beaming. Suddenly, a flood of applause and laughter rang out and filled the entire hall. Great. Well said. Ha. That's so awesome. I nearly died from laughing. Well scolded. The station head shook her head, not knowing if she should clap for him. Chang Xiaolian stood up applauding. Huge, Zhaolu, and the others were even screaming as they clapped. This crosstalk did not let anyone who was listening to it have a lapse in concentration. The entire act was full of laughing points. Zhang Yi exited the stage. Music started playing over at the main stage area as the secondary stage for the language performances was temporarily emptied. As they walked past each other, the male host quickly asked, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Yao, what is the title of your crosstalk? Zhang Yi answered with a smile, I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala. The male host immediately gave him a thumbs up. I really have to give it to you. What a good title. Dong Shenshan also laughed when she heard it and gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up as well. If this crosstalk of yours were to be broadcast, you'd surely make quite a few people from the crosstalk world die from anger. Zhang Yi blinked at that. Then would that count as me ridding the world of evil? Yao Jiankai gave him a light push and laughed. Rid what evil, you? In the eyes of everyone, you're the truly evil one. The performance was complete. Everyone was left wanting more. Although the people of Beijing television knew it was only a rehearsal that would definitely not pass for the live broadcast on the actual day of the Spring Festival Gala, they still gave their most enthusiastic applause. This applause was dedicated to the exquisite art of crosstalk and also a sign of respect to the two teachers Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai. Splendid. It was really wonderful. This art form has totally been revived by Zhang Yi. 858 No one's ever been a match when it comes to scolding. Chapter 858, No one's ever been a match when it comes to scolding. On the way to the backstage, Yao Jiankai laughed and said, I got such a kick out of performing that segment. Zhang Yi was also tickled. Yeah, it was a rare opportunity for us to say whatever we liked. It's been so long since we have scolded the Crosstalk Society. I got such a kick out of scolding them this time. It's a pity that it can't get broadcast, Yao Jiankai said regrettably. Zhang Yi replied, it's no big deal even if it gets broadcast. Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. No big deal, my ass. If that got broadcast, our troubles would get even bigger. Remember what happened after we scolded the Crosstalk world during the Crosstalk and skit competition with our 3 performances? That group of people kept criticizing us for an entire year because of it. If our performance today gets broadcast, do you think the furor it would cause would be small? Besides, who would willingly broadcast a crosstalk like that for us? It's something that we could only say behind closed doors at today's venue. Zhang Yi seethed, even if we stopped performing crosstalk, do you think they would stop scolding us? That's true. Yao Jiankai shook his head and laughed. I think the nickname of public enemy of the Chinese crosstalk world belongs to the both of us and we'll never be able to clear ourselves of it in this lifetime. Zhang Yi said indifferently, so what if we're their public enemy? It's just a small thing. Yao Jiankai laughed loudly. You don't feel it's a big deal because you're already used to all this. Suddenly, they overheard the voices of several staff members who were walking toward them. They sounded rather panicked, as if something had happened. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. What's the matter? Looks like something has happened. Yao Jiankai also wondered, curious. However, when the two of them listened carefully, they realized that those people were actually discussing about the two of them. Shit. It's blown up this time. Why would it be leaked and get uploaded onto the internet? Who the hell posted it? Isn't his stirring the pot? The netizens are already making a ruckus over it. I heard that they're going to start with the scolding soon. Nonsense, how could they possibly not be scolding? I watched Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao's crosstalk backstage on screen just now, and they insulted both Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and the crosstalk world's people at once. The few of them rushed past without noticing that Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were there. Zhang Yi was surprised for a moment. What? It got posted online? Yao Jiankai exclaimed loudly. Who posted it? The two of them and everyone at Beijing Television did not expect such a thing to occur. Over at the stage, someone who had found out about the problem rushed to report it to the executives. Upon hearing that, an assistant director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala broke out in cold sweat. What? Hoof was also stunned. How did it get leaked? Chang Xiaoliang was furious. Who was the one who recorded the audio with their phone in here? Go and find out who it is. Everyone started looking around trying to find that person, but how was that possible? Zhao Lu hesitated for a moment. Dafei blinked several times as he became worried for Zhang Yi. A deputy director of the Spring Festival Gala said, if this crosstalk gets exposed to the public, even if people know that it won't be broadcast on our Spring Festival Gala, there will still be a feud formed between the program teams of our Spring Festival Gala and Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. Station head. Station head. What do we do now? Everyone looked at the station head for directions. The old lady appeared very calm as she looked at everyone. Didn't we already expect that such a thing would happen? Wasn't that why we got Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai to give a fake performance? Wasn't all of this done to prevent the real performance from being revealed beforehand? Since we were already prepared, what's there to panic about? It's not even the real performance. The rehearsals continued. The next performances gradually started. When the other station heads and staff heard that, they could only return to their seats while still feeling anxious. Some of them were watching the next performance, while some others were on their cell phones browsing Weibo to get immediate updates on the development of events. Online, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's new crosstalk routine was already getting a lot of traffic. It was like many of the netizens were on stimulants. As they listened to the crosstalk, they were shouting out in excitement. And as they shouted out in excitement, they posted their comments online. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Even the prostate disease sufferers peed their pants. That was all our hard-earned money. Ayo. Please let me laugh a little longer. Ha 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 ha. How could it be so funny? Zhang Yi, old Yao, I like the both of you so much. They're indeed the best matched duo in the crosstalk world. Damn it, I've never heard such a comical crosstalk before. That's right. After listening to Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk, I won't be able to laugh anymore when I listen to the other crosstalk comedians' jokes. The standard of their crosstalk is leading the art by years. Tang Dazhang has been shot again. This isn't just a gunshot. He was hit by an intercontinental ballistic missile. PFFT. I suppose Tang Dazhang has fainted at home by now. The scolding was too awesome. The scolding made me feel really good. Central TV's Spring Festival Gala has also suffered Zhang Yi's violent treachery. Zhang Yi's mouth is really the most sarcastic mouth in the entire country. Those who have offended him must have had all the bad luck from their past 8 lifetimes befall on them all at once. They would be scolded until they vomit blood. Ayo, this is too funny. With just one of his works, he has already shown who is better. That group of people from the crosstalk world only know how to scold Zhang Yi online, and their scolding is not even that great. They are constantly using the same old lines in different ways to say that we will not acknowledge you. But just look at how Teacher Zhang effortlessly produced a routine to return the scolding straight at them. Not only did he use it to scold them, he even littered it with so many jokes that the audience was laughing throughout its delivery. This is what being high level is about. Haha, speaking of scolding people, Zhang Yi is the grandmaster of it. Yeah, are there any people in the country who could outscold him? This bunch of crosstalk world members keep choosing to forget their lessons. They were already scolded by Zhang Yi like they were dogs in the crosstalk competition previously. What about this time? You people still wish to provoke him? When have you ever seen Zhang Yi eat humble pie? Damn, is Zhang Yi really going to say this at Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala? Will they allow this to be broadcast? Surely not, right? They would definitely not, because this is definitely the fucking fake performance. Right, it must be a fake performance. Teacher Zhang just randomly gave a fake performance and it was more than enough to savage the crosstalk world. Ha ha ha, I'll have to listen to it again. Me too, I can't get enough of listening to it. I've already heard it 3 times. This really fucking vents all my anger. Zhang Yi is right, there's hardly anyone who is a good person in the domestic crosstalk world. Scold. 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 Come on. This crosstalk routine had caused a very big stir on the internet. At Tang Dazhang's home, The group of crosstalk actors who were rehearsing and studying for their Central TV's Spring Festival Gala performance all looked furious. Some of their faces had turned white, some had turned black, and there was even some that had turned green. A crosstalk comedian banged his hand on the table and shouted, "This is too much." One of Tang Dazhang's disciples said angrily, "They have no regard for the rules." No regard for the rules. Tang Dazhang muttered two names tersely. Zhang Yi. Yao Jiankai. "We can't just let this go." Someone said, "They're standing over our heads and shitting on us." Someone echoed, "Right, we have yet to settle the score with them." It's definitely not settled yet. Everyone was exploding with anger. They were not afraid. This crosstalk has given them too much of a scolding. But as for how they were going to settle the score with Zhang Yi, no one could give a definite answer. In the past, it was not like there were no one who would challenge them by publicly questioning and criticizing the crosstalk world, but under the lead of a few highly qualified veteran comedians of the crosstalk world, those crosstalk organizations under them would just do as they were told. They would resort to boycotting, banning, or reporting a crosstalk comedian to ensure that they wouldn't survive in the art, because this world was basically dictated by just a few veteran comedians. Being one of the leaders in the current crosstalk world, Tang Dazhang was now one of those who could call the shots. However, it was different for Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai was an actor and it was not possible to control him. Zhang Yi was also the same. He did not need to perform in a small theater and neither did he attend any large-scale commercial events. His main profession was host, director and producer of shows, author, song composer, and even teacher. Even if all the people in their crosstalk world were to jointly report and boycott him, there wouldn't be any significant impact. This outcome had already been proven at last year's crosstalk competition. They had no means whatsoever to deal with Zhang Yi. A crosstalk comedian suggested, by saying that was all our hard-earned money, it constitutes slander. If we really want to blow up the matter, we can sue him. That's right. Sue him. This is definitely slander. The group was whipped up into a frenzy. Then, an 18-year-old disciple of Tang Dazhang's nervously made a sudden and untimely remark. Isn't Zhang Yi a lawyer himself too? The group of people looked at him at once. So what if he's a lawyer? We can still sue him. This bastard is such a hooligan. But as they talked about it, everyone's confidence grew weaker. Finally, no one mentioned fighting a lawsuit with Zhang Yi anymore. Why? Because even Central TV had fucking lost a lawsuit against Zhang Yi. Even if they felt that they were superior to other people, they definitely did not think that they were more capable than Central TV's professional team of lawyers. The results of that fellow's national judicial examination had shocked the law world by securing the first ever perfect score in the history of the examination. Tang Dazhang banged his hand on the table angrily. How absurd. Is there no way we can deal with him? After everyone brooded over it, they suddenly felt very frustrated. They really could not think of any way to subdue Zhang Yi. There were no ideas whatsoever. That young disciple of Tang Dazhang, the same 18-year-old who had just newly debuted as a crosstalk comedian, was feeling extremely anguished. He really wanted to give a suggestion at this moment. Can we not fight Zhang Yi anymore? Even Central TV was not able to do anything to him and the SARFT was also unable to subdue him. For such a hooligan and shit-stirrer of the entertainment industry, why can't we just avoid him some and let everything be fine? Must we really fight it out with him? If we can't afford to mess with him, then we can just avoid him, right? The crucial point was that even if the entire crosstalk world were to band together, they would still be unable to do anything about him. So what was the point of fighting? There's no way we can fight him. Very quickly, the news had spread everywhere. Zhang Yi invited to Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk causes a controversy again. Zhang Yi's new routine for the Spring Festival Gala, I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala? A complete announcement by the crosstalk world. Zhang Yi mocks Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and the Chinese crosstalk world. Absolute comedy. Crosstalk at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala dress rehearsal leaked. Zhang Yi's crosstalk style shows up again. A massacre caused by a crosstalk. Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai declare war on the crosstalk world again. The tabloids were collectively expressing and reporting about this massacre. The reports were also quite similar in content. Zhang Yi has once again proven with his actions that no one has ever been a match for him when it comes to scolding. 859 Voting for the most popular celebrity. Chapter 859, Voting for the most popular celebrity. Later that afternoon, the rehearsal ended successfully. The Spring Festival Gala's production team held a meeting and began to analyze some of the issues that cropped up in the rehearsal. Chang Xiaolian also went to look for Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai immediately. Yao Jiankai asked with concern, "Director Chang, Is everything going to be alright since our crosstalk earlier was posted online by someone? The station head said it would be fine. Chang Xiaoliang smiled. Yao Jiankai laughed and said, then that's great. Little Zhang and I were afraid we would cause trouble for the TV station because of this problem. If we knew that someone would record our performance, then we wouldn't have said all that. Chang Xiaoliang asked, are you two prepared for the actual performance yet? Zhang Yi said, I'll have to go back and think over it, but I guarantee there won't be any problems. I hope the subject won't be as sensitive as today's performance. Chang Xiaoliang coughed and said, of course, the both of you are professionals, so I think you will know what to do without me telling you. Zhang Yi reassured him, don't worry, we definitely won't speak irresponsibly. Chang Xiaoliang nodded. Alright then, I'll be looking forward to your actual routine. When the performance is ready, you can contact me so that our production team can go through it once. When Zhang Yi left the television station, there were already reporters blocking the entrance. Originally, there were quite a number of reporters interviewing some of the celebrities and performing groups who had just exited the venue, but when they saw Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai, every one of them abandoned their current interviews and piled toward the two. Zhang Yi has come out. It's Yao Jiankai and Zhang Yi. Teacher Zhang, I'm from Hueco Entertainment Magazine. Teacher Zhang, can I ask a few questions? What's the actual routine that you will be performing at the Spring Festival Gala? What was the reason for your attack on the crosstalk world again? Is your performance titled I Want to Get on the Spring Festival Gala? Are you mocking Central TV's Spring Festival Gala because they did not invite you? This year's most popular celebrity poll organized by the official Weibo site is starting soon. How do you think you will be ranked? Teacher Zhang, please don't go. Teacher Yao. The reporters were hounding them like crazy. Zhang Yi dodged the questions. No comment for now. Yao Jiankai squeezed past the crowd as he said, we have an agreement and a lot details can't be revealed yet. If you want to know what the actual routine is, you can just tune into Beijing TV when the time comes. We definitely won't disappoint anyone. After a great struggle, the two of them finally got into a car. Yao Jiankai panted, where did you park? Zhang Yi sighed. I drank too much yesterday, so I didn't dare drive here this morning. After starting the car, Yao Jiankai laughed loudly. Since it's still early, let's go over to my house. It's been a long time since we've had a drink together. Shall we have a round then? Let's go. Zhang Yi gestured. At the Yao household. In a small bedroom. Yao Mi had invited some of her old high school classmates to her house for lunch. At this moment, the several of them were crying out in excitement as though they were injected with adrenaline. Zhang Yi is so cool. Mimi, your dad is awesome too. That crosstalk was so funny. Let's listen to it again. But we've listened to it 3 times. Yao Mi checked through the news online and let out a curse. Damn, my dad and Uncle Zhang have really caused an outrage this time. There are so many industry peers criticizing them that it looks like it's getting out of hand. Little Ling interrupted, you make it sound like your dad and Zhang Yi have never caused an outrage before. Little Yu laughed and said, yeah, as long as it's a crosstalk performed by Zhang Yi and your dad, when have they not angered the masses? There were people denouncing, scolding, and reporting it. Little King yelled, I like Zhang Yi a ton. Little Ling blinked. Mimi, are we friends? Nonsense, what do you think? Yao Mi laughed as she rolled her eyes. Little Ling immediately said, if we are friends, then you should arrange for us to meet Zhang Yi someday. Right. Haha, that's a good suggestion. Her old classmates all appeared to be anticipating it. Yao Mi equivocated, it's difficult for me to meet Uncle Zhang as he hasn't been coming to Peking University to teach lately. At this moment, they heard someone knocking on the door. Little Ling's ears perked up. My dad is back. Yao Mi stood up. The house door opened. Yao Jiankai's wife had opened the door. You're back? Zhang Yi, who was standing beside old Yao, smiled and said, Sister, I am here to visit you. Yao Jiankai's wife beamed at once. Come in. Hey, this old Yao sure doesn't know how to treat his guests. He should have informed me that you were coming over so that I could have made dinner. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Sister, it's fine as long as there's alcohol. Yao Jiankai asked, where is Mimi? She is chatting with her old classmates in the bedroom, Yao Jiankai's wife replied. From there, the bedroom door of Yao Jiankai's daughter was suddenly opened by someone from inside. Then, a loud scream sounded. Followed by a second and third scream. Zhang Yi. It's him in person. Yao Mi's old classmates were so excited that their faces were flushed. Zhang Yi got scared from those ridiculously high decibel screams, thinking that someone's foot had been stepped on. Yao Mi felt a bit embarrassed and smiled sheepishly. Uncle Zhang. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Hi. Who are these friends of yours? Without waiting for Yaomi to reply, Little Ling was the first to step forward. Teacher Zhang, we are Mimi's old high school classmates. Oh, Teacher Zhang. You're my idol. Little King also came over quickly. We've just listened to your and Uncle Yao's crosstalk. It's really fantastic. Little Yu said loudly, Teacher Zhang, you're really awesome. Can you teach me how to scold and curse people? Little Ling said right away, I want to learn too. Teach me. Yao Jiankai was amused. Zhang Yi didn't whether to laugh or cry as he had mixed feelings about this request. Consider the requests other superstars would get when their fans saw them. There would be requests for hugs, taking pictures together, asking to be in a relationship, and so on. But when fans saw this bro, their request was to learn how to scold and curse people. What the hell? Yaomi nearly fainted. Can you guys learn something proper instead? Little Yu giggled. What do you mean by calling it improper? Scolding and cursing is also a type of talent and ability. If the English and Japanese languages can be categorized into grades, then Teacher Zhang will definitely be ranked at the highest grade of 10 if scolding and cursing also has a grading. Little Ling directly bestowed a title on Zhang Yi by saying, that's true. Teacher Zhang Yi is definitely the top reviler of China. He will scold whomever comes at him, whether it's one person or an entire group. Zhang Yi asked exasperated, just why would you guys have such a terrible impression of me? Yao Jiankai remarked, did you think otherwise? Everyone in the house laughed. At night, dinner was ready. Yaomi's old classmates had originally come over for lunch at noon and were supposed to go home after that, but when they saw that Zhang Yi had come to visit, they decided to stay. Even though Yaomi kept pressing them to leave for the longest time, her old classmates simply feigned ignorance and clowned about in a bid to stay. In the end, against this shamelessness of theirs, Yaomi could do nothing. Yao Jiankai's wife served the dishes. Try some of these, try them. Zhang Yi quickly said, Sister, it's been hard on you. What are you standing on ceremony for? It's been some time since you have come over. Yao Jiankai's wife smiled at him. Zhang Yi said, Hi, old Yao is always doing movie shoots outside of Beijing and there's only a few days when he's back at Beijing. Our timing always clashes, otherwise I would have come over sooner. Yao Jiankai smirked. How can I be busier than you? Zhang Yi said, What can I be busy with? I've just been idle every day. You haven't been busy with the serious matters, Yao Jiankai said, but you have been busy with scolding people every day. Didn't you just finish fighting with Central TV Department 1 a while ago? Yaomi suddenly recalled something. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Oh right. This year's most popular celebrity poll on Weibo is starting soon. Yao Jiankai wondered, why is it so early this year? Yaomi said, it has happened around the Spring Festival every year. Zhang Yi also knew about this poll. It was a rankings list that was organized by the official Weibo platform. In the many years of holding it, this rankings list had become a traditional affair for all Weibo users to satisfy their self-entertainment needs. During last year's poll, Zhang Yi also got onto the Weibo's most popular celebrity rankings, but his result was just average and he had barely broken into the top 100 of the poll. However, there was another poll for the most unpopular celebrity rankings in which Zhang Yi dominated the list. He scored an overwhelming victory with an unbelievable amount of votes and won the most unpopular celebrity award. At that time, this news had even caused quite a stir. This year's poll was going to begin again? Little Ling said immediately, Uncle Yao, will you be polling for votes? Count me out. Yao Jiankai smiled and said, this poll was meant for the celebrity idols. I'm just a middle-aged old man and can't possibly beat the others. Little Ling asked, how about you, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Yi dismissed, I'd rather drink. Come, let's toast again. Yao Jiankai clinked glasses with him. Little Ling laughed and said, I'll just give my votes to the two of you first. Little Yu said excitedly, I'll go and have a look too. It looks like it has already started? Little King replied, yes, it started at 6 p.m. today and ends tomorrow at 6 p.m. too. Online. The annual polls on Weibo had been placed on the website's homepage for some time and had already been promoted for many days. At exactly 6 p.m., the voting window officially opened. The Weibo users swarmed in. It has begun. I'm here. Holy shit, Huo Dongfang already has 1,000 votes? So awesome. Sect leader Huo has been canvassing for votes since long ago. Haha, I will still vote for my big Chi. Supporting Sister Zhang without hesitation. It's not necessary for Sister Zhang to compete in this, so I will give my vote to sect leader Huo. Rise to the Dance was so terribly beaten by A Bite of China and the viewership ratings has already dropped below 0.6%. A while ago, a domestic Best Actor award was also won by someone else with sect leader Huo missing out. I should give him a vote because I think he's been really unlucky lately. The competition for the most popular celebrity rankings poll was too intense. One moment, Zhang Yuanqi was in the first place, then the next moment, Huo Dongfang's votes would increase explosively, then another moment later, two heavenly kings were occupying the top two positions, and yet another moment later, a famous Korean drama star who had came to mainland China to develop his career was dominating everyone else, with the rankings going up and down. The vote count was very close with no way to determine who was winning at the moment. Yao Jiankai did not get into the top 100, while Dong Shanshan was currently ranked at 97th place. She had strong momentum in the poll, but was unsure if she could maintain her position. How nail-bitingly close. The fans are amazing. Quickly vote for the Heavenly King. He is going to get overtaken. Who dares to fight with Maipa for the top spot? Damn you, we will definitely fight for it. Give all our votes to Sister Zhang. Bring it on, who's afraid of who? Fuck. Haha, Sister Zhang has 500,000 votes now. Awesome. Ah, the Korean has 510,000 votes. Did they manipulate the votes? How could it increase by 10,000 votes in the blink of an eye? That fast? Even the Heavenly King and Queen have been overtaken by him. He's at 520,000 votes already. The fans were also starting to fight and neither could get the upper hand. However, when they clicked on the most unpopular celebrity rankings poll, many netizens were stunned by what they saw. Then everyone burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. What the hell? PFFT, I already knew that would happen. As expected, there's no suspense in this poll at all. This guy's reputation is too terrible. Zhang Yi's name appeared impressively at the top of the most unpopular celebrity rankings, with a current vote count of 2.75 million votes. As for second place only had 21,000 votes. Zhang Yi's votes were over 100 times more than the second place votes. And it was also 5 times more votes than that Korean celebrity who is currently at the top of the most popular celebrity rankings had. There was no suspense to the outcome at all. It was a completely overwhelming lead. When all the netizens saw the poll rankings, they were left kneeling to Zhang Yi. 860 winning again. Chapter 860, winning again. At old Yao's house. When Yaomi and her classmates saw that on Hueco, they couldn't help but clutch their stomachs and laugh non-stop at it. PFFT. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I just knew it. Yao Jiankai's wife asked curiously, what are you all laughing at? Yao Jiankai put down his glass and looked over. What's the matter? Dad, Mom, guess what our Uncle Zhang's ranking is? Yaomi giggled. Yao Jiankai's wife laughed and said, for which poll? Yaomi said, for the most unpopular celebrity rankings poll, of course. Yao Jiankai's wife glanced at Zhang Yi and replied with a laugh, he must be in the first place, am I right? Zhang Yi. Yaomi slapped her thigh and laughed loudly. Mom, you're so smart. Yao Jiankai couldn't help but laugh. How is your mom smart? For the most unpopular person in the domestic entertainment industry, who else could it be if it's not Zhang Yi? Who else can be compared to him? Little Yu said, moreover, the vote numbers don't just differ by a small margin, he has steamrolled his way to the top spot. 2.75 million. No, it's already at 2.9 million votes. And it's still increasing. Zhang Yi was speechless. Then he seethed, is there any meaning to this lousy poll? There's totally no purpose to it. Yao Jiankai disagreed, haha, how is there no purpose? This is the voice of the people. I for one think that this annual rankings poll organized by Weibo is a very authoritative one. Suddenly, Little Ling shouted, wow, Uncle Yao, your vote count is also increasing in the most unpopular celebrity rankings poll. It's even increasing so rapidly that you are already at third place. Yao Jiankai was stunned and immediately let out a curse. What lousy poll is this? There's totally no purpose to it. Yao Jiankai's wife quipped, old Yao, that's not what you claimed just now. Yao Jiankai said depressed, I was only dragged into this mess because of little Zhang today. Everyone was amused. Actually, Yao Jiankai should not have appeared on this rankings poll. Be it the most popular rankings or the most unpopular rankings, it all depended on the number of followers and the popularity of the celebrity's Weibo account. Yao Jiankai's popularity on Weibo was just average and in normal circumstances, this would be none of his business. However, when that performance of I Want to Get on the Spring Festival Gala was leaked by someone in the morning, Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai were suddenly pushed to the heart of many discussions. They were criticized by many people as well as the mainstream crosstalk world members. With that, Yao Jiankai's also appeared on this dishonorable rankings poll. Online. As the competition for the polls got more intense, a lot of celebrities also posted onto Weibo. Dong Shanshan, pulling for votes, Polling for votes. Friends who are online, please give me your votes. Let's see if I am able to enter the top 100 of Weibo's annual most popular celebrity rankings. As for the most unpopular rankings poll, you may ignore it for my case. That's Teacher Zhang Yi's territory, so I won't be fighting with him for it, haha. Dong Shanshan's fans were also delighted to see that post. Teacher Shanshan, is it alright for you to say that? Haha, you have conveniently made fun of your old classmate at the same time. This is what classmates' friendship is about. I'm cramping up from laughing. The leader of China's most famous idol trio, Danzō, polling for votes in the most popular celebrity poll. Everyone, please vote for me, as well as for Teacher Zhang Yi. I asked for a favor from Teacher Zhang in the past, and to repay him, I hope that everyone can give your votes to Teacher Zhang, so don't waste your most unpopular celebrity polling votes. Danzō's fans were also very active. Haha, Dong Dong is so bad. Dong Dong also came to add insult to injury. LOL. I just realized for the first time that Teacher Dong Dong knows Zhang Yi as well. Teacher Zhang Yi has helped Teacher Dong Dong before? So it turns out that Zhang Yi is loyal to his friends. I must definitely vote for him then. Man, I always thought that Zhang Yi did not have any friends in the entertainment industry, but he actually knows Teacher Dong Dong. Dong Tsai was one of the members in the Celebrity Goof group chat that Zhang Yi had joined. Her relative wanted to apply to enter Peking University this year and she had asked Zhang Yi for a favor, which was how they got to know each other. Chen Guang, man, is Zhang Yi going to be first again this year? Amazing. Chen Guang's wife, Fan Wenli, the annual most unpopular celebrity rankings poll on Weibo has already been reserved for Teacher Little Zhang. From now onward, I don't think there will be anyone else who can get first place in this rankings poll. Congratulations. Congratulations. Zhang Yi's celebrity friends from everywhere also joined in the fun. When the netizens saw Zhang Yi's friends behaving so comically, they also laughed madly at it. Just look at Zhang Yi's relationships. PFFT, even his friends are making fun of him. Ha ha ha. He has gotten first place again. Teacher Zhang, just how terrible can your reputation get? Teacher Fan Wenli is right. This rankings poll will be occupied by Teacher Zhang Yi for a long time to come. And if there are no surprises this year, Zhang Yi should be the first person in Weibo history to retain the crown of the annual most unpopular celebrity award. Teacher Zhang has broken yet another record. This is so fun. I'll also go and vote for Zhang Yi. Haha, count me in. I'd like to see how many votes Teacher Zhang can get in total. PFFT, it's already 3 million votes. How awesome. This is too amazing. The universe can no longer hold Zhang Yi back. Everyone, let's vote together. So be it if it's the most unpopular award. Our Teacher Zhang has always walked off the beaten path anyway. If he wants to be a celebrity, then he'll be the most unique celebrity in the entertainment industry. Even if he were to walk the antagonist's path, he would be the most brilliant of antagonists. Who gives a fuck who your mother is? Well said. Haha, let's start voting. It wouldn't affect me to just watch the commotion, I'm joining in too. Many of those who disliked Zhang Yi nearly vomited blood when they saw this. Most of the people who voted for Zhang Yi really disliked him and had really wanted to criticize him. But with the antics of these celebrities and Zhang Yi's fans, the entire atmosphere of the situation had somehow changed. It was obviously for the most unpopular poll, but Zhang Yi's fans made it seem like it was a very honorable achievement instead. Everyone was proud of it, instead of being ashamed. No wonder. How the fans turned out depended on which celebrity they followed. These bunch of fans were the same as that Zhang guy. They just wanted to see the world burn. The votes reached 3.5 million. The votes reached 4 million. The votes reached 5 million. Towards the end, the vote count was getting totally lopsided. At midnight, the latest official celebrity rankings index was updated too. The latest rankings showed that there were no changes on the S and A list rankings, but there was a fluctuation on the B list rankings. Zhang Yi had moved up another spot in the B list rankings again. He was already 4th place on the B list rankings. All the accumulated popularity was from the recent episodes of A Bite of China and the leaked crosstalk performance from Today, I Want to Get on the Spring Festival Gala. Furthermore, the annual celebrity polls on Weibo helped him gain all sorts of popularity. With the recent large increase in his popularity, coupled with today's jump, he had advanced a spot again and was getting closer and closer to the A-list celebrity rankings. The fans cheered. Quickly go and take a look. Teacher Zhang is so impressive. Damn, he's about to enter the top 3 of the B-list rankings. Awesome. Zhang Yi's popularity has risen again. When A Bite of China has finished broadcasting, he really won't be far off from the A-list rankings anymore. The people of Beijing send their congratulations. The people of Guangxi send their congratulations. Who would have thought this would happen? The popularity that Zhang Yi gained was basically earned from all his scolding. 861 Banning Zhang Yi from the Central TV Annual Staff Party. Chapter 861, Banning Zhang Yi from the Central TV Annual Staff Party. On this day, the holidays were over and it was back to work again. Actually, the New Year holidays were only for a few days and everyone else was already back at work earlier. But as Zhang Yi had to attend his Spring Festival gala rehearsals and attend to some miscellaneous matters, he applied for more time off and had just returned to the office today. At his level, with his popularity, it didn't really make a difference whether he came to work a day later or a day earlier anymore. At Central TV. At the documentary channel department. When Zhang Yi returned to work, Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and the others all came to greet him. Good morning, Director Zhang. Good morning, everyone. We listened to your crosstalk performance from a few days ago. It made me laugh so hard that I cried. It was just a fake performance. That fake performance of yours was much more wonderful to watch than those real performances at Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. Director Zhang, did you win Weibo's Most Unpopular Celebrity Award again this year? I heard that the recorded votes were 50% more than what was cast last year. You have set yet another record again. It was very lively in the office. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yi asked them for the latest updates of A Bite of China. After easily handling some of his work, he had nothing more that he needed to do. In the documentary channel, their workload was usually much greater at the start and tapered off close to the end. They would be very busy at the start, with most of the work concentrated at the filming stage and the promotional period after that. Once the show was broadcast and went on schedule, there wasn't much for them to do anymore. It was close to the Spring Festival and everyone at the office was either chatting or playing games. They were all in a good mood. At this moment, Hakiki looked at her watch and suddenly said, "It's almost noon. Who wants to get changed into their formal attire?" Me. Little Wang raised her hand. Huang Dandan giggled. "Then I will get changed too." Zhang Zuo laughed. "Isn't it a little early still?" Hakiki said, "It's not early anymore. It will be official starting at 4 p.m., so it's better that we get changed earlier." Hearing that, Zhang Yi was a little stunned. "What's starting?" Zhang Yi's assistant, Little Wang, was startled and smiled wryly. "The Central TV Annual Staff Party. Director Zhang, didn't I tell you about it 2 days ago? Don't tell me that you didn't bring your suit." Only then did Zhang Yi remember. "Hi, I forgot about it." Little Wang immediately said, "There's still time. I'll go to your place to fetch your suit for you at noon." At the end of the lunar year, every company's annual party was held, some in early December, and others not until the end of January. Central TV's annual staff party this year was held somewhere in between those dates, and according to this year's process, today's internal party was held for all staff of Central TV, with the individual departments' annual parties held a few days later. However, due to the significantly large staff of the Central TV network, most venues would not be able to hold so many people. Therefore, even though the annual party was supposedly held for all staff, the truth was that every department only had a quota of about a dozen or so seats. Including all the station executives of Central TV, this would cover the entire strength of Central TV. For a larger department like Central TV Department 1, which had more leadership positions, their quota of about a dozen were essentially for the executives only. The other, lower-rung staff would basically not have a chance to attend the party. However, it was different at their documentary channel as they did not have that many people. Including Zhang Yi, there were only a few executives, so the rest of the quota were left for the normal staff of the department. This was the advantage of being in a smaller department. Tong Fu said happily, "I heard that this year's annual party will be very grand." "Yeah, it seems like they have arranged a lot of events for everyone." Little Wang was also looking forward to it. She had been working at Central TV for quite a number of years already, but had never had the chance to take part in the annual party before. She had only participated in the smaller annual parties held individually by the departments, but thanks to Zhang Yi this year, she was finally able to experience the Central TV annual party for once. Zhang Zuo laughed and said, "If Director Zhang were to go on stage and perform, it would surely add more excitement to the event." Zhang Yi self-deprecated, "The problem is that no one has asked me to. They would have to dare to ask first." Hakiki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Outside, Yan Tanfai and his secretary walked into the office. "Little Zhang, you're here?" Yan Tanfai laughed heartily. "Director Yan." Zhang Yi stood up and went over to him. He took a look at old Yan and remarked, "Whoa, you look really spirited today." Yan Tanfai replied with a laugh, "I just had my makeup done. You guys remember to go and get your makeup done too after you have changed. The number 1 and 2 makeup studios were specially opened up today for everyone to get their makeup done there." Zhang Yi said in surprise, It's going to be that grand? Yan Tanfai laughed. This actually has a lot to do with you. Previously, Central TV was going downhill with our programming. Not only were we not getting much viewership for our variety shows, even news simulcast suffered a great drop in their viewership ratings. That was why they did so much last year, including hiring you. Whether it's You're the Voice or A Bite of China, they are both the #1 viewership-rated shows of their time slot. Our Central TV has already had such a low profile for so many years. Now that it has once again been truly recognized as the big brother of the industry, they must surely want to make the celebrations grander again. Of course, there are also other reasons for it, but this should be one of the highest-profile annual parties that Central TV has held in many years. Little Wang sniggered. Director Yan, so are we also going to hold our department's annual party in accordance with the station's direction? Yan Tanfai laughed. No problem. His secretary also laughed and said, Director Yan mentioned earlier that we could vote on how to hold our department's annual party and what prizes to have for the lucky draw. We will let everyone decide on it. Because of Director Zhang's A Bite of China, our documentary channel is the richest department in all of Central TV now. Wow. That's great. Long live Director Yan. Long live Director Zhang. I vote for a cell phone. I prefer a cash prize since that is more practical, haha. All of a sudden, everyone's emotions were running high. Yan Tanfai said, on the subject of lucky draws, this year's Central TV's annual party's lucky draw prizes are really generous. There are laptops, cell phones, cosmetics, all delivered here in boxes. It's even rumored that there are several cash prizes worth 50,000 and 100,000 yuan or more. Little Wang was shocked. A cash prize of 100,000 yuan? Huang Dandan was dumbfounded. Ah, that's even more than my annual salary. Yan Tanfai said happily, let's see who's lucky enough to win the top prize this year. I really hope it's someone from our documentary channel. Hi, the chances are too low. Yeah, there's not much hope since there's too many people in the pool. But there's still a small chance of winning. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the lucky draw prizes. To an ordinary staffer, whatever performance and dinner there was, that was just a secondary concern. The majority of the people would only care about the lucky draw segment, as it was the only time they could get their hands on something practical, with everyone having an equal chance at winning. It only depended on luck. Later that afternoon, everyone at Central TV was preparing for the annual party. In the hallways, elevators, and makeup studios, executives who were dressed formally in suits and ties or colorful and flowery dresses could be seen everywhere. Sister Hong, you're looking quite beautiful today. Thank you. Wow, Brother Liu is so handsome. Well, clothes make the man. Hey, this is my first time dressed in a suit. I heard that today's lucky draw prizes are particularly generous. Yeah, I heard so too. I was just looking to change my cell phone. I'm so looking forward to the annual party later this afternoon. Suddenly, more than a dozen people came into the number 2 makeup studio to get their makeup done. The staff who had just gotten their makeup done were laughing and chatting happily as they prepared to leave, but when they saw the group that just entered, they suddenly hushed. Many of them blinked several times at the group and stayed quiet for a long time. Teacher Zhang. Director Zhang. Some of them politely greeted him. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded at them, then went to sit with Hakiki and the others to have his makeup applied. Several of the female makeup artists looked over to Zhang Yi with a change in their expressions. With his reputation, even if those people were not frontline staff of the television station, they would have heard of his name before. After they left the makeup studio, the staff were abuzz. So that is Zhang Yi? This is the first time I've seen him this close up. You guys heard the crosstalk from a few days ago? What do you think? No one at Central TV does not know about it. I heard that the station execs were all infuriated by it. How could they not be? Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankai dragged Central TV's Spring Festival Gala into their crosstalk and insulted it, so how could the leaders be happy about it? Actually, I thought it was nothing. Teacher Zhang still knows his limits. If you listen to it carefully, the crosstalk was mainly aimed at Tang Dazhang and the crosstalk world, as well as their mass crosstalk performance that was planned for Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. As for Central TV's Spring Festival Gala event itself, he only made a slightly snide remark about it which didn't seem that much to me. It was still a snide remark. But Zhang Yi has created 2 Hallmark TV shows for Central TV that helped it regain the top position in the industry, and look at where that led. During The Voice, how did the station execs treat him? Weren't they turning on him by forcefully trying to take his copyright from him? Then what about during A Bite of China? They kept obstructing him back then, and even with the heaven-defying viewership ratings of A Bite of China now, none of the station execs gave him any acknowledgement or said anything good about Zhang Yi. They did not even invite him to join the Spring Festival Gala. Not only that, the Spring Festival Gala production team even released news that they would not consider him for future galas. What was the meaning of that? If that happened to anyone else, they wouldn't take it lying down either. To think that they wouldn't even allow Zhang Yi to make some remarks to vent his frustrations? Hi. We shouldn't poke our nose into some of these matters. Zhang Yi doesn't spare anyone with his comments either. If he just gives in sometimes and apologizes, things wouldn't get so tense and the situation wouldn't come to such a standstill. If he gave in, then he wouldn't be known as Zhang Yi. Yeah, that's right. Stop talking about this and let's go already. The admissions for the annual party will be starting soon. Let's go. I will surely win the laptop prize today. Haha. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the makeup was applied and everyone changed into their formal wear, everybody gathered at the entrance of the party venue before the doors opened for them to enter. The entire event was held at Central TV, where an internal department had opened up a place for everyone. It wasn't the venue that was used for the Spring Festival Gala, but was probably a secondary or backup location for it as it was a rather large area. Yan Tanfei arrived. Little Wang was helping Zhang Yi adjust his suit. Finally, a staff member ran up to them to inform them that it was the documentary channel's turn to enter. When Yan Tanfei gave his signal, everyone shuffled to the entrance of the venue with their passes hung around their necks. But suddenly, something happened. In this jubilant atmosphere, after 2 venue staff members noticed the documentary channel's staff, they were slightly taken aback and strode up to them and held out their hands to stop Zhang Yi. Sorry, please wait a moment. Then, they turned to Yan Tanfei and said, Director Yan, the station executives have instructed us just now that teacher Zhang Yi will not be allowed to attend this annual staff party. What? Bar Zhang Yi from attending? 862 You can't avoid seeing me today even if you want to. Chapter 862 You can't avoid seeing me today even if you want to at the entrance of the party venue. Many people were stunned. Yan Tanfei's face sank. What did you say? That staff member repeated, Teacher Zhang Yi will not be allowed to attend the annual staff party. Hakiki was extremely irritated by this. Why not? Zhang Zuo was also infuriated. Why can't our director Zhang attend? It's just something that the station heads have instructed. That staff member said, we're just following orders, so we don't know the reasons. Sorry about it, Teacher Zhang, but we'll be taking back your pass. Zhang Yi was amused by this. And if I were to insist on going in? Several of the staff members were startled. One of them said, about that. Zhang Yi calmly said, are you guys going to attempt to drag or carry me out? One of the other staff members had already subconsciously taken a step backwards. Who hadn't heard of the notorious Zhang Yi before? Yan Tanfei said loudly, get your manager out here. Actually, one of the managers of the venue this year was watching them all this time from not too far away. He knew that this issue would be tricky to handle, so he had chosen to hide away for the moment. But seeing that an argument was about to break out over here, he couldn't ignore it anymore and came over quickly. Old Yan, what's the matter? Why are you in such a bad mood? Yan Tanfei replied, what do you think? That manager said, I was also just notified a moment ago. Yan Tanfei's temper was very well known in Central TV. He did not intend to tone it down and was shouting loudly so that everyone around them could hear. You could have informed us at any time, but chose to do so when we were just about to enter the venue? Who are you guys trying to impress? Who are you trying to repress? That manager said, the instructions are from the station heads. I don't give a damn whose instructions those are. Yan Tanfei directly scolded, what is the meaning of doing something like this on such an occasion? Who are you trying to shame here? Is this how things should be handled? The manager said, Old Yan, why are you shouting at me? Yan Tanfei pointed at him. I will just shout at you as I like, so what? That manager was getting angry too and started arguing with Yan Tanfei at the entrance. With their shouting, everyone's attention was diverted to the incident. Many of the other department heads and staff had not entered the venue yet and were still gathered outside. They could see everything right in front of them. Even those Central TV staff who already went in had stuck their heads out to have a look when they heard the ruckus from inside. More and more people gathered to see the commotion. Director Zhang Naqian from Central TV Department 1. A deputy director from Central TV Department 5. Zhang Yuo from Central TV's Variety Channel. Everyone's attention turned to this incident at once. What happened? What is happening? Zhang Yi has been stopped outside the entrance. I heard that the station has instructed that he is not allowed to attend the event. It's the staff party today, and takes place only once a year. Surely they won't do that, right? Why not? Can't you see that they are almost fighting out there because of this? Ayo, looks like they really are. They're really not allowing Zhang Yi to attend the party? The staff were all whispering. Yan Tanfei roared, Old he, don't you play me for a fool. Little Zhang is the executive director and supervisor of Department 14's only program team, so why can't he go in? Ah. That manager said, "Are you saying that I'm making this up?" But at this moment, Zhang Yi surprisingly removed the pass around his neck and threw it with a grin to one of the staff. Then, he turned to Yan Tanfei and told him, "Director Yan, forget it. I'm not attending the party if they don't want me there. I can always go home and catch up on some sleep instead." However, Yan Tanfei exclaimed this is not going to be an issue. "Director Zhang, don't go." Hakiki was also getting impatient. "Right, Director Zhang. If you leave, we're leaving too. We'll just not attend the party together." "Fuck. Aren't you guys oppressing us like this?" The people from Department 14 were shouting and yelling. It wasn't that Zhang Yi was in a good mood today. With his character, if he met with such matters, he would have already taken it head-on by now. Zhang Yi wasn't afraid to tear a hole in the sky and take all responsibility for any fallout if it only affected himself. But as this incident was specifically targeted at Zhang Yi, and since his own program team along with Yan Tanfei also stood up for him, he knew that he shouldn't give them more trouble. However, Yan Tanfei grabbed Zhang Yi by his shoulder and stopped him from leaving. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was truly touched. With so many people standing up for him, there was no reason for Zhang Yi to take a step back anymore. Suddenly, a person appeared. An assistant of a deputy station head. That assistant also behaved rather self-importantly, talking loudly to the people around him as soon as he appeared. "Why are you all standing here and watching? The event is about to start soon. Hurry up and go inside." Only then did some of the staff start moving inside, though they walked in very slowly, turning back to look with every step they took as they were still curious about what would happen here. The assistant went up to the people of Department 14. "Director Yan, don't you know what occasion it is today? With so many people around, don't you think we should save some face for ourselves?" Yan Tanfei looked at him coldly and said, "If I save face for you, then who would save face for me?" The assistant said, "This decision was made by the heads during a meeting. The reasons for it were simple. First, Zhang Yi did not get consent from the station and participated in the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal at Beijing TV, which is against regulation. Second, as one of Central TV's staff, Zhang Yi insulted the production team of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and its performances, which is also against regulation. Considering that these two regulations were flouted, the station has meted out their punishment to Zhang Yi. His bonus for this month and last year's end-of-year bonus will be forfeited, as well as having his basic salary reduced by 1 grade. He will also be internally disciplined and barred from attending this end-of-year party. That's all. Salary reduction? Bonus is forfeited? This punishment was considerably harsh. Moreover, a lot of the people around also understood quite well that due to Abide of China, Zhang Yi's bonuses were definitely of a different grade than a normal staffer's bonuses. It was surely in the range of a 6-figure or even 7-figure sum. To anyone in any department, this was surely a sizable sum of money. Yan Tanfei was just about to say something. But Zhang Yi was already responding, "I have 3 points to raise too." The assistant looked at him. "What?" First off, Zhang Yi asked him, "Who are you?" Someone in the crowd couldn't hold it in and laughed. That assistant's expression suddenly changed. "Who am I? You don't know who I am?" That assistant felt intentionally slighted by Zhang Yi, but actually, Zhang Yi really did not know who he was. He could not even recognize most of the deputy station heads, much less an assistant of theirs. Zhang Yi said, "Second, my contract gives me the freedom to do whatever I want. I can participate in any performances at a provincial TV station's Spring Festival Gala without needing consent from anyone. No one has the right to interfere with that. Third, all crosstalk routines are fictitious, so if you wish to say that I was pointing out our organization, then I can't do anything about that either. But in the event that you insist that I was really insulting Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and some of its performances, then that would just be my way and technique to present my routine. If you think that those are problems, I would like to pose the question back at you. The production team of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and some of the performances along with the performers have slandered me on Weibo and other public, online channels before, so would those be considered as going against regulation as well? Should they be punished too? There's no reason that other people can't smear my name by making unfounded accusations against me, but I can't casually make some remarks during a fake performance, right? Isn't this what we call a double standard?" Before he had performed the routine called "I Want to Get on the Spring Festival Gala," Zhang Yi did not actually plan to use it for his fake performance at all. But with the continued scolding from the crosstalk world, and faced with criticism from some people at Central TV as well as their Spring Festival Gala production team's accidental leak that their event would never, ever invite Zhang Yi to perform at it, he finally decided to do that crosstalk performance. Having been trampled on publicly by all these people, He had no reason not to strike back. You can scold me, but I can't say anything about you. Do you think you are kings or something? That assistant said, I will repeat it again, this is the station's decision and whatever you say now does not matter to us. You are barred from attending the annual staff party. Yan Tanfai confronted, why was I not informed about the station's decision first? The assistant said stiffly, they might not have managed to inform you in time, but we're informing you of it now. Yan Tanfai replied, I am Zhang Yi's direct superior. You want to forfeit his bonuses? And discipline him too? Did you all even let me know about this beforehand? Did I agree to it? If I don't agree, then no one shall be allowed to forfeit little Zhang's bonuses. None of you have the authority to prohibit an exemplary employee from attending the annual staff party. He repeated loudly again, it doesn't matter whose instruction it is. If Zhang Yi was known to have the worst reputation in Central TV, then Yan Tanfai's was undoubtedly the second worst. A lot of the old-timers of Central TV knew about Yan Tanfai's temper and were not surprised by what he had just said. After all, it wasn't as if old Yan had never taken shots at the station heads before. In the crowd, there was a deputy director from Department 11 who was on rather good terms with Yan Tanfai. He was also the director who had allowed his department's HD video cameras to be loaned to them for the filming of A Bite of China. After listening for a while, Deputy Director Cha also spoke up, Assistant Hao, you shouldn't blame those from Department 14 for being so agitated. After all, this matter was indeed handled improperly. A Bite of China is currently the highest viewership-rated show in the country and has broken so many records, even winning the most prestigious award for documentaries. Director Zhang has to be credited for all that no matter what. On the issue of disciplinary actions, getting criticized in a circulation is fine, but those things must be kept separate and his contributions must still be rewarded, right? The Spring Festival is coming soon. Surely there's no need to bar Director Zhang from attending the annual staff party, is there? That would be too cold and unfeeling. Another department's supervisor at the back agreed, right, just how bad is this enmity that you're denying him from attending the annual staff party? You even resorted to chasing him away here, in front of everyone? Yan Tanfai did not have many friends, and Zhang Yi had even fewer. Therefore, only a few people from the middle and higher management who were in the crowd came forward to speak up for them, while the majority of the others tried to mediate the situation. A supervisor at Central TV Department 3 said, cut down on the arguing. This is difficult for everyone to witness. A head of the international channel said, Old Yan, teacher little Zhang, calm down, both of you. The heads are all in there. This argument won't lead to anything good either. Central TV Department 1's Director Zhang Naichi and Deputy Director Zhang Yuan also emerged from the venue. Zhang Naichi questioned, Old Yan, are you making light of the punishments meted out by the station? Yan Tanfai looked at him and said, what does it have to do with you? Even though Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was broadcast on Central TV Department 1, it had nothing much to do with Department 1. Each year, the Spring Festival Gala would have its own independent program team made up of staff from the different departments of Central TV. There were even some staff who were contracted from external agencies. With those words, Zhang Naichi was provoked. How can you speak in that manner? The punishments were already meted out, but you're all still arguing over it out here. They gradually started to argue again. The situation outside the venue of the annual staff party was getting out of control. At this moment, Deputy Station Head Zhu got wind of the situation and came out with a dark look on his face. What's going on? What are you all arguing for? Look at the time now. Why aren't you all going inside yet? Yan Tanfai said, it's not that we don't want to go in, it's just that we're not being allowed in. Deputy Station Head Zhu frowned. Who's not letting you in? Yan Tanfai declared, by not allowing little Zhang to attend the annual staff party, it's as good as not allowing all of us from Department 14 to attend the party. Hakiki said, right, we won't participate. Zhang Zuo shouted, wherever Director Zhang goes, we go. How unreasonable. We'll stick together with Director Zhang. Director Yan is right. By not letting Director Zhang enter, it's as good as not allowing us to enter. With those words from Yan Tanfai, everyone from Department 14 had a common enemy to stand up to. Everyone also felt very aggrieved about the situation. This was really oppressing them. From behind, another deputy station head came out and said expressionlessly, what are you all doing? What the hell are you all doing? Old Yan, you're a veteran of the station, but why is your thinking and awareness so lacking? Yan Tanfai said, indeed. My awareness is really lacking. Little Zhang has already been with Central TV for half a year now. I don't think I need to mention how well his shows like The Voice and A Bite of China have done, but look at what happened. He still keeps getting plotted against by people internally at the station. Getting suppressed from everywhere. He has credit but no rewards, and he's even getting punished in the end. When teacher Little Zhang was still with Central TV Department 1, I couldn't interfere. But now that Little Zhang is part of Department 14, I must definitely do something about it. Everyone could see that Yan Tanfei was totally infuriated today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said all that during such an occasion. Zhang Yi looked at them and said, "Actually, I'm fine with not attending this annual staff party. But it should not be handled this way. You are barring me from attending the event just because I made some satirical remarks about Central TV's Spring Festival Gala in my crosstalk routine? Alright then. It's fine that I get barred, but since that's how it is, then we have to apply the same standards to everyone. There should be a lot of people from the station who have discredited me before, or doubted and criticized a bite of China and our staff from Department 14. A lot of those people are also attending the annual party, right? Then I want all of them to come out right now. Every one of them should not be attending the party. Only then would it be fair, right? So get them out here now." "That's right. Why is it that others can scold us and get away with it? If there's a punishment, then everyone should get punished together. Why are you guys only targeting us from Department 14? What did we do? We've done our jobs well, but we're still in the wrong? Weren't there a lot of people who criticized us back then? I saw quite a few of them swaggering into the venue just now. But why are you excluding Director Zhang when it's his turn to enter?" The people of Department 14 were raging. Zhang Yi looked at that deputy station head and the others who were blocking him from entering the venue. "Don't stare at me that way. It was you who mentioned discrediting colleagues and sister channels first, so I just brought it up by the by." Saying this, he took out his cell phone and browsed through the Weibo archives one by one, naming people as he did. Chen Hefei, employee of Central TV Department 1, publicly insulted the works of Department 14 last December. Zhu Dong, employee of Central TV Department 1, comprehensively dismissed whole works of Department 14 and verbally attacked them. Wu Zia. Everyone looked at one another not knowing how to react. Some of those whose names were mentioned by Zhang Yi were standing in the crowd with ghastly expressions. When he finished naming people, Zhang Yi said, "So how would you guys deal with those employees?" No one answered him, no one could answer him at all. When it came to arguing, clearly none of those present were a match for Zhang Yi. The incident was getting blown up. Many of the station heads could no longer pretend like nothing was happening. At this moment, the venue entrance was full of people watching and not going inside the venue. With the situation playing out this way, someone had to step in for sure. If it was not properly handled, it might incur the collective dissatisfaction of Department 14. On such a grand occasion like the annual staff party, what would it look like if the director of the hottest performing Department 14 led his people to boycott? Refusal to enter the venue? This internal conflict was undoubtedly too big, and ignoring how the media would report it, the matter of who would take responsibility for this was the bigger question. Importantly, the current Department 14 was no longer the vulnerable Department 14 of the past. They were the department with the highest viewership-rated show in the entire country now. Shortly, another station head appeared. He pulled Yan Tanfei to the side and spoke with him. This station head was on closer terms with Yan Tanfei and had a better relationship with him than the others. Yan Tanfei did not speak to him impatiently, although his emotions still ran high. Deputy Station Head Shu took this opportunity to head back into the venue. Inside, several of the heads held an impromptu meeting. How should we handle this? Just chase Zhang Yi away. Who cares what he says? Do you think we can chase him off? The people at Department 14 are protesting very strongly against this, especially old Yan. That old Yan is getting too out of hand. The one who's most out of hand is Zhang Yi. He is even arguing against the decisions of the station? So what if we are punishing him? Do we still have to give him a reason? And still explain it to him? We should just ignore him. The production team of the Spring Festival Gala are discriminating against Zhang Yi because of that crosstalk. A few of the directors and planners have all come to complain about him. We have to appease those people's feelings too. Why are we barring him from attending the annual staff party? It's simply because there are many who do not want to see him. Even though the station head did not say it explicitly, his impression of Zhang Yi shouldn't be good either. No one wishes to spend the new year with this person giving off such an unsettling feeling. But what would happen if we don't allow him into the venue? Old Yan and the others from Department 14 are having none of it. This affair will get blown up and it'll no longer just be a problem of being unsettled anymore. Forget it, let's just allow Zhang Yi to attend the party. He won't be performing anyway, so long as he doesn't make trouble, it'll be fine. I suppose that's the only way for now. After about 5 minutes of discussion, the station finally relented and allowed Zhang Yi to attend the staff party. The atmosphere outside calmed down a little. And Yan Tanfei led his people in. Around them, many people were whispering. They still relented in the end. Fuck, I thought they would start a real fight. The station barred Zhang Yi from attending because they did not wish to see him on this joyous occasion. But that Zhang Yi doesn't seem to get it and still insists on attending? If I were him, I would have turned around and left. I wouldn't want to get hated on in such a way. That's why you can't be a celebrity. Zhang Yi is terrible too. He has the skill and talent, yet his relationships are so poor. They barred him from attending just so that they did not need to see him. This is a never-before-seen situation and a first-of-its-kind punishment meted out by Central TV. Only something like that can happen on Zhang Yi. As he passed by them, Zhang Yi's ears pricked up and he heard their whisperings. A lot of people do not wish to see me? Hey, Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed to a slit. You can't avoid seeing me even if you want to. This bro is definitely not going to let you all have any peace today. 863 winning 20 prizes in a row at the annual staff party's lucky draw. Chapter 863, winning 20 prizes in a row at the annual staff party's lucky draw. Everyone entered the venue. A soft and soothing piece of music was playing through the audio system. The venue for the annual staff party was very spacious as it was really a venue meant for galas. Only the audience's seating arrangement had been modified. At the moment, it was set with round tables and chairs. A rough estimate would put the numbers at around close to 30 tables, with each one holding up to 8 people. So there would be slightly more than 200 people present here today and the party could be considered rather grand. On both sides, there were even specially set up cameras recording the entire annual staff party, which was the grandest one to be held in recent years. Where are we sitting? This way, please. What about us from Department 3? Supervisor Zhu, Department 3's table is in the second row. The venue staff were leading the guests to their tables to get seated. When Yan Tanfei and Zhang Yi led their department in, a person rushed up to them and led them to the side. Department 14's table is over here, please come with me. In the end, they didn't have to walk far at all. That staff member had led them to the rightmost corner of the venue where a lone table stood. This position could only be described as isolated and far away from the stage. Even a person with good eyesight would not be able to see the faces of anyone on the stage clearly from here. They would see at most a blurred figure and would surely have to look at the big screen next to the stage to know clearly what was happening on stage. There was no placard on the table either. But very quickly, someone walked up from behind them and placed placards on 2 of the tables over here. They had clearly made a last-minute change to their department's seating location. Hakiki held in her anger and asked, "This is where we are going to be seated?" "Yes," coughed that staff member. "Are there no other tables?" Yan Tanfei's secretary asked with a dark expression. That staff member said, It's all been arranged and there's no spare tables left." Then he turned around and left. Yan Tanfei waved it off and said, "Let's sit down." Everyone took a seat and looked around them, looking extremely disgruntled. Their tables were surrounded by 2 walls. One of the walls was a solid wall, while the other was a doorway between the venue and an emergency exit. There was even wind coming into the venue from there that made it rather cold for them. Little Wang said angrily, "What kind of treatment is this?" Huang Dandan added, "This location is way too isolated. I know now that we're this unwelcome by the station." Wu Yi said unhappily. Zhang Yi said, "It's not you that they don't welcome, but me." They knew that Zhang Yi was speaking the truth. As the people at the station did not want to see him, they had decided to bar him from attending the annual staff party instead. Even though they had relented now and Zhang Yi was allowed to take part in the party, they didn't want him to enjoy it in comfort. It could be seen from the change of Department 14's table location to this isolated corner, placing them so close to the emergency exit as if this were the only way that they could keep him out of sight and out of mind. Yan Tanfei said, "Teacher Little Zhang, don't worry about the bonuses. Once the event is over, I will help you settle it. I dare them to forfeit your bonuses." Zhang Yi laughed, "It's okay, Director Yan." But Yan Tanfei said, "What's okay? Your year-end bonus alone already amounts to several 100,000 yuan. Yan Tanfei's secretary added, "That punishment itself is already unreasonable. It's really okay." Zhang Yi said, "Director Yan, I needed those words from you, but don't trouble yourself with it anymore. If they want to deduct the year-end bonus, let them do it. But they ought to know that it's not going to be that easy to take my money from me." Yan Tanfei was taken aback. "Oh?" Zhang Yi suddenly asked, "Oh yes, how will the lucky draw be held later?" Hakiki exclaimed, "Director Zhang, are you hoping to win something?" Zhang Yi laughed. "I was just asking. The chances are too low, especially for those grand prizes." Zhang Zuo shook his head continuously. Yan Tanfei's secretary had attended quite a number of these staff parties before and knew much better. It's just a normal lucky draw format. Everyone has a chance at winning and the draws are held between each performance. The computer will randomly select a winner to decide who wins the prize. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. The others thought that Zhang Yi was only casually asking about it and did not take it to heart. After a while, the tables beside them also got seated. One of the tables was for the International Channel, while the other was for the Agriculture Channel, but at least their table positions were located closer to the center than Department 14's table. When they saw Yin Danfei and Zhang Yi, those people looked a little odd and had complicated expressions on their faces. Based on Department 14's outstanding results for this past year, they should have been seated further to the front, yet they ended up being placed at a corner over here. As it could be seen, results were not everything that mattered in Central TV. What was more important was to follow in the same direction as the executives. Eh? Who was that? Someone from Central TV Department 5? There's a newcomer at the sports channel? How pretty. I've never seen her before either. I heard that her name is Yu Yinyi. She's the newly hired sports commentator and host for Central TV Department 5. She's a rather well-known personality online. Outside, everyone from Central TV Department 5 gradually arrived. Yu Yinyi was among them. When she came in, she immediately started to scan her surroundings. Her gaze fell on a table in the corner and she asked in a rather startled way to the colleague beside her, "Why are the people of Department 14 seated all the way over there?" That colleague gave a wry smile and said, "You were at the makeup studio earlier, so you did not see what happened. There was nearly a fight outside at the entrance just now and it's already quite a surprise that they let those people from Department 14 into the venue, much less be seated over there." Yu Yinyi immediately asked, "What happened?" "It's all because of that Zhang Yi." Her colleague explained the entire situation to her. After listening to it, Zhang Yi's old classmate was at a loss for words. In the past, Yu Yinyi often found out from the news and media how bad Zhang Yi's relationship with Central TV was, while Zhang Yi had also mentioned it himself before. However, as she had never seen it for herself, Yu Yinyi did not truly understand how bad it was. But now, she finally knew what it was like and realized that almost everyone at Central TV had very bad opinions of Zhang Yi. Hi, just how did this old classmate of hers survive in the industry all this while? As for Central TV, why would you people keep finding fault with someone who had produced 2 of the top viewership-rated television shows in the country and was also the host and executive director of those shows? And just how unpopular could Zhang Yi be to get barred from attending the annual staff party in this period of the Spring Festival? Across the way, Zhang Yi also spotted her. She was dressed in a long red gown today that looked very beautiful and made her stand out from the crowd. Slightly startled by her attendance, Zhang Yi realized that Yu Yinyi had finally joined the Central TV Sports channel officially. He took out his cell phone and texted her a message. "Zhang Yi, I saw you. Turn around and look at the last row." Very quickly, Yu Yinyi replied, "I already saw you earlier." "Zhang Yi, then why didn't you call out to me?" "Yu Yinyi, didn't you say to pretend to not know you?" "Zhang Yi, damn, and you seriously pretended to not know me?" "Yu Yinyi, that was necessary." "Zhang Yi." "Yu Yinyi, ha ha ha." Just as he was happily chatting with his old classmate, Zhang Yi suddenly and intuitively felt like he was being watched. He raised his head to look around and actually found some unfriendly gazes upon him. Central TV Department 1's Zhang Yuan was staring at him coldly. And so was Zhu Yiping. Of the 7 or 8 people at that table, more than half were looking with disgust at Zhang Yi, muttering some words seemingly discussing him. From their expressions, it didn't look like they were talking nice about him at all. There was also another table in the front row where some people were frowning and looking in the direction of Zhang Yi and Department 14's table. Those 2 tables generally consisted of staff from the Spring Festival Gala's production team. Zhang Yuan said, "How could they seriously allow him in?" Zhu Yiping said, "Who knows what the management is thinking? That Zhang Yi. I'm eternally against him." A planner of the Spring Festival Gala's production team said, "No one says things like how he says. Why did he scold our Spring Festival Gala show?" A female producer of the production team stated, "That crosstalk definitely went over the line. I believe that no one here today wants to see him around either." Someone said, "Didn't the Spring Festival Gala's production team already complain to the station heads about Zhang Yi? His bonuses for this year have been forfeited anyway, and even if that isn't much of a pinch to him, some justice has still been served." Another person said, "How is that considered as justice served? He should be fired outright. Stop talking about him already, it's affecting my mood." "Right, let's not mention that bastard." Actually, it wasn't only them who were discussing this. With all that commotion at the entrance earlier, who wasn't talking about it? Some of those who had arrived later and did not witness the incident quickly found out about it from others. At a table in the front row. This was the table where the station heads were seated. A staff member came to give them an update about the event proceedings. "Sir." Deputy Station Head Shu asked, "How's it going?" That person quickly replied, All the arrangements have been made. We've placed Zhang Yi all the way in the corner in the back row. Several of the station heads turned around to have a look. A deputy station head made a noise in acknowledgement. The station head will be here soon. He has also seen that Beijing TV Spring Festival Gala crosstalk and I heard that he was infuriated by it. So you better ensure that none of us will see Zhang Yi today. That person guaranteed, you definitely won't notice him. Oh, the station head is here. Go on and greet him. The station head stood up. Station head. Station head. The station head gestured with both hands to calm them down and said with a smile, take a seat, quickly. With the leader's arrival and the venue seated to capacity, the annual staff party officially began. There were 3 hosts taking charge of tonight's staff party, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the male hosts was Central TV Department 1's Chen Yi. Chen Yi said with a big smile, good evening to our leaders, and my fellow colleagues. The female host said while also smiling, welcome to the venue of this year's annual staff party. I am your host, Jiajia. The other male host said, I am Hao Dong. Chen Yi followed, and I am Chen Yi. Then they said in unison, we'd like to wish every one of you an early happy spring festival. Applause rang out from the audience. Jiajia said, next up, let's welcome the station head on stage to make a speech. The station head smiled and took the draft of his speech with him, walking slowly onto the stage. Welcome, everyone. Seeing everyone so spirited and vibrant, I feel very pleased. This year has been a brilliant year for Central TV as we have groomed so many talented staff and had many excellent TV shows emerge from our station. The results are very encouraging and for all to see. By this point, the people of Department 14 could not help but start whispering. Huang Dandan declared, aren't a majority of those excellent shows he's harping about produced by Director Zhang? Yeah. Little Wang spat with disgust, but so what? Director Zhang's year-end bonuses were forfeited and he nearly couldn't attend the staff party too. They even placed us all the way here in the back row. Tong Fu said, of this treatment, I really have no words to describe it. Chen Yi inadvertently glanced over to where Zhang Yi was from the stage and felt rather good about it. It was all because of a bite of China that Rise to the Dance was doing so badly in the viewership ratings even though it started off with good momentum. It was because of Zhang Yi's show that their viewership ratings had been siphoned away, so how could the Rise to the Dance program team not hate him? Seeing the supposed hero that was Zhang Yi being relegated to a table in the corner, Chen Yi understood the station's attitude about this issue. A lot of people could also see this clearly. No matter how capable Zhang Yi was, he would not command an important position in Central TV. Zhang Yi frustrated people every day at Central TV so much that even the station heads could not bear to see him. You have offended the station heads. Offended Central TV Department 1. Offended the Spring Festival Gala production team. How could you still survive then? You can't redeem yourself anymore. On the stage, the station head's speech was almost over. Throughout, whether it was praise, recognition, or specific mentions of outstanding employees, he did not bring up Zhang Yi's name whatsoever. Following that, another station executive gave a speech on stage. It was the same as earlier, with Zhang Yi's name not being mentioned. It was as though everyone was purposely avoiding his name and did not want anything to do with him. The performance segment of the annual staff party officially started after that. Chen Yi announced, for the first act, we have a tap dancing performance by Central TV Department 1. Applause thundered. The opening dance began. Wow, it's quite good. Haha, even old Sun is participating? They're dancing quite well. Great. Everyone in the audience was laughing and cheering. This was what the annual staff parties were like. Many of the performances were not too professional and were full of mistakes. But since it was held in the company of colleagues, it made it very interesting to watch, and the staff participation was also very strong. Amid the warm applause, the tap dancing performance ended. The station heads were also laughing and clapping, nodding in approval. Central TV Department 1's director Zhang Naku said with a laugh, we're not too bad, right? Beside him, another department's director said, not bad at all. The kids rehearsed a month for that, Deputy Director Zhang Yuan remarked. At this moment, the hosts reappeared on stage. Jiajia, the female host, laughed pleasantly and announced, alright, next up is the segment that everyone has been waiting for. It's time for the lucky draw. We'll be holding them after each performance. There are limited prizes, so let's see who has the best luck. Right. The male host smiled and said, so let's have a look at the first round of lucky draw prizes. Please look over to the big screen next to the stage. On the big screen, the image of a bunch of prepaid gift cards appeared. The female host said in astonishment, wow, they are prepaid gift cards for an online shopping site. The male host said, each prepaid gift card has a value of 500 yuan and there are 20 cards to be won. It will be a one-time draw, so let's see who can be the luckiest. Over to you, old Chen. Chen Yi smiled and said, alright, leave it to me then. Chen Yi was already standing in front of a computer off on the side of the stage. This was today's lucky draw equipment, with the computer randomly picking out the prize winners. The system's interface was shown on the big screen as well. Everyone in the audience was getting very excited. It's finally starting. It's mine, it's mine, it's all mine. There's a value of 500 yuan in it, that's already quite a sum. Yeah, this year's entry-level prizes are already at such high quality? Then the prizes later will be even better for sure. I'm so looking forward to it. Let me win one of those cards. I didn't get anything at all in last year's lucky draw. At Department 14's table, Hakiki said, it's time for a showdown of luck. Little Wang and a few others who were still annoyed by the earlier incidents were not paying much attention to the prizes. Zhang Zuo seethed, we're really down on our luck today. I doubt we'll win anything. Yan Tanfei was not too concerned with it either. He was still figuring out how he should fight for Zhang Yi's bonuses, as he knew that Zhang Yi would not take this lying down just like he wouldn't. Only Zhang Yi did not say a word and looked like he was tapping at something in midair. No one seemed to understand what he was doing. Hakiki and the others looked at Director Zhang strangely for a while and then focused back on the stage. Game ring, merchant shop. Lucky halo, upgraded, activate. Zhang Yi did not hesitate at all and carried out a series of actions. He looked at his reputation points decreasing and did not even blink. Ever since the last time his reputation points were depleted, Zhang Yi had not used his game ring much. He had been amassing his resources and accumulating his reputation points all this while. After a long time, his popularity kept increasing and his reputation points right now had reached a terrifying amount. It was very high and more than enough to satisfy his usage requirements. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. His reputation points were deducted at an alarming rate of 100,000 points per second. Near the wings of the stage, Chen Yi was already pressing the lucky draw activation button with a big smile. Alright, let's begin. The 20 screen slots were activated, with each one representing the lucky draw prize winners. At this moment, the images that were flashing across each prize slot were photos and names of the staff. In the third slot, Hakiki's staff photo and name flashed by for a split second before changing to someone else's. The 20 lucky draw slots were independent of each other, therefore each photo and name that flashed in each one was different from the others. The sequence was fully randomized. Everyone's attention was focused on the big screen. Chen Yi held up his microphone and asked, shall we invite the heads to call for when to stop the sequence? The female host laughed. Then we must surely invite our station head to call for the first lucky draw prize. The station head smiled and picked up a microphone. Let's take turns calling to stop the sequence. Let me do it first then. Looking at the big screen, he gently said, okay, stop. Chen Yi immediately hit the stop button. The first winner of the prepaid gift card was drawn. But when they saw that it stopped at Zhang Yi's photo, a lot of people were somewhat stunned by it. PFFT. Why did it turn out to be him? Yu Yinyi was amused by this and covered her mouth as she laughed. Both Hakiki and Little Wang also burst out laughing in unison. Yan Tanfei couldn't help but laugh as well. The people of Department 14 were all laughing. The first photo and name that appeared on the big screen was Zhang Yi. Zhang Zuo laughed loudly and lauded, Director Zhang, congratulations. A good start, it's a good start. Yan Tanfei's secretary also congratulated him. Chen Yi's face darkened and wondered how it could be so coincidental. Why did this guy pop up the more they did not wish to see him? That was what the other Central TV staff were thinking too. It was too much of a coincidence, but when they thought about it, even though the chances of winning were slim, it was still much better than the lottery. There were only a few hundred of them here today, so the probability of winning was definitely there, but it just coincidentally ended up with Zhang Yi winning it. Zhang Nakshan shook his head, what dog shit luck. The Spring Festival Gala production team were also frowning and speechless at this. The station head looked at the big screen and did not say anything and just handed the microphone to the deputy station head beside him. That deputy station head then proclaimed at once, stop. Chen Yi reacted a moment later and immediately hit the stop button. The second prepaid gift card had a winner at that moment, but when the photo was displayed on the big screen, everyone was dumbfounded again. Holy shit. Why was it still Zhang Yi? How could there be so much of a coincidence? The deputy station head who had just called to stop the sequence was also stunned. He unconsciously handed the microphone over to the next deputy station head. Deputy station head Zhu took the microphone and said, stop. Chen Yi pressed the stop button. It was still Zhang Yi's photo. Another station head said, you can press stop now. The fourth slot also showed its result. Zhang Yi's photo was once again displayed there on the large screen. Stop. Zhang Yi. Stop. Zhang Yi. Alright, stop. It was still Zhang Yi. The station heads took turns and consecutively shouted stop 20 times. Chen Yi also pressed stopped consecutively 20 times. Under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, the first batch of 20 prepaid gift cards were all won by Zhang Yi. With this, no one could manage a laugh anymore. Not even the people at Department 14's table could do so, as they all stared at Zhang Yi with their mouths agape. What the fuck? What the hell happened? How could your luck be so damn good? The station heads' expressions were all looking much worse than the last. The people over at the Spring Festival Gala production team's tables also turned slightly green with anger. Motherfucker. You actually won all 20 prizes? How many drugs did you inject before you came out today? 864 winning 40 prizes in a row. Chapter 864, winning 40 prizes in a row. An uproar broke out at the annual party's venue. The employees were whispering to one another as everyone was stunned by the results of the lucky draw. Zhang Yi's on a crazy streak. He should have at least left one for us. His luck is too scary. It's too amazing. This is the fucking first time that I've seen someone winning 20 prizes consecutively at this event. What's the probability of achieving something like that? Fortunately, these prizes are not really considered big. Yeah, there are still many prizes up for grabs later. Did something go wrong with the system? That might be possible. PFFT, why do I feel like laughing? Me too. Just look at the expressions of those people on the Spring Festival Gala production team. Their faces are as dark as the bottom of a pot. The more they don't wish to see Zhang Yi, the more Zhang Yi appears swaying in front of them. He even managed to appear on the big screen 20 times. You know, Zhang Yi nearly could not participate in the party because of everyone's complaints about him. Over there. Zhang Nake said in a low voice, what the heck is going on? I don't know. Zhang Yuan said angrily, why is it all him? Zhu Yipeng from the Spring Festival Gala production team cursed. What an inexorable fellow. You can't even leave people in peace during an annual staff party. Why is it all you? Over at the head's table. Deputy Station Head Zhu immediately asked, did something go wrong? When another deputy station head saw the station head's expression, he was afraid that the station head would fly into a rage, so he immediately said, get a technician to take a look and settle it quickly. On the stage, the female host coughed and said, looks like Teacher Zhang is on a roll today. I've never seen anyone win so many prizes consecutively after hosting so many annual parties. The male host said, I suppose there was some system malfunction. Chen Yi asked, then would the results be counted? This question was asked in a slightly devious manner. When many of the Central TV staff in the audience heard that, they naturally echoed along with that opinion. That's right, it shouldn't be counted. The system is faulty, so we should restart the draw. Let's do a redraw. Yeah, let's do it over again. The system malfunctioned, so it was an unfair draw earlier. Redraw. With Chen Yi suggesting the possibility, coupled with the attitude towards Zhang Yi by people like the station heads, Central TV Department 1, as well as most of the Spring Festival Gala production team, those factors contributed to everyone joining in to protest against the results, as those who did not win naturally hoped to have another chance at the draw. The Spring Festival Gala program team staff also said, let's do a redraw. However, the staff of Department 14 could not accept this. Hakiki shouted, you can still change the results after the draw is over? This is the first time I've heard of something like this. Zhang Zuo immediately became furious. What is the meaning of this? Little Wang cried out, are you guys bullying us? You're bullying us, right? Tong Fu shouted, if that's the case, what the hell are you holding a lucky draw for? You can redraw after the results are decided, and if the draw results do not suit your desired outcomes, you can also redraw again? Then you might as well specify the prize winners beforehand. You can just give the prizes to whomever you like. We should just stop having a lucky draw. Yan Tanfai's expression turned cold as he looked up to the stage. Everyone was waiting for the station head's decision. The station heads began to discuss. Because of this system malfunction, the annual party was delayed for several minutes and caused an awkward silence on stage. Zhang Yi sneered in his mind but did not show it on his face. Perhaps not wanting to hold a discussion for too long, or perhaps they considered that it was not worthwhile to mess up the entire annual party's proceedings over Zhang Yi's matter. They felt that it was unnecessary to cause any further delay over 20 prepaid gift cards of 500 yuan each, totaling only 10,000 yuan. The station heads made a decision, and one of the heads nodded in the direction of the stage. He signaled with his hand indicating that the draw result was valid. Chen Yi's lips twitched a little and he could only announce reluctantly, will the winner come on stage to receive the prizes? Zhang Yi smiled as he turned his head and said, Little Wang? Little Wang immediately stood up. Okay, I will go and collect the prizes. Danzō said, "That's right, how could they even think of avoiding the outcome?" Hakiki said, "They only dare to say that because it was Director Zhang who won it. If the people from the Spring Festival Gala production team won it, I don't believe anyone would dare to ask whether the results were counted or not." Wu Yi said, "What sort of people are they? The system malfunctioned and you are blaming it on us?" The female host announced, "The next performance will be a group song performed by the Central TV Finance Department. Everyone, please give them a round of applause." With this minor incident over, everyone enthusiastically applauded and did not seem to take it to heart. In any case, the system malfunction would only happen that one time and there were still many other, bigger prizes coming up. Little Wang returned from collecting the prizes with a handful of prepaid gift cards. "Director Zhang, here." Zhang Yi did not take it and said, "Everyone, take one each." Little Wang exclaimed, "Is that appropriate? Just help yourselves to it." Zhang Yi smiled generously. Little Wang giggled. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." "Thank you, Director Zhang." "Then I'll take one also and not stand on ceremony with Director Zhang." Huang Dandan smiled as she took a prepaid gift card from the stack. The others did not make a move for them. Hakiki said, "Leave me out." Since they did not want it, Zhang Yi didn't persuade them. He just kept the remaining cards for himself and placed them on the side. Zhang Zuo smiled and said, "Although it was a system malfunction, it's still a winning start. It's a good omen. Look at our Director Zhang's luck." Tong Fu gave a big thumbs up. "It's so awesome." Yan Tanfei also laughed. "By winning these 20 prizes, do you know how much misery you have caused to the people here?" Zhang Yi said, "Is that so?" Yan Tanfei said with a laugh, "You'll know when you see their expressions." Zhang Yi had temporarily stopped the Lucky Halo's usage when the lucky draw was done. Actually, if the value were to be weighed, then the amount of reputation points that Zhang Yi consumed was clearly too precious for that and could not be measured by money. The consumption rate of the Lucky Halo, upgraded, was very high and not a small figure at all. Furthermore, what he got in return at the end were merely 20 prepaid gift cards with a total value of 10,000 yuan. This did not seem like it was worth it after all. Needless to say, this was a losing deal for sure. However, Zhang Yi did not think of it that way. To him, there were some things that he definitely needed to do and some faces that he definitely had to smack. The more the others did not want to see him, the more this guy wanted them to see him. This was the happiest and most enjoyable thing to Zhang Yi. He had always been a man who had risen above vulgar interests. His concept of something interesting was quite different from most people. The more unhappy that others felt, the more happy he would be. Therefore, could happiness be measured by money? It couldn't. He wouldn't feel a pinch no matter how many reputation points he needed to spend. The singing on stage was surging with emotion. "Let's shout together. Let's move forward together." It was an extremely popular military anthem of this world. The people from the finance department probably rehearsed it many times as they were very synchronized and also sang quite well too. It garnered great applause from those in the audience who also joined in the singing with wide grins. Off in the wings of the stage, the technicians were tinkering with the computer system. Chen Yi watched from the side. "How is it?" One of the technicians said, "It's almost fixed." Chen Yi urged, "Hurry up, the performance will be ending soon." That technician said, "The parameters were likely not set properly, let me reset it." When the performance ended, the system was fixed as well. They had managed to fix it just in time. There definitely won't be problem this time. The technician even tested it a few times to make sure that there were no problems. The results from the testing were all different and did not point to the same person. Chen Yi nodded and signaled to the other two hosts that he was ready over here. The curtains were drawn. The hosts reappeared on stage. The female host said with a bright smile, "Next, it's time for the much-anticipated lucky draw segment again." The male host looked at the screen and said, "Alright, let's take a look at the prizes for the second round draw." The screen was already showing an image. "Oh, I believe Jia will definitely love this prize." It was cosmetics. An entire set of cosmetics and skincare products. The set consisted of a facial cleanser, facial cream, eye gel, CC cream, mascara, etc. It definitely wasn't cheap. The female host said in anticipation, "These prizes are for us ladies, so if you win, please remember to give it to me." The male host laughed. "I can't do that. I'll be giving it to my wife instead." "Just look at how stingy this person is," the female host observed. Everyone laughed. The female host said, "Then I can only hope that I have the luck to win it." The male host said, "There are a total of 20 sets, so everyone will have their chance. Now, let me hand the microphone to old Chen." Chen Yi took over the hosting. He smiled at the audience and said, "Next, I will still be overseeing the lucky draw segment. The previous system malfunction has been fixed by our technicians, so, Everyone, please don't worry that the system will go wrong again. After pausing for a while, he pointed at the screen and said, just to mention, the prizes for this round were suggested by Deputy Station Head Shu's wife. We also want to thank her for giving so many suggestions for the prizes tonight. Deputy Station Head Shu, sitting in the audience, smiled. Some of the female staffers were already getting very excited. Wow, this set of cosmetics is a very reputable brand. Everyone says that this brand is very good. Yeah, but it's rather expensive and I could never bear to buy it in the past. A set like this will cost at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, right? This is just the smaller package, so it only costs around 3,000 or 4,000 yuan each. If it's the big version, it will cost around 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. Deputy Station Head Shu's wife definitely knows her products well. I like this set of cosmetics. It's mine, it's mine. Get lost, I'll definitely win it. I want to give a set to my wife too. That's right. I remember that a few months ago my wife told me she wanted to buy a set of this brand's cosmetics, but she could not bear to get it as it was too expensive. Not only the women, even the men at the venue were all eager and excited. The second round of the lucky draw prizes were truly the bigger prizes of the night. Just one set alone would cost several grand. Over at Department 14's table, Little Wang's eyes lit up. I like this. I like this. I've been waiting for this prize since the start, Huang Dandan said with excitement. Too bad there's only 20 sets to go around. I wonder if I can win it. Hocus pocus. Grant me a set, please. Hakiki said amused, then you have to look for Director Zhang. Huang Dandan chuckled. Sister Ha, wasn't it due the system malfunction earlier? I also would like to look to Director Zhang for this, but I think all his luck has already been used up. Hakiki said, that's true. Wu Yi joked, who knows if system will malfunction again. Off at the side of the stage, Chen Yi had already hit the activation button to start the lucky draw. Just like before, the staff photos started flashing incessantly in the 20 lucky draw slots on the big screen. Ah, that's my picture. I saw mine too. It was just flashing across. If only it had stopped there just now. Everyone's emotions were lifted higher and higher. As no one else other than Zhang Yi had won in the first round, everyone's expectations of winning a prize in this round naturally became greater. Chen Yi looked towards the station head's table. Sir, please. The station head gave a half smile and then looked next to himself. I'll leave it to you all. A station executive said, this is a prize chosen by Old Shu's wife, so why don't you go first? Alright then. I'll call for the first winner. Deputy Station Head Shu looked at the big screen and purposely waited for a while before shouting, alright, you may stop now. Chen Yi immediately hit the button. Let's see who the first lucky winner is. The result of the first lucky draw slot was out. A photo appeared boldly in that slot. When Chen Yi saw the photo, he immediately showed a shocked expression. Deputy Station Head Shu was dumbfounded. Zhang Naiqing and Zhang Yuan were dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Central TV Department 5's Yu Yinyi could not help but laugh again. PFFT. Little Wang screamed, Ayo, what is this? Huang Dandan was also shocked. Zhang Zuo was stunned and said, this. Wu Yi said with a dumbfounded look, holy shit, it's Director Zhang again. The first prize of the second round went to Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi laughed as he said, looks like my luck today is pretty good. Yan Tanfei also looked at him in a speechless manner and then shook his head. He laughed to himself for a long time, finding it all too comical. Zhang Yi was clearly the most unwelcome and unwilling to be mentioned person at the venue. When the heads were giving their speeches up on stage, they did not even want to mention his name and the names of the shows The Voice and A Bite of China. It was obvious what kind of attitude they had for Zhang Yi. But look at what happened. During the lucky draw, Zhang Yi was chosen over and over again as his photo kept coming up on the big screen. This was too much of a mockery. Chen Yi felt a sense of restlessness from his pent-up feelings. All the station heads looked at each other in shock. Damn, just what the hell is happening? Why is it this bastard again? This guy's luck is too damn amazing. Out of the few hundred people here, why was he the first winner who got chosen again? The two male and female hosts were also in disbelief on stage. This silence lasted for about 20 seconds until the next station head called to stop the draw for the next prize. Everyone believed that the system had been fixed and that this was probably just a coincidence. They did not believe that he could possibly go on to win another 20 prizes again. That would be bullshit. Deputy Station Head Li, stop. Chen Yi hit the button. The photo appeared Zhang Yi. Everyone was stunned. Deputy Station Head Qi, stop. Zhang Yi. Deputy Station Head Zhao, stop. Zhang Yi. Chief Chen said, stop. Zhang Yi. Everyone. The results for the 20 prizes were revealed. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. It was all Zhang Yi. Just like the first round, Zhang Yi had swept up all 20 prizes in the second round for himself. With this, even the station head was not looking too good anymore. Deputy Station Head Zhu was infuriated. Several of the station heads had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Fuck. What is going on? What the fuck is going on? The people in the audience went totally silent. The central TV staff stared blankly at the big screen as 10,000 strings of fuck you flashed across their eyes. Why? Why was him again? Didn't the system get fixed already? How did it still turn out like this? Heavens. What is happening? This. Fuck, not even a single prize was left for us to win. Your sister, what the heck is going on here? Could it be that Zhang Yi's luck is really that good? He could even win 40 times in a row at a randomized lucky draw? Luck your grandpa. How could this be a matter of luck? Even if he saved the entire world from destruction in his previous life, he shouldn't have such good karma. 40 prizes. He has already won 40 prizes consecutively. Are there any other names in the pot other than Zhang Yi's for this lucky draw? Before the results were determined, the flashing of those names on screen suggested that it was a proper draw, so why did only one name appear when the sequence was stopped? The surrounding 7 or 8 cameramen who were responsible for the recording the event were trembling in fear. It was insane. Could it get even any more insane than that? Everyone on stage and in the audience were silent. At this moment, they could only hear a familiar voice speaking in the last row. Zhang Yi looked at his assistant as he smiled and said, "Little Wang, please go and collect the prizes." Little Wang said, "Ah." Zhang Yi said, "We won the draw." "Got it." Little Wang stifled her shock and quickly walked to the front. "Where are the prizes, Director Zhang Wan?" "Chen Yi." Little Wang repeated, "Go on and hand it to us." Chen Yi said angrily, "There are still some problems with the system." The prizes. Little Wang had been Zhang Yi's assistant for some time now and her temper had been influenced for the worse. She did not care who Chen Yi was and just said bluntly, "It's your problem that the system has problems. I only know from the lucky draw results that Director Zhang is the winner of the prizes. The 20 sets of cosmetics and skincare products, it's these, right? I'll be taking it away then." Saying that, Little Wang dipped down and picked up a box from the prize rack without waiting for anyone to answer her. Huang Dandan followed closely behind and picked up another box. Wu Yi went to take the third and fourth boxes, carrying 2 by himself. Under everyone's gazes, the 20 sets of cosmetics packed inside 4 boxes were taken away by the people of Department 14. Everyone was staring at them with all kinds of expressions. Deputy Station Head Zhu's hand was slightly trembling. Chen Yi was cursing in his heart. The people from the Spring Festival Gala production team had gone over to the station head's table to protest. 2 assistant directors took the lead and raised their doubts at the results. They were questioning if there was a problem with the system that ran the lucky draw sequence. Several of the central TV technicians were sweating profusely as they went onto the stage to retest the equipment. How did that happen? It shouldn't be like this. But it does not appear to have a problem at all. Why did it always pick the same person to win then? It's not like it's impossible, but that probability is way too low. Let's restart it and try again. The female host immediately rescued the situation by announcing the start of the next performance. The curtains were drawn back up and the performance began. Zhang Yi opened up a box immediately after he got the prizes. He did not care about what the others thought nor bothered about the angry stares from the surroundings. He directly took out a few sets of the cosmetics and skincare products to give them away to his female colleagues. "Here, it's for all of you, just take it." Little Wang was overjoyed. "Ah, thank you, Director Zhang. Director Zhang is the greatest." Huang Dandan laughed heartily as she took a set and hugged it in her arms. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Sister Ha." Ha Kiki coughed several times before saying, "I didn't need the prepaid gift cards, but I will not stand on ceremony with you for the cosmetics." She took a set for herself as well. Zhang Yi added, "Director Yan, why don't you take a set for your wife?" Yan Tanfei smiled and said, "It's all right. She doesn't usually put on makeup anyway." After taking some time to give out the prizes, he was left with about a dozen sets or so. Then, Zhang Yi just casually put the boxes aside. Through that all, a majority of the people present had been looking at Zhang Yi. Nobody was even paying attention to what was being performed on stage at this moment. A few older employees marveled at the series of events. That's who Zhang Yi is. No matter where he goes, he always stands out. He is the focus of everyone's attention and no one can hold back that splendor of his. He's such a godly person. How on earth did he manage to do that? Who knows? I only know one thing. All of this is too damn face-smacking. That's right, the station heads even had a disciplinary meeting earlier to bar him from participating in the annual party, but that did not work and they had to place him at a corner table instead. But so what? Even though he was banished to the corner, he's still making everything circle around him. Everyone was running in circles around him. He is truly deserving of the nickname of face-smacking Zhang. Look at how the people from the Spring Festival Gala production team are blowing up over the matter. As someone who has fought a lawsuit with Central TV before, insulted the Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, and was even avoided by the station heads, he somehow managed to win 40 of the prizes that were meticulously thought out for the Central TV annual party. How is that just face-smacking? It seems like their faces were bashed so hard that they got swollen. There's such a strange aura surrounding Zhang Yi today. You make it sound as if he was normal in the past. Fuck, indeed. He has always been such an abnormal person all the while. There's no logical way to explain all his deeds. This was also the first time that Yu Yinyi, Zhang Yi's old classmate from Media College, had witnessed his glory firsthand. She was astonished by it and felt that her old classmate was really a little too awesome. If it were anyone else who won this many prizes, they would probably not dare to go and collect the prizes. It was more likely that they would take the initiative to ask if there was a malfunction with the equipment. But Zhang Yi? He directly instructed his assistant to go and receive the prizes. This was what was truly awesome about it. By saying that, he was basically smacking the faces of a lot of people from Central TV. Other than Zhang Yi, who else would dare to say such words at the Central TV annual party? Other than Zhang Yi, who would dare to cause such a mess at the Central TV annual party? In the entire entertainment industry, there was really no one else who had such an aura and charisma. All sorts of discussions were going on at the venue. However, Yu Yinyi turned a deaf ear to her surroundings as she lowered her head and took out her cell phone. With a wry smile, she texted Dong Shanshan, "Shanshan, I finally witnessed Zhang Yi's awesomeness today." Dong Shanshan replied very quickly, "Has something happened again?" "Yu Yinyi, I'm attending the annual staff party right now and a lot of things have happened." Dong Shanshan, it's not like this is the first time you've heard of his awesomeness. Yu Yinyi, even though I knew about it previously, I never expected that he would be more awesome than what they mentioned on the news before. You aren't here and did not see the looks on those station heads. Those brothers' faces all turned so green that they looked even greener than a cucumber. 865 Winning Endlessly. Chapter 865, Winning Endlessly. This is too ruthless. This is too cruel. Do you intend to fucking win all the prizes? Those were the thoughts going through the minds of many Central TV employees at the moment. An emergency meeting was called on the spot at the party venue. Is the system working properly? If it goes on like this, what's the point of organizing a lucky draw? Could the system be hacked by someone? Hurry up and figure out what went wrong. Then will the prizes that were given out earlier still be counted? If not, should we recollect them? They have already taken the prizes away. How can we still recollect them? I suggest that we change the lucky draw regulations. Those who have won a prize before will have their names removed from the list and won't be considered for the next draw. It's too late to change that now. Zhang Nation, Zhang Yuan, and some of the directors of the Spring Festival Gala production team also came over to discuss. In light of the situation, many of the heads' faces did not look too good. To them, if it were anyone else winning those 40 prizes, even if they were swept up by a single winner, it would have been fine and they would not be bothered by it. But why did it have to be Zhang Yi of all people? Why must it be this person who irked them the most and was a constant headache to them? Many of the heads started to give their suggestions. Chen Yi also came forward to suggest a rotten idea. His plan was full of ill intent. I feel that it's unfair to let Zhang Yi win all the prizes and cause the others not to have a chance to participate. Everyone will surely object to that, so why don't we just void the earlier results and replace the system to do the redraw so that everyone will stand a chance to win a prize? This is also a way of being responsible to everyone. Looking at the bigger picture, I believe Zhang Yi and the others of Department 14 will definitely understand the decision. They would understand? Deputy Station Head Shu glanced at Chen Yi. Yan Tanfei and Zhang Yi had the worst temper in the whole of Central TV and you expect that they would understand? Don't be nonsensical. If that happens, we can't imagine what will happen. This year's annual party was chaotic enough, yet you still seem to think that there's not enough trouble? Although Deputy Station Head Shu was extremely annoyed, he did not agree with Chen Yi's proposal. The discussions reached a deadlock over here. Basically, every company would conduct their annual party's lucky draw events in different ways. Some smaller companies might just pick out balls with the names of each employee written on them that were placed inside a box. As long as someone won a prize, that ball would be taken out of the pool and would not be included for the next draw after that. Some companies might also use computers to run their lucky draw system and limit each person's chance to winning only one prize. But in this world, Central TV's annual staff parties did not have this limitation, possibly because they had more employees and the probability of winning was much lower. Therefore, the chances for someone to win twice, thrice, or even 4 times was almost non-existent. As such, the lucky draw had always been held with the same regulations and had never been changed before. If the lucky draw regulations were to be suddenly changed at this moment, wouldn't that look a little too intentional and reflect badly on them? Moreover, this sort of regulation change would require a change to be implemented into the computer software, and no one knew whether there was enough time to make the necessary changes to the software at the last minute. The performance on stage was coming to an end. Over at Department 14's table, Little Wang kept looking at the front row. It looks like they want to take back the prizes. They can still do that even after it's been given out? Huang Dandan stared forward angrily. Tong Fu said, if it were a station exec who won 40 prizes consecutively, they would definitely not take back the prizes. I suppose they may even flatter the exec by remarking that he has really good luck or something. But that's not be the case for Director Zhang. Didn't you guys witness the station's attitude toward Director Zhang earlier? So they just might do anything that they think is right. Hakiki looked at Zhang Yi. Director Zhang? However, Zhang Yi did not mind. It did not matter to him whether the prizes were taken back or not. The reason that he was sitting here today was just to smack faces. He was here just because he wanted to cause trouble for this group of people. The performance ended. At this moment, the technicians suddenly exclaimed. We've found the issue. We've found it. So it was due to the built-in parameters that had a conflict. No wonder. The parameters had been reset just now. Chen Yi went up to them anxiously and asked, can it be fixed? That technician nodded and said, yes, it will be fixed immediately. Zhang Nake said with a dark expression, what's wrong with you all? The annual staff party is such an important event and you didn't check properly in advance? And only managed to find the problem after the lucky draw has been held for 2 rounds? An assistant director of the Spring Festival Gala production team said coldly, hurry up and fix it. The technician replied, yes, it will be done very soon. A secretary reported this to the station heads. The problem has been identified. Deputy Station Head Shu heaved a sigh of relief as they finally found the root of the problems. If this situation continued, their group of leaders and Central TV would have totally lost all their face. The male and female hosts on stage were also updated with the news. The female host said with a professional smile, everyone, please wait a few more minutes. Our system technicians have identified the problem in the lucky draw software and they'll have it fixed very soon. The male host gave a smile to warm up the atmosphere and said, how scary. So it was really a problem with the software instead. The female host smiled and said, yeah, it also gave me a scare. I was still wondering why Director Zhang had such heaven-defying luck. I nearly wanted to acknowledge him as my teacher. Why do you want to acknowledge him as your teacher? The male host asked. The female host replied, to rub off on some of Director Zhang's luck of course. I will no longer need to work and can just stay at home to play the lottery. The male host was amused. You must be daydreaming. Everyone laughed. The station heads also couldn't help but laugh at that. The relaxed atmosphere came back immediately. So that's the reason. There was a problem with the software. They have finally found the error. I knew it. How could that possibly be down to luck? There's definitely not going to be any problems this time, right? Then will the earlier results still be counted? Should we have a redraw? I'm pretty sure that will be quite difficult. Forget it, the prizes only get better and better, so I don't really care about the prizes that were given out earlier. I guess there won't be any redraws then. How can we still do a redraw when the prizes have already been given out? Bring it on. This time it's really going to depend on luck. It looks like the next prize is going to be a cell phone. Wow, this is good. It's exactly what I was waiting for. Bless me with a blast of good luck. The technicians finally resolved the issue. Everyone was no longer terrified after finding out about the reason. Everybody was once again eagerly anticipating the lucky draw prizes with excitement. Yu Yinyi was also relieved when she found out the reason. Yan Tanfei, Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and company also laughed when they finally understood the reason behind Zhang Yi's consecutive wins. Yan Tanfei's secretary said to Zhang Yi with a smile, actually, shouldn't the system malfunction that kept displaying Director Zhang's name be considered a kind of luck as well? A minute later. The technicians were sweating profusely. It's done. It's been repaired. Another technician said, we can restart the lucky draw now. Chen Yi asked, did you recheck it? Yes, we did. That person said, it will definitely work this time. After the female host on stage had a short exchange with the team off stage, she immediately said, alright, sorry to have kept you all waiting. The problem has completely been resolved. Thank you to our colleagues from the technical department, you've worked hard. The male host smiled and said, let's have a look at the big screen. I believe that many of us have been waiting this round's prizes. The big screen showed an image of the prize. It was a cell phone. This was the latest model of an American brand smartphone, which was also the most popular high-end cell phone. The direct Chinese translation of its name was Yuan. 1. There were a total of 20. The people in the audience were screaming excitedly. It's really a Yuan. I want it so much. I've been thinking of changing my phone since last year, but I don't have the money for it. This is even the latest model, the Yuan 8 volts. There's 20 of them. Nice. This year's prizes are too good. The prize quantities are also more than the previous years. Please let me win one of those. It's time for my old Yuan 6T to get replaced. I'm still using the Yuan 5. I couldn't bear to buy a new one all this time. With the problem of the lucky draw software resolved, everyone was feeling more excited than ever. Zhang Yi looked up to the screen. He had also heard of this reputable brand before. It was a high-end smartphone that had one of the highest sales volumes in this world. If there was really a need for comparison, it was probably equivalent to the status of the Apple iPhone from his previous world. They both had similar market dominance and was extremely popular with the consumers. The price was of course not cheap. It was even more expensive than an iPhone from his previous world. This latest model of the Yuan 8 volts was priced in mainland China at 8,999 yuan. It cost almost 9,000 yuan. Even the people from the Spring Festival Gala production team were greatly excited by this. There won't be anything for Zhang Yi this time. With 20 phones to be won, we definitely have some chance to win one. Hopefully I can win one of them. Yeah, that's equivalent to 1 month of my salary. Let's see whose luck is better this time, haha. After working so hard for the Spring Festival Gala, we should get to enjoy some benefits. Haha, if it were up to me, those 20 smartphones would be given directly to our Spring Festival Gala production team. Assistant Director Zhu Yaipeng of the Spring Festival Gala production team joked with his colleagues. The female host smiled and said, "Looks like everyone is really looking forward to it. Chen Yi, over to you now." Chen Yi, who was standing near the wings of the stage, smiled and said, "All right, everyone has already seen the next prize, the Yuan 8 volts. Since we have already waited for so long, then without further ado, let's get the lucky draw started." Saying that, Chen Yi hit the activation button just like before and the 20 slots on the big screen started to move. Everyone tensed up and hundreds of eyes stared at the big screen. Chen Yi looked at the station head's table. "Sir." The station head smiled and waved his hands. "You can't keep getting the few of us to call for the stop. Why don't we get our colleagues from the Spring Festival Gala production team to participate as well?" Deputy Station Head Zhu, overseer of Central TV Department 1, said, "Right, old Zhu, why don't you guys do it instead?" Zhu Yaipeng gave a smile to the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala production team, signaling to give him the honors. The executive director declined several times politely, but finally relented and did not disagree anymore. "All right then." The people in the audience stared without blinking. Little Wang clasped her hands together and said, "It's mine, it's mine. It's mine, it's mine." Hakiki smiled and said, "I just changed my phone recently and like it very much, Director Zhang. So if I win this prize, let me give it to you in exchange for the cosmetics set." Zhang Yi laughed. "All right." When Huang Dandan heard that, she also said enthusiastically, if I can win 2 of these, I will definitely give one of them to Director Zhang since I accepted his prepaid gift card and the set of the cosmetics." Suddenly, the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala called out, "Stop right here." Chen Yi hit the button and then looked at the screen. The station heads and the staff of the Spring Festival Gala production team also looked over at once. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Total silence. Yu Yinai, who was just taking a sip of a sports drink, suddenly spat everything out when she caught a glimpse of the screen. Deputy Station Head Zhu's face crumbled. Zhang Naich wore an expression of shock. Zhu Yaipeng seemingly had his tail stepped on. The Spring Festival Gala production team also fainted right away. Zhang Yi. It was still Zhang Yi. Hakiki was dumbfounded as she blurted out, "Holy shit." Yan Tanfai's secretary nearly vomited a mouthful of blood as well. 866 winning 70 prizes in a row. Chapter 866, winning 70 prizes in a row. Everyone present was looking at the screen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Heavens! Didn't they repair the system? I thought they fixed it. What the hell is happening now? It's Zhang Yi again? Fuck, I'm going crazy. Your sister, can we please have a different winner than him? Start the next draw. I refuse to believe that it will still be him. Right, it must just be a coincidence. He won't be the winner of the next draw for sure. Damn, if it's Zhang Yi again, I'll eat the table. The Spring Festival Gala's executive director had an odd expression showing. An assistant director next to him did not believe this would keep happening and immediately exclaimed, "I'll do the calling." "Stop." Chen Yi hit the stop button. "Zhang Yi." The Spring Festival Gala's overall planner said, "Stop." "Zhang Yi." A female deputy planner of the Spring Festival Gala said, "Stop." "Zhang Yi." Zhu Yipeng said with a blank face, "Stop." "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi won all 20 prizes in the third round again. Those central TV system technicians' faces were dripping with sweat. At this moment, everyone instantly turned around and looked at Department 14's table in the last row, each looking more terrified than the other. They were all dumbfounded. They were all stunned. Several of the station heads looked at each other and immediately felt a sense of regret that turned their intestines green. If only they'd insisted on not letting Zhang Yi into the venue earlier when they were outside. This wouldn't have happened. It was a perfectly fine Central TV annual staff party, yet it was totally messed up by Zhang Yi into this state now. That Zhang fellow. Fuck you to your second grandpa. Are you purposely here to stir up trouble? The female host was shocked for a long time as she stammered, and next up, please enjoy the skit performance. Let us invite the performers on stage. The performance began but hardly anyone was watching. Even the performers of the skit were also looking at the last row of tables where Zhang Yi was seated, thinking about what had just happened. Even though they had been preparing backstage for the performance, they could still hear what was going on out here in front. They all felt as though they were about to vomit blood. Little Wang said, Director Zhang. Zhang Yi said calmly, Little Wang, go and collect the prizes. Little Wang. Hakiki. Huang Dandan. Previously, Hakiki and Huang Dandan mentioned that if they were lucky enough to win one of those cell phones, they would give one to Zhang Yi. But when the winners were drawn, your sister, Director Zhang won all the prizes for himself instead. A while later, another several big boxes were added to the pile at Department 14's table. 10 minutes later, the skit performance on stage stumbled to a close. The performance was just average and the audience were also not in the mood to watch anymore. When it finished, only a few people applauded as everyone's focus was already on the next round of the lucky draw. They could see a lot of people busy trying to get the lucky draw round restarted. Change the system, hurry up. Act quickly on it. Are you done yet? Test it again, do a final confirmation. Fuck, I refuse to believe it. The technicians and the venue staff were running about to get the system replaced. This was the instruction given by the station heads who were not having any more of this preposterousness. The Spring Festival Gala production team and some of Central TV Department 1's people hated Zhang Yi to the bone. As they suffered with the additional workload, they were also cursing at all that had happened. This Zhang Yi can really cause trouble. There's an air of evil surrounding this affair. Did a backdoor program get installed onto the computer? Who knows? It's probably so. That's why the execs requested to change the system. Right, if it were infected by a Trojan horse, replacing the computer would solve the problem. All the prizes were won by Zhang Yi, so what are we still participating for? He still has not given a proper explanation for that. I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala crosstalk, and the punishment meted out by Central TV on him has not even sunk in, yet he is already winning prizes at such a time? He even won 60 prizes? What the fuck is this? There's something fishy going on. Right, there must something fishy going on with the computer. The computer system on stage was replaced with a new one and the lucky draw software was also freshly installed onto it. It was just a simple program that could be executed immediately after some basic configuration. That technician said, it's done. Chen Yi clenched his teeth and asked, are you sure? The technicians smiled wryly. With all that had happened, they did not dare make any more guarantees. It should be good to go. Honestly, in all their years of working, this was the first time that they did not know where the problem laid. It was as if they had encountered a ghost this time. The lucky draw continued. The prize for this round was even more expensive, as it was the latest model of an ultra-thin touchscreen laptop with a stylus attached. It came with a keyboard cover which made up the entire bundle. If it had to be compared, it would be similar to the Surface Pro series by Microsoft in Zhang Yi's previous world. Of course, there were many differences in the details, but the general functions were more or less the same, although it was more expensive, retailing at 13,999 yuan. This was a portable touchscreen laptop and one of the high-end models available. Compared to the limited edition model, it was the next best model with slightly lower specs. A total of 10. This time, it wasn't 20 anymore. The prizes are so awesome. I've been thinking about buying this type of laptop for several years. But I couldn't afford it. The station must have spent a lot this time. Just look at all those expensive prizes by the box loads. But it doesn't have any damn thing to do with us anyway. Will Zhang Yi win all of them again this time? I'm so sad. Please don't say that. I'm not even looking forward to it anymore. Didn't the computer get replaced? I'm not looking forward to it even if they have changed the computer. Chen Yi did not sound too enthusiastic as he announced, next up, the lucky draw will start again. Even though they had changed the system and felt that it should be a different result this time, after experiencing the first few incidents, Chen Yi did not dare guarantee anything for now. He hoped deep in his heart that it was not fucking going to be Zhang Yi again. Please, don't let it be him again. At the same time, this cry of desperation was roaring in the hearts of many people as well. The station head's attitude was even more simple. As long as the winner was not Zhang Yi, anyone would fucking do. The lucky draw software was activated and the employee photos flashed continuously on the screen. Chen Yi took a deep breath. Sir. The station head did not even bother to participate anymore and just told the people beside him, you all do it instead. One of the deputy station heads couldn't even force himself to do so as he did not wish to be the one whose call to stop the sequence would end up making Zhang Yi's photo and name appear on the big screen. That would be too unlucky. Old Zhu, why don't you do it? Old Zhu, you should do it instead. The several station heads kept pushing the responsibility around, but no one wanted to be the first to call for a stop. Seeing this, Deputy Station Head Zhu bit the bullet and said, alright then, I'll call first. Looking at the screen, he clenched his teeth and shouted, stop. A lot of people did not even want to watch the screen anymore as they'd already had a bad experience with it from earlier. But the moment that the result of this lucky draw round was out, everyone in the audience was stunned and cheers suddenly rang out. Wow! The result is out. It's not Zhang Yi. Ha 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 ha. It's not Zhang Yi. It's really not Zhang Yi. Heavens, it's finally not him anymore. Deputy Station Head Zhu was overjoyed. Zhang Yuan slapped his thigh happily as well. It's finally been fixed. The central TV staff were even so happy that they nearly cried. Chen Yi was also overcome by excitement. How wonderful. This was really too wonderful. The station heads were all smiles. The Spring Festival Gala production team was also in a joyous mood. Changing the computer was really effective. Ha 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 ha. Finally, that Zhang guy is out of the way. Hakiki, who was seated at the last row, regretted, what a pity. Little Wang exclaimed, how infuriating, why did they change the computer? Zhang Yi was also quite surprised. But after thinking about it, even though the Lucky Halo, upgraded, was many times more effective than the normal version he had previously, it was still not 100% effective. Everyone else was jubilantly cheering. Well done. My chance has finally arrived. It's mine, it's mine. The notebook is mine. Let's see who dares to vie with me, hee hee. Although it was not them who were drawn for the prize, it still felt as though they had won the grand prize. Oh right, so who has won the prize? This name. It's Cao Bang? Eh? That's not right, didn't Chief Cao leave his job last week? After hearing the mixed reactions from those in the audience, Chen Yi and the others hurriedly made some inquiries. It was only then did they realize that they had made a mistake. The software program was written a long time ago and the staff list data was added in at that time as well. Since the departure of Cao Bang was unexpected and no one informed the system technicians to make the necessary modifications, his name still remained in the dataset. However, this was not the fault of the technicians, but rather, a coordination failure between the departments. As they were all too busy with the Spring Festival Gala, it was unavoidable that there would be some minor mistakes and imperfections in the planning. Since the issue with the computer has been solved and it was known that not only Zhang Yi's name would be chosen for the lucky draw, any other problems could still be tolerated. After Chen Yi checked with the leaders, he held up his microphone and said with a laugh, sorry, but Chief Cao has just left his job, so this result will have to be voided and there will be a redraw again. As the saying goes, good things are worth waiting for, so would everyone please be patient and wait a little bit more? The technicians made some changes to the system. Naturally, no one had any objections to that. Let's get back to the lucky draw. Bring it on, I'm all prepared. It will definitely be me. A short while later, Chen Yi said, alright, the lucky draw will begin again. The station heads looked at the screen as they chatted and laughed. This time, nobody pushed the responsibility around. Deputy Station Head Zhu smiled and said, then why don't I go first? Go on then, the head said. Okay. Then I'll be the first to call it to a stop. Deputy Station Head Zhu threw his head back and shouted, stop. Chen Yi pressed the stop button. Zhang Yi. Deputy Station Head Zhu said, stop. Zhang Yi. Deputy Station Head Li, stop. Zhang Yi. Deputy Station Head Han said, stop. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. The world fell silent. Everyone at the venue no longer knew what was going on. Fuck your sister. Why the fuck did you make a comeback again? One of the station heads was so vexed by this that he clutched onto his chest as he coughed, nearly suffering from a heart attack. At that instant, Zhang Nake, Zhang Yuan, Chen Yi, and everyone from the Spring Festival Gala production team even thought of rushing up on stage to smash that lucky draw system to pieces. Smash it to bits. Wasn't it fixed? Didn't the system get replaced too? So were you making fun of us by doing all this then? PFFT. Yu Yinyai, who had been holding back her laughter all this time, could no longer hold back anymore as she burst out laughing. She was probably worried that it would seem inappropriate to laugh like this, so she quickly covered her face and lowered her head over the table as she laughed away. In the end, she even laughed until her tears came out. Ha 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 ha. 867 and the grand prize goes to. Chapter 867, and the grand prize goes to. 1, 2, 3. The Department 14 staff carried all 10 of the latest model of Ultravan touchscreen laptops back to their table box by box. Under the fiery gazes of everyone around them, even those from Department 14 were feeling a little embarrassed and turned a little red. At this moment, the area behind Department 14's table was stacked full of prizes. Not even that area could hold all of it, and 2 of the bigger boxes had to be pushed next to the emergency exit. There were simply too many prizes collected. It was like they had shifted the entire prize rack from the stage to where they were seated. Why? Why? Even replacing the system did not change anything? This is too much of an exaggeration. Zhang Yi must have cheated. Yeah, he must have resorted to tricks or something. From behind, Hakiki whispered, "Director Zhang, how did you manage to do that?" Zhang Yi smiled and simply replied, "It was just luck." Hakiki responded, Zhang Yi was in fact not lying to her, since he really only depended on luck. On stage, the next performance was already ending. The new round of the lucky draw was starting again. The big screen focused back to Chen Yi and he was seen reluctantly holding up his microphone to say, alright, let's begin the next round of the lucky draw then. It will be a cash prize this time. 50,000 yuan in cash. A total of 2 cash prizes to be won. Chen Yi said, then let's begin. This time, it was the hosts who called to stop the draw sequence. The male host on stage said, "Stop." Zhang Yi. The female host nervously said, "Stop." It was still Zhang Yi. An uproar from the audience rang out. It has happened again. Oh no. Just stop the lucky draw and everyone can go home to bathe and rest. I'm gonna faint. Little Wang coughed and did not wait for Zhang Yi to say anything this time. She directly went up to the stage on behalf of Zhang Yi to collect the prizes and took them back to Department 14's table. Everyone was feeling very listless by now. The station head was expressionless. One of the station heads was playing with his cell phone silently. Deputy Station Head Zhu lowered his head and just ate his food, although the chopsticks in his hands were visibly trembling. Face smacking. This was too damn much of a face smacking. A perfectly fine annual staff party was plunged into chaos. The most unpopular fellow in Central TV had become the lead of this party. Wasn't this totally unacceptable? This was totally unacceptable, don't you think? The majority of the people at the annual staff party venue were left gnashing their teeth in hatred of Zhang Yi, but they showed no temper as they could do nothing to stop him. Next up, 2 performances were lined up consecutively, with the first one being an interactive show, while the other was a singing performance. These were also the last 2 performances for this year's function. After that, the final lucky draw round that had today's biggest prize would begin. However, at this point in time, no one had any expectations left for it. The shows were no longer interesting as the mood in the audience swayed heavily on the atmosphere of the event. Finally, the last performance ended and the annual party was about to come to a close as well. But before that, the last lucky draw round would still have to be carried out. The female host announced, "Next up, it will be the final prize for this year's annual staff party." When I found out what it was, I had such a shock. I thought to myself just how wonderful and loving our bosses are, since the prizes this year are much too generous. The male host said, "What prize is that?" The female host said, "Please have a look at the big screen." An image of the prize was displayed on screen. Although there was only one, its value was almost the entire sum of all the prizes before it combined. It was a red packet prize of 288,000 yuan in cash. Everyone made a ruckus. Oh. How generous. Damn it, that's worth 2 years of my salary. The red packet prize this year is worth this much? I remembered during last year's party that the red packet prize amount was only 80,000 yuan. I could do with that. Awesome. Our Central TV is loaded this year. We can totally feel the benefits of it. With so much money at stake, we gotta fight for it no matter what. And how are you going to compete with Zhang Yi for it? A lot of people got excited when they saw the amount for this year's red packet cash prize. But when they remembered Zhang Yi, everyone quickly became dejected again. That's right. With Zhang Yi around, would this cash prize still have anything to do with them at all? If the lucky draw were to go on in the same manner as before, then without a question, Zhang Yi would still definitely win it. Hakiki said excitedly, Director Zhang, that is an enormous amount for a red packet prize. Little Wang blinked. If you win it, will you be sharing the prize with us? How do you think it should be shared? Zhang Yi asked with a laugh. Little Wang coughed, just treat us to a meal of course. Zhang Yi threw up his hands. The draw hasn't even started yet. Nobody knows who will win it. Suddenly, the Spring Festival Gala production team stirred and were not going to have things the way they were. One of the planners for the Spring Festival Gala suddenly stood up and shouted, this way of holding the lucky draw is totally unfair. The computer system must have been hacked by someone. No matter how many times the draw is done, it will always pick Zhang Yi. There's basically no need to hold the lucky draw since all fairness has already been lost. One of the assistant directors echoed, right, someone must be cheating. Assistant Director Zhu Yiping proposed, I suggest that we change the method of holding the draw. Their words were all insinuated toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked over to them. Who did you say was cheating? The Spring Festival Gala person looked back at him. Whoever is winning the most must be the one cheating, of course. Hakiki got up and shouted back, then tell us how he cheated. Let me say this, the Spring Festival period should be a happy occasion, so don't start accusing others without proof. Should be a happy occasion? Dog balls. Other than you all, who was happy around here? The people of Department 14 and the Spring Festival Gala production team suddenly had a confrontation. Those from the Spring Festival Gala production team kept harping about how Zhang Yi must have cheated. A Trojan horse is not something that most people know about, and it is also very difficult to detect but can achieve the effect of ensuring that there is only one winner for every draw. Moreover, it's useless even if they change the system, as the Trojan horse might have already spread through the network and infected all the other systems. When everyone heard that, they latched onto it as though they had smelled blood. That's right. It must be a Trojan horse. All the systems must have been infected. I should have known. So that's how it is. Otherwise, why would changing the system still prove ineffective? But when did it get planted into the system? Department 14's office is also connected to the local network, so how hard would it be to propagate the Trojan horse? Said a person from Central TV Department 1's Rise to the Dance program team sinisterly with the aim to sow discord. Did they really cheat then? Damn, then the prizes from earlier should all be voided. Right, this is cheating. Return all the prizes. The crowd were in a frenzy as those who had a grudge against Zhang Yi jumped out to accuse him. Meanwhile, the others who did not have a conflict with Zhang Yi just kept quiet and observed. Little Wang banged the table. Who's cheating? Say it again if you dare. Yan Tanfai's secretary could no longer listen to such accusations. Why don't you guys prove it then? The argument escalated with the people from both sides getting impatient with each other. Finally, the station head spoke up. He looked at Zhu Yiping and said, Old Zhu, did you mention that we should change the method of holding the lucky draw? How do you suggest we do that? How should we hold the lucky draw? Those words undoubtedly set the tone. The people from Spring Festival Gala were jolted by it and understood clearly what the station's attitude regarding this matter was. Zhu Yiping immediately explained, I suggest that we do away with the computer and carry out the draw manually. That is the fairest way and wouldn't be affected by whatever high-tech computer viruses or similar things. That sounds good. Right. Let's do it the manual way then. Without a computer, we won't have to worry about anyone cheating again. They should have done that from the beginning. Everyone from the Spring Festival Gala production team agreed to it. After hearing that suggestion, the station heads also visibly became happier. So there was still such a way to do it. Why didn't they think in this direction earlier? Therefore, after the several of them discussed it, they finally nodded in agreement. Without seeking the views of others, they simply said, all right, it's approved. Deputy Station Head Shu said, everyone, take off your employee pass card lanyards and remove the card with your name on it, then place that card into a large box. We will directly do the draw from it. Chen Yi also smiled and thought that this was a good idea. By now, even a fool could sense that there was something wrong with the lucky draw segment. There must have been some tricks in the computer program, and even if there was no proof of this, it was a fact that needed no verification since it was impossible that someone could keep getting picked from among several hundred people and win so many prizes in a row. Now that the lucky draw method was changed, this problem would naturally be solved. A Trojan horse? A virus? A bug in the computer program? All of that didn't matter anymore. Even if the manual draw method were to have a problem, it would be a problem with the person responsible for doing the draw and not any other factors. Some staff in the audience were going around collecting all the employee pass cards from people. 1, 10, 100. As they collected the cards, the staff did a verification before putting it into the large box. Someone had found this box and decided to use it temporarily for the lucky draw. When they reached Department 14's table, Little Wang and the others were visibly unhappy at the beginning. They felt that the station heads and everyone else were obviously picking on them, even if they themselves knew that the lucky draw was definitely problematic as well. However, it was the station's attitude towards them that left their hearts turning cold. But Zhang Yi appeared indifferent as he took off his pass to remove the card with his name on it before throwing it to the staff member who was collecting it. There. When Little Wang saw this, she did not say another word. Hakiki also took off her pass. Zhang Zuo, Tong Fu, Huang Dandan, and the others followed suit. After several hundred cards with names on it were collected, the function staff hurriedly nodded at the station heads. The lucky draw was going to begin again. It's goddamn 288,000 yuan. This time, it's going to be fair. Right, it's finally going to depend only on our luck. Haha, if I were to win, I wouldn't have to work for 2 years. I'm willing to bet that all the other TV stations' annual staff parties would not have a higher value red packet prize than ours. It's gonna be mine, it's gonna be mine. Abracadabra. This time, it should finally be my turn to win it. I'm so looking forward to it. Little Wang seethed, look at them getting all excited. Huang Dandan snorted. The people of Department 14 knew very well that if the lucky draw were shifted from being computer-aided to a manual mode, it would really depend on each person's luck and that there would be no more loopholes that could be taken advantage of. The lucky draw box was checked very carefully, with Chen Yi going through it once, and a few of the staff also taking turns to check. Finally, a station head also went up to ensure that everything was in order. After it was all confirmed, the entries were mixed up in the box. Chen Yi and the other male host held up the box to rock it back and forth, shuffling all the staff cards placed inside it. To tantalize everyone even more, they spent a full 3 minutes doing that. Alright, we can start now. The female host also came over to join them after the lucky draw box had been placed back onto the table. Everyone could see the entire process very clearly and knew that there was no possibility of cheating this time. Who will come forward to take charge of the lucky draw? Station head? Station head, only you have the authority to take charge of this. Right, it's better if you take charge. The hosts looked at the station head all smiles. The station head could not refuse them and walked up on stage with a laugh. Okay. Chen Yi suddenly remembered, oh yes, are we also allowed to place our staff cards into the mix? Of course you can. The station head said, everyone can participate in the draw. The female host quickly said, oh, I nearly forget. I will put my card in as well. The 3 hosts proceeded to throw their staff cards into the box and rocked it again to shuffle the cards inside. Not mentioning the hosts, even the station heads and department directors in the audience paid great attention to this prize. A cash prize worth close to 300,000 yuan wasn't a small sum to them either. Much less to those general employees who ranked below them. Some people were not blinking at all, while others were staring so hard that their eyes almost popped out as they waited. Hurry up. Let's get the draw started. I'm not afraid of anyone if it's down to a competition of luck. Under the anticipated gazes of everyone, the station head gave a slight smile and raised his hand to put it into the box. Then, he started stirring the contents of the box and randomly grabbed a card inside. Zhang Naqi watched with a pleasant smile on his face. Zhu Yiping's eyes narrowed as he watched on anxiously. As the Spring Festival Gala production team staff were anticipating this draw for the grand prize, some of them were already planning to bring up something after the draw was done. They wanted to emphasize their point about how Zhang Yi could not win once they had switched over to the manual drawing method. That would mean that the claims of him cheating in those earlier rounds would undoubtedly be reinforced, and they would then suggest to the heads for Zhang Yi to return all the prizes he had won before the lucky draw switched to the manual draw method. If they got their faces smacked hard by Zhang Yi, then they must return the favor slap by slap. It was utterly silent in the audience. Only the sound of the cards colliding inside the box could be heard throughout the venue. Rustle. Rustle. Suddenly, the station head's hand stopped. Chen Yi laughed loudly and said, it's done. Looks like the results have been decided. The female host smiled with delight and said, station head, could you please announce the grand prize winner? The station head chuckled as everyone at the venue kept their eyes on him. He withdrew his hand from out of the box slowly, holding a card between his index finger and thumb before flipping it into the palm of his hand. Then, he lowered his head to have a look at the name written on the employee pass card. 1 second. 2 seconds. The station head suddenly went quiet and did not move a muscle. The female host said, station head? Chen Yi was also wondering what had happened, so he went up to take a look as well, curious. But the next moment, Chen Yi's jaw dropped when he saw the name on the card. What's the matter? Who's the winner? Why are you not saying anything? I'm so nervous that I could die. The station head did not say anything but just turned the card around to the cameras. The big screen was showing the entire front of the card to everyone. Zhang Nation nearly fell off his chair. Deputy Station Head Zhu was seemingly startled. The people of the Spring Festival Gala production team were shocked. Yan Tanfei, Hakiki, and the rest of Department 14 staff also passed out in unison. The name written on the card was displayed very clearly. A Zhang. And a Yi. At this moment, everyone's hair stood on end and they felt a chill pass through them. Then, as if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone turned to look at Zhang Yi, who was at the last row with their mouths agape. Holy shit. Fuck. Why? Why did you still get picked even though we switched to the manual draw now? What is happening here? Just what on earth is happening here? If they claimed that the draw results using the computer could have been dictated by a Trojan horse and aided someone to cheat, then this spontaneously implemented manual draw method was surely not supposed to lead to such a result. As such, each and every person in the crowd was now feeling somewhat dumbstruck. Restart the system. Change the parameters? Change the computer system? Change the personnel? It didn't fucking matter what they changed. Whatever they changed to, it was still that damned Zhang Yi. All the prizes in this year's Central TV annual staff party had been won by Zhang Yi alone. 868 Indeed worthy of a legend. Chapter 868, Indeed worthy of a legend. The annual staff party ended. Not long after the crowds emptied out of the venue, every department at Central TV exploded into chaos. Something has happened at the annual party. What happened? Don't you know about it yet? I'm not qualified enough to attend the party. What on earth happened? Zhang Yi has done something unexpectedly terrible again. He won all of the lucky draw prizes at the annual party for himself. PFFT, how is that possible? Haha, old he, don't joke around. It's true. Why would I lie to you guys? Damn it, if you guys had seen the situation right there, you would have known how amazing it was. It was really too amazing. Everyone's jaw dropped. Especially the station execs and those people from the Spring Festival Gala production team who left the venue with dark expressions after the event. There should have been a closing speech by an executive at the end of the event, but even that did not happen. After the lucky draw ended, everyone followed the execs and dispersed straight away. Following, that person vividly explained what had happened. Holy shit. Swept up all of the prizes? Is this the return of face-smacking Zhang? So such a tragic thing has happened at this year's annual party. I feel bad for the station execs. This must have made them vomit blood. The station has only just meted out their punishment for him by making him forfeit his bonuses. But in the end, he has gained it all back by winning everything. I can feel my face swelling up just hearing about it. When the event was over, we did some calculations, and you know what? We realized that the station has suffered a greater loss when all is said and done. After deducting all of Zhang Yi's bonuses, it amounts to less than what all those lucky draw prizes were worth. Just the grand prize of the red packet alone was worth close to 300,000 yuan. Not to mention that he also won another 100,000 yuan, as well as some laptops, cell phones, cosmetics and goddammit to his grandma. Not only did Zhang Yi not lose any money, he even earned a good sum out of the entire party. I should have guessed that Zhang Yi's money would not be so easily taken away from him. Yeah, it's only now that everyone at Central TV finally knows that it's not easy to take Zhang Yi's money. No matter how much you take away from him, you might end up paying it back many times more. Awesome. In Central TV, the only person I'm impressed with is Zhang Yi. He is the definition of a true warrior. Thinking about it now, even the popular Heavenly Queen, Zhang Yuanqi, who is such a big-shot celebrity, has never been called a legend of the entertainment circle, yet Zhang Yi has already been labeled by so many people with that title. But that is not without reason. Because he is truly a legendary person. His story and deeds are all truly incredible. When Zhang Yi gets angry, bloodshed will occur. But how did he actually manage to win all the prizes? I don't know. For the earlier rounds which were drawn by the computer system, there definitely was a vulnerability or a Trojan horse infection. But when they switched to the manual method later on to pick the winner, I figured that Director Zhang must have really experienced a blast of good luck. Did that really happen? In the blink of an eye, the news spread to 10 people, then to 100 people, and soon everyone knew about it. Department 14's office. Every staff member who attended the annual party returned with their hands full of stuff. Some of them were even carrying the items on their shoulders, as they transported all the prizes back to the office pack by pack or box by box. Hakiki shouted, "Those who have nothing to do, come out and help." Zhang Zuo said with shortness of breath, These laptops are so heavy. How is this even considered an ultra-thin laptop? Wu Yi laughed and said, Assistant Director, what you have there are 5 of the laptops bundled with their accessories. How can it not be heavy? Some people rushed out to assist him in a rather startled manner. Whoa, what is happening here? Little Wang was enraptured. It's such a pity that you guys couldn't go to the staff party. Director Zhang was so godly today. Sister Wang, just tell us what happened already. A bunch of newcomers and veterans were already piling up around her. Seeing Director Zhang return with such a satisfied look on his face, they knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, why did they hear about how the station heads did not allow Director Zhang to participate in the annual staff party before it even started, nearly causing everyone from Department 14 to refuse to participate as well? Director Yan and Director Zhang nearly even came to blows with the organizing staff over that, but how did it suddenly end up with everyone bringing back so many things after the annual party had just ended? Yan Tanfai did not bother to make conversation with the bunch of kids and patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder instead. He said, about the station making you forfeit your bonuses, I will go back to them and help you fight for it. If they still won't rescind the punishment, I will make it up to you by approving for a bonus to be paid out to you directly from our department's funds. At the very most, I will quit as a director here, but you won't receive a single cent less than you deserve. I won't let my staff be shortchanged this way. Zhang Yi laughed and patted the case containing close to 300,000 yuan in cash. That's not necessary, Director Yan. I have already made up for it with this. How have I been shortchanged? The one who is getting shortchanged is definitely not me. Yan Tanfai and his secretary were amused upon hearing this. They also felt that it was really as Zhang Yi had put it. How have you been shortchanged? Not only were you not shortchanged, you even made a killing and got rewarded with an amount that could have included the bonuses for next year. You sure are amazing. Yan Tanfai laughed. Even the way that Yan Tanfai's secretary looked at Zhang Yi was visibly different than before. This year's annual staff party's lucky draw was a real eye-opener for many of them. There is always someone out there that is better. You would never truly understand this saying until the day you meet someone like that. For some people, you could never imagine just how amazing they are. Little Wang and Huang Dandan finally finished giving their vivid account of the entire event. Throughout the whole process, everyone would gasp every now and then, and were surprised or shocked by what happened. What happened after that? And then? Heavens! How's that possible? Yan Tanfai clocked out of work and left. Then, Zhang Yi turned around and announced, the prizes are all here, so just pick one for yourselves to your liking and don't stand on ceremony with me. Everyone at Department 14 was delightfully surprised. A rookie said, Are you sure, Director Zhang? A female employee muttered, But we shouldn't really do that, right? There's nothing to feel bad about. Zhang Yi waved it off generously. Just take it, you have my permission. Wow! Director Zhang, I love you. Hooray, Director Zhang. Thank you, Director Zhang. Director Zhang, you're the light that guides our path. You're the direction that we travel in. Director Zhang beats the rest. Director Zhang is the best. They even came up with cheers to express their joy. Zhang Yi felt a shiver go down his spine when he heard that and quickly said, All right, just hurry up and take something for yourselves. If you all keep teasing me, I'll retract my offer. Don't. I want the cosmetics. I'm fine with just a prepaid gift card. Leave one for me too. Everyone came forward to grab something for themselves. Zhang Yi took one of the cell phones and handed it to Zhang Zuo. This is for you. If you don't want it, give it to your wife or kid. I won't be able to use so many by myself anyway. Zhang Zuo smiled with embarrassment. All right then, I won't refuse you. Zhang Yi gave Yan Tanfai's secretary a laptop. Here, don't stand on ceremony please. This was a prize anyway, so please share the burden with me. The secretary touched his nose awkwardly. But it's not appropriate for me to accept it. Zhang Yi took it back. Then forget it. I'll give it to someone else instead. Hey, I was just being polite just now. The secretary snatched the laptop back from him. Haha, I'll accept it for sure. Thanks so much then, Director Zhang. Director Zhang is really a loyal friend. Zhang Yi laughed and said, Everyone has helped me out a lot too, so this is well deserved. Zhang Yi had always known how to treat the people who were closer to him. He would always speak politely to them and do all that he could for them. At this moment, the people of Department 14 were almost done taking their pick of the prizes. Actually, they knew their limits and did not aim for the cell phones and laptops. Even most of the cosmetics products were not touched. They mostly took the prepaid gift cards which were fully given out by now. As for the other prizes like the cosmetic products, cell phones, and laptops, they were still taking up a lot of space in the office and were there for everyone to look at. Zhang Yi encouraged them one more time to pick something for themselves, but as no one else made a move for the prizes, he did not say any more. Suddenly, a guest arrived at Department 14. A graceful female figure marched into their office's main entrance and asked, "Is this Department 14? Because of Zhang Yi, their department's relationship with others was very poor and they did not get many visitors either. Even on the station head's inspection visits, they would seek to avoid this place as much as possible. As such, everyone looked at her with curiosity. Zhang Zuo was standing closest to her, so he looked at her and asked, "Yes, who are you looking for?" Someone in the office recognized her. Tong Fu said, "Hey, isn't his teacher you, the Central TV Sport Channel's host and commentator? A Central TV Department 5 host? What was she doing here?" Only to hear Teacher Yu say smilingly, "I am here to look for Zhang Yi. Director Zhang is in here." Zhang Zuo stood aside and made way for her. Yu Yinai casually greeted, "Hey, Zanger." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Yinai, you're here? Weren't you pretending to not know me?" Yu Yinai grinned slyly. "That was when you did not win anything yet. Now that you have won so many prizes, why would I still need to pretend to not know you? Hurry up and give me a set of those cosmetics." Zhang Yi gestured with his hands. "Please, help yourself." Yu Yinai giggled. "Oh right, Shan Shan said that she wants a set too. I'll take one more for her." "Sure." Zhang Yi said. Everyone was a little dazed at this. Who was she? Why did she help herself to the prizes the moment she walked in? And she even took 2 sets of the cosmetics? Zhang Zuo blinked and asked, "Director Zhang, this is?" Only then did Zhang Yi realize their predicament, and quickly introduced her to them. "This is Yu Yinai, Central TV Department 5's newly hired host and commentator. She was also my schoolmate from university, my classmate in fact. It wasn't much if she was just a schoolmate. But she was even his classmate. Then their relationship must be close. No wonder she could just come in and start picking the prizes straight away without standing on ceremony." Everyone was suddenly enlightened. "Hello, Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu, I've watched your sports commentary before. I find it especially good. Yes, the sports commentators these days are all guys and you're that bright spot among all of them. It's so uncommon. Moreover, your commentaries are always especially professional. Will you be hosting a show soon?" Due to Zhang Yi, a few of the newcomers were quite enthusiastic to leave a good impression and started flattering Yu Yinai. Yu Yinai was quietly happy to hear that. She was still very aware of what she was worth at the moment. Although she had a little bit of fame in the commentary circle where her industry peers mostly knew who she was, in the larger organization that was Central TV, she did not stand out whatsoever. It could even be said that she was only as good as a rookie and was being praised only because of her relationship to Zhang Yi. All of this, she knew very well in her heart. Yu Yinai told that person, "Thank you. My recent commentary work would be for an international table tennis tournament that is being held overseas during the Spring Festival." Little Wang knew about the tournament and asked, "The World Table Tennis Championships?" "Yes, that's the one," Yu Yinai replied. Zhang Yi asked, "It's held during the Spring Festival period?" Yu Yinai smiled and said, "I think it will be held on the first day of the Spring Festival. It's such bad timing, but I guess there's no other way since the tournament was supposed to have finished at the end of last December. But due to some problems, the arena was found to be unsuitable and had to be changed. Then, there were also other issues to settle because of that and there was no choice but to delay the tournament until the first day of the Spring Festival." Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner, "Why didn't they hold it on the eve of the Spring Festival instead?" "Don't talk about it. At the beginning, the foreign organizer of the tournament was actually going to set it on the eve of the Spring Festival, but our national team's coach and players protested against that and pushed it back a day." After Yu Yinai finished explaining, she waved the cosmetics in her hands around and said, "All right then, I've taken all I need, so I've got to get going now." Zhang Yi said, "It's hard on you then this Spring Festival. Remember to find time to watch Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala." Yu Yinai smiled and said, "I will be overseas at that time, so we'll have to see about that." She walked off with the clickety-clack of her high heels behind her. One of the newcomers who was looking at her for the longest time asked, "Director Zhang, does Teacher Yu have a boyfriend yet?" Zhang Yi threw his hands in the air. "I really don't know about that." Little Wang teased, "What? You even dare to hit on Director Zhang's classmate?" "No, I was just asking. There's also Beijing TV's teacher Dong Shanshan. Teacher Shanshan is even prettier and I'm her hardcore fan. Director Zhang's classmates are all like goddesses." That newcomer said with tears of envy, "If I knew that it was going to be like that, I would have applied to go to media college all those years back." Everyone laughed. The prizes from the Central TV annual staff party were given out to the staff from Department 14. Everyone got their hands on something. This made everyone very happy and it exuded out into the general atmosphere of the office. It was the same for Zhang Yi. His mood had just been middling for the past few days, but after today's fight, he inexplicably felt his enthusiasm and mood get better. He did not know why and could not come up with a reason for this. As long as he got into an argument or fight with someone else, he would genuinely get really excited. Could this be a form of mental illness? 869 Gifting. Chapter 869, Gifting. In the evening, Zhang Yi exited from Central TV and loaded up the boxes into his car before heading home. On the way back, while waiting for the green light, he took out his cell phone and browsed through his own family's chat group. He had a separate chat group with his cousins from the maternal side of the family, and when he opened the chat, he could see his cousins chatting happily and rather lively. The third sister, that latest model of the Yuan smartphone is especially good. I'm drooling. The second sister, yes. I've also seen it, it's really beautiful. The third sister, I wish I could have one. But my parents won't buy it for me. Cries. The eldest sister, stop dreaming. That cell phone is too expensive. The third sister exclaimed, one of my classmates has already bought it. I've tried it and it's really awesome. It's just really good. I asked her if she could lend it to me for a few days, but she refused. Cries again. Zhang Yi smiled while he typed, what are you guys doing? The eldest sister said out a surprised emoji. Wah, our brother is here. The third sister sent a very cute sticker. Bro, why are you online today? How rare. Zhang Yi, are you guys on break now? The second sister, hee, the holidays started some time ago. The eldest sister, we're so bored staying home and having nothing to do. Zhang Yi, great, if you all have nothing to do, come over to my place. The eldest sister was surprised. Now? The second sister, bro, what do you want to tell us? Zhang Yi, haha, you'll find out when you guys get here. It's something good. The third sister asked anxiously, what is it? Tell us first. Zhang Yi, you'll know when you get here, hurry up. The eldest sister sent a laughing emoji with its mouth covered. Okay, I will be right there. The second sister, I'll take a taxi there. Will you pay me back? Zhang Yi, sure, just come over now. The third sister, then I'll take a taxi too, hee. I wanna see what good thing you're talking about. Zhang Yi pocketed his cell phone and started driving home. Keishaku. When he was about to reach the district, he made a call home. Doo-doo, the call connected. His father answered the phone. Hello? Zhang Yi laughed and said, Dad, it's me. His father asked, why aren't you back yet? Zhang Yi replied, I'm at the entrance to the district. Can you and Mom come downstairs to give me a hand? The annual staff party just finished and I have too many things in my car that I can't carry up by myself. Get Chen to come down as well. Don't keep letting her stay at home playing games. We should make her move around a bit more. Okay, I got it. His father hung up. Zhang Yi drove into the district. When he arrived downstairs and parked his car, his parents appeared at the entrance below the apartment block with Chen tagging along unwillingly. Zhang Yi got out of the car and opened up his car's trunk and doors. His mother grumbled, how big can the things be that you must make us all come down to carry them for you? You will know when you see it for yourself. Zhang Yi pointed. It's all in there. We have to carry everything up. When his parents looked inside the car, they were both dumbfounded. His mother cursed, damn, what the hell? Why are there so many things? Laptops. What are these? Cell phones? There are even cosmetics. Why is there another silver case here? She was stunned. Didn't you take part in the Central TV annual staff party? Why did you go and commit a robbery instead? Zhang Yi laughed loudly. These are all the prizes that I won. His mother said in a speechless manner, how are these prizes that you won? It seems more like you went on a shopping spree. Zhang Yi said, I asked my cousins to come over just now and they should be here soon. I wonder if they have eaten dinner yet. But why don't you just prepare more food tonight? All you know is how to order people around. His mother rolled her eyes. Zhang Yi said happily, it won't be for nothing. Here, take this box. It's for you and Dad. His mother grunted, do you think you can dismiss me with just a lousy box? She took a few steps and looked down at the box, feeling rather curious about what was in it and pressed the locking mechanism to open it. However, right at that moment she opened it, but just before it fully opened, she caught a glimpse of the many stacks of 100 yuan notes inside it. His father exclaimed, why is there so much money? His mother was shocked. Did you rob a bank? Zhang Yi laughed and said, these are all the prizes that I won during the annual staff party. The two of you can just help yourselves to whatever you fancy. His mother was afraid that the box would be seen by other people, so she hugged it tight in her arms while grinning and carried it upstairs. She kept talking as they went upstairs. Didn't newspapers claim that the relationship between my son and Central TV is very bad? Those must be rumors. Look at these benefits given to little Yi by Central TV. How nice of them. They gave him money and items not by pieces, but by boxes instead. Son, if Central TV's welfare is that good, you should consider staying at Central TV for a few more years and participate in more of such annual staff parties. Zhang Yi laughed and said, if I were to participate in a few more of such annual staff parties, I wonder how many people in Central TV would suffer from a heart attack. Just by this incident alone, I think the whole country's TV stations would not dare to let me participate in their future annual staff parties at all. His father was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Nothing, haha. Let's move all of these upstairs, Dad. Zhang Yi started to bring out the things from his car. Pack by pack. Box by box. After moving around for more than 20 minutes, alternating between upstairs and downstairs, they finally brought all the things from the car up to the house. Inside the house, Zhang Yi was so tired that he was panting, as the majority of the prizes were carried up by him. You two can look through everything and just take whatever you like. Do you need to change your cell phones? And there's also the laptop state. Suddenly, Zhang Yi counted the items with a sweeping glance and remarked, why am I short of one cell phone? And also short of a laptop? His mother asked, did you leave them behind in the car? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and went directly to the bedroom, pushing the door open. Chen. He saw Chen acting surreptitiously while hiding something in the blanket. When she saw that Zhang Yi and his parents had already entered the room, her little face showed an emotionless expression. She quickly pulled her hands back and said calmly, Zhang Yi, what? Zhang Yi stared at her. What are you trying to hide? Chen retorted, I'm folding my blanket. Zhang Yi was so angry that he was amused. Come on you. If you are willingly folding the blanket, the sun will rise from the west. He went over and pulled the blanket aside. As expected, the missing cell phone and laptop were in there. Zhang Yi was about to take them. But Chen immediately blocked him. It's mine. Zhang Yi said, did I say I would give it to you? You are only a primary school student. What's the point of you having a cell phone? And a laptop too? Is the computer at home still not enough for you to play with? Chen said angrily with a dark expression, you said just now that I could take whatever I liked. Zhang Yi nearly fainted. I was telling that to Grandpa and Grandma. Chen hugged the laptop tightly and said, I will not ask for New Year's money from you this spring festival. I only want this. You really know how to choose your gifts. How much could your New Year's money be worth? These two items already cost more than 20,000 yuan together. Zhang Yi didn't agree to it. No, if I give them to you, you'll only be playing games every day. If you also start playing games during your lessons, won't your teachers be calling your guardians for a meeting every day? By then, who would want to go and meet your teacher? Chen said unflinchingly, I want the laptop because I need it for studying and doing my homework. Zhang Yi, why are you so childish? Why are you always thinking about playing games? Huh? Zhang Yi nearly vomited blood. That damn child. Who is the one always thinking about playing games? Is it you or me? Zhang Yi said in annoyance. Chen said, you were the one who made Plants vs. Zombies. Zhang Yi could not say anything to that. Even his mother laughed after hearing that. She said, the child only wants to use the laptop to help her in her studies, what are you doing this for? Zhang Yi commented, her? Study? My ass. His mother waved her hand and said, Chen, Grandma will decide for you. That cell phone and laptop are yours to keep, so study hard in the future and get a good result for your next semester. Chen acknowledged, thank you, Grandma. Zhang Yi could not do anything about that. Mom, you're always spoiling her. Meanwhile, Chen couldn't wait any longer and started opening up the packages. She clumsily tore them open and powered on the cell phone as soon as she took it out. Then she opened up the laptop box as well, busying herself greatly with everything that she was doing. Outside, the doorbell rang. Then someone knocked on the door. Bro, we're here, open the door. His mother opened the door and said, oh, you guys arrived this quickly? Your brother just informed me that you'd be coming over, and you're here already? Did the three of you meet to come here together? Hello first aunt and uncle. The eldest sister greeted them softly and said, nope, the three of us met up downstairs before coming up. I arrived first and waited for them for a while. The third sister said impatiently, and, where's our brother? Why did he make us come here? I had to rush over immediately and did not get to watch tonight's TV drama. The second sister also said, yeah, he said there was something good? Zhang Yi came out from the bedroom and laughed heartily. You've all arrived? The second sister waved at him. Bro. Zhang Yi laughed as he stepped aside and pointed to those boxes piled up like a hill in the living room. Come in and have a look at what those are. The three of them had a glance. The third sister, Cao Menglin, was instantly shocked as she recognized them upon seeing them. Holy shit. These are Yuanhas. It's the latest model of the Yuan smartphone? The second sister, Cao Tong, had already lunged forward in exclamation. Heavens. Am I dreaming or what? They're really Yuanhas? There are over a dozen of them here? Cao Dan, being the eldest sister, was supposedly the most composed among them. However, when she saw those items lying all over the place, she was instinctively shocked by them. Bro, which shopping mall did you rob? Aren't these Spring Festival goods too extravagant? This big pile of items here should cost at least 200,000 yuan, right? And that is the latest model of the ultra-thin touchscreen laptop, the most popular high-end portable laptop that costs more than 10,000 yuan each. Zhang Yi smiled and said, don't bother asking me how I got these things. Go on, just take whatever you like. It's almost the Lunar New Year, so just treat it as a New Year's gift. His third sister screamed, are you really giving them to us? The second sister gulped and asked, are you sure I can pick anything I want? Can I have two then? Zhang Yi was amused and said, you can even take 3 if you want. Ah, hooray for my bro. His third sister screamed excitedly as she went in and scooped the Yuan phone up, hugging it into her arms and not wanting to let go. Thinking for a moment, she decided that she might as well grab a laptop for herself too. What? It's mine, it's mine. These are all mine. The second sister also behaved like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Leave some for me. There's no need to fight for them. Do you both have to go to that extent? That's not how girls should behave. The eldest sister was more reserved than them as she gracefully walked up to the pile and reached for 6 boxes of cosmetics, 4 cell phones and 3 laptops. The second sister. The third sister exclaimed, PFFT, sis, you're being too greedy. Zhang Yi was also dumbfounded. With her hands full, Cao Dan could not hold any more items and had to unwillingly unload some of them. In the end, she only took 2 boxes of cosmetics, a cell phone and a laptop. The third sister had already unpacked the cell phone from the box and turned it on. She has even put her SIM card into it. Bro, you're great. I'll give you 10,000 likes. The eldest and second sister also unboxed a laptop and cell phone immediately to test it out. Wow, this function uses such advanced technology. It even has iris recognition. Heavens. High-end. It's such a high-end model. Quickly post on Weibo and show it off. After changing into the new gear, the 3 sisters went crazy with delight. Zhang Yi did not forget about his paternal elder cousin as he called for a courier to pick up the items and send them to her. Before calling to inform her. Sis, the Spring Festival is coming up soon and I might be quite busy until then. There's still Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala to prepare for, so I probably won't be dropping by at your place. I've sent something to you and your family. Just remember to sign for the delivery, Zhang Yi said. His paternal elder cousin asked, what are you sending me? Zhang Yi laughed and said, you'll know when it arrives, but it's something that you will definitely like. Having already given out so many gifts, the house was still packed with more than half of the items he had won. He couldn't even finish gifting all of them. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was the one who had swept up all the cash and gift prizes from Central TV's annual staff party. 870 The Courier Gets a Great Shock. Chapter 870, The Courier Gets a Great Shock. That night. Suddenly, a news article was published on an obscure social media news blog. An unnamed famous host of Central TV has gotten into trouble again. The content was as follows. According to an unidentified insider, an unnamed famous host won close to 100 times consecutively during the lucky draw segment at Central TV's internally organized annual staff party this afternoon. All of the prizes during the draw were won by him and the annual staff party dispersed on unhappy terms eventually. At the beginning, this piece of news did not attract much attention because a social media news blog would not be as well publicized as the official media outlets. Furthermore, the news source was not reliable either. But as time passed by, more and more Central TV staff and industry insiders started replying and forwarding this news article, helping to verify the authenticity of it. The netizens couldn't sit still anymore. What? Swept up all the prizes? How did they conduct the draw? Surely that can't be true? Who the hell could it be? Who has such heaven-defying luck? Central TV? An unnamed famous host? Got into trouble again? PFFT, you still can't link who it is with these 3 keywords? Is this your first time on the internet? It's definitely Zhang Yi. PFFT, it can't be anyone else other than that guy. Yay, Only a person like Zhang Yi could stir up such a big commotion. This must be fake news, right? It really happened. I have a friend working at Central TV who participated in the annual staff party. He witnessed the entire thing with his own eyes and described the incident as way too amazing. Everyone was shocked by it. Everyone, including the Central TV station execs, could only helplessly watch as Zhang Yi emptied the entire inventory of prizes for the annual staff party, taking them away box by box until the very end. What on earth happened? I heard that something happened just before the annual staff party began. The execs of Central TV had meted out a punishment to Zhang Yi because of the crosstalk routine I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala he performed during Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala rehearsal. That nearly prevented him from taking part in the annual staff party. So that's what happened. Then with that temperament Zhang Yi has, he must have lost his temper right there. Ha ha ha, that hot temper of Zhang Yi is what I like most about him. But how did he manage to win everything? Who knows? Who cares how he managed to do that? What's really disgraceful is Central TV's attitude toward Teacher Zhang. So he had to smack their faces. And make some trouble for them. At home, Zhang Yi was grabbing some food for Chenchen. Hurry up and eat. Stop playing on your phone. Chenchen ignored him. I'm not hungry. If you don't eat, I'll take it back, Zhang Yi said with a serious face. Chenchen could only pout and used her chopsticks to take a few token mouthfuls of food. Through all that, her eyes were staring fixedly at the screen of her new cell phone. It was also about the same for the three sisters who were seated at the dining table as they couldn't take their hands off their new cell phones. At this moment, a phone call came in. Zhang Yi looked at the caller ID and saw that it was from Hoof. He stood up and walked away, standing closer to the kitchen where he answered the call with a laugh and said, "Brother Hu, you're looking for me?" Hoof immediately said, "You clashed with Central TV again?" "Hi." Zhang Yi said, "You're really well informed with your sources." Hoof said, "How am I well informed? The news has already spread all over the internet. It's just that I'm not sure whether this news is fake, but hearing you say it this way, I'll assume that it is real? You've really emptied the entire prize rack at the annual staff party?" Zhang Yi laughed embarrassed. "More or less?" Hoof asked, "How much is more or less?" Zhang Yi paused, then answered, "That means that I didn't leave anything behind for them." Hoof. "Ha," Zhang Yi laughed. Hoof hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying with a tinge of apology, "Was it because of us that Central TV decided to mete out the punishments on you? If we knew that it would affect you so greatly, we wouldn't have asked you to come on to our Beijing TV Spring Festival Gala and brought you all this trouble. It has nothing to do with you all." Zhang Yi smiled and remarked, "When has there ever been a day that I didn't fight with them? Even if it weren't over the Spring Festival Gala issue, I would still be fighting with them over some other thing. It's unavoidable, so if they want to fight, I will take them head on. Why should I be afraid of them?" Upon hearing that, Hoof subsided into helpless laughter. "You're an artist, writer, and the most popular TV show director in the country right now. Why are you always talking about fighting? I don't think you will ever change your ways in this lifetime." Zhang Yi sardonically replied, "I'm just a bit open-minded about this. I can never walk the path of those refined and elite people. I have always been this vindictive. Unwind my bicycle's chain and I'll crush your bicycle in return. Throw dirty water at my house and I'll make sure to spread dog shit all over your house's windows. Ha, you should stop criticizing already since you've known me for such a long time. This is how I will be for my entire life since I wasn't born to live in the upper class." Hoof shook his head and laughed. "I really don't know what to say. But thinking about it, little Zhang, if you change your ways one day and cordially treat everyone with respect, I doubt I could actually accept that." Ha ha ha. "Alright, since you're fine, I feel at ease now. It's fine as long as our side did not cause you too much trouble. Remember to quickly get the crosstalk routine ready for the Spring Festival Gala. Don't worry, there won't be a problem." Zhang Yi guaranteed. A bite of China's broadcast is almost ending, and once I've settled matters regarding it these next few days, I'll get started on the crosstalk script. It'll definitely be polished to perfection before Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. That you don't have to worry about since me and old Yao are very professional. I've already informed Director Cheng as well." Hoof laughed and said, "I'm always reassured when you handle things." Zhang Yi said, "I still have a lot of prizes that I won from the annual staff party with me. Do you want something? Ask Zhaolu, Dafei, Huj, and the rest if they want some too. I'll bring some things over to you guys." Hoof was amused. "Forget it, just keep whatever you won for yourself." Zhang Yi smirked. "So there's something that I can't sell even after promoting it?" Hoof smiled and said, "If you insist on making me accept it, I will take it." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Alright, then please accept it with reluctance." "Whatever you say. I'll get something for Huj, Dafei, And the others as well. Then I'll get a courier to send them over to you since I won't be going over there for a few days at least. After lunch. Zhang Yi's obsessive-compulsive disorder was kicking in as he felt very uncomfortable just seeing the pile of items. So he simply decided that he would call up all his friends one by one to ask for their addresses, like Grandma Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, his old bosses at the online television station, some of his old classmates, his beloved teacher Su Hongyan at Media College, skit actress Xia Feng, Peking University's Chinese department's Su Na, and some other colleagues, his friends from the Peking University Mathematics Department, Yao Jiankai and his daughter, Yao Mi, and so on. These were all Zhang Yi's closer friends to speak of. When the courier got to his house, Zhang Yi made his cousins help him write down all the addresses and names of the recipients. He was going to send at least one item to each of his friends. Some would receive the cosmetics while others would receive the cell phones. All of them were considered New Year gifts for them. For a lot of friendships, it required people to constantly keep in touch with one another. Just the consignment forms alone had to be filled in more than 20 times. It took them more than 20 minutes to fill in everything. Zhang Yi did not come outside to show himself. He just stayed put in the bedroom and played with Chenjun. All the form-filling work was handled by his three cousins since they didn't want to take Zhang Yi's gifts for nothing. The courier who came to his house had his jaw drop when he saw the names on the consignment forms. Damn. Yao Jiankai. Damn. Zhang Xia. Damn. Chen Guang. Damn. Fan Wenli. Damn. Xia Feng. And holy shit, there's even Zhang Yuanqi? Every name on the consignment form gave the courier a great shock. What the fuck? What the fuck is with this household? Do their family members all have the exact same names as those celebrities? Or are they trolling? Were those addresses just written randomly by those three girls? Even though that courier was very experienced and knowledgeable, he was still so shocked by this situation that his hands were trembling. When everything was sent out, Zhang Yi began to feel more relaxed. He had finally managed to gift everything. 871 Da Hong Pao becomes famous. Chapter 871, Da Hong Pao becomes famous. The next day. In the morning. As long as they were situated in the same city, the courier packages would have reached their destinations by now. His paternal elder cousin called. Little Yi, I was still wondering what you'd sent to me. So it's actually some cosmetics and a cell phone, and it's even the latest Yuan 8 volts model? Zhang Yi laughed and said, You've received it? Yes, I did. His cousin said, This gift is too expensive. Zhang Yi said, It didn't cost me anything anyway. His cousin said, Alright then, sis thanks you for it. Zhang Yi said, How is your blog shop doing? His cousin beamed and said, Ever since we put up your photos and that advertising tagline last year, our business has been doing quite well. It's even getting better in conjunction with your popularity. That's great then. Zhang Yi said, Just use my photos as you deem fit. I don't have a management agency anyway, so there aren't many restrictions. A while later, Yao Jiankai texted him a message. Yao Jiankai, Zanger, I've received your package. Zhang Yi replied, Great. Yao Jiankai, haha, Mimi wants me to thank you on her behalf. That girl keeps holding on to that he-something cell phone and is playing with it. My wife has also opened up the cosmetics set that you gave her and tried the milk cleanser. She says it's really good. Zhang Yi, it's great as long as she likes it. After that, Zhao also texted him a message. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Dayfi, we've received the items. Mighty Teacher Zhang. Huge, Director Zhang, early spring festival greetings to you. Thanks for the cell phone. It's just really great to use. Songstress Grandma Zhang Zai also called. Thanks, little Zhang. Peking University's Chinese department's teacher Suna directly posted on Weibo instead and even attached a picture accompanying it. The picture depicted the cell phone in its before unboxing state and after unboxing state. She said on Weibo, Thank you to Professor Zhang for your New Year's gift. I like it very much. Zhang Yuanqi also received her gift. However, old Zhang only sent him a message with 2 words, received it. Zhang Yi asked, How do you like it? Old Zhang, I'll make do with it. Lightly chuckling, Zhang Yi knew that this was old Zhang's true character in private, so he did not get too bothered by it. After replying to everyone, he put aside everything and quickly went to work. Stepping into the period just before the Spring Festival, Zhang Yi was suddenly swamped with work as his schedule was packed to the brim. Dinner gatherings. Year-end reviews. A bite of China's promotions. Advertiser feedback sessions. Throughout the day, he was kept on his toes. In the end, an incident even happened when night arrived. Tonight was the broadcast of A Bite of China's latest episode. Many of the home viewers were tuned into Channel 14 to watch the show as usual. As with previous broadcasts, A Bite of China always focused on food, whether they were ingredients or cuisines. However, today's episode had an additional segment that focused on tea leaves. Even though the focus on tea leaves was not exactly unusual as it still stayed faithful to A Bite of China's theme, the critical issue here was that no one seemed to have heard of this particular tea leaf that was featured. There is a nameless monastery located in the Wuai mountain scenic area, where incense does not burn too brightly. On this morning, Huizi, the young monk, wakes up as usual and goes with his senior brother to draw the water. Several tea trees of a lush green shade line the cliffs over here. This tea in focus is called Die Hong Pao. Its leaves are wiry and have a greenish-brown appearance, with the resulting brew forming a clear and light amber tea. The most outstanding quality of this tea is its aroma that has a hint of orchid and lingers ubiquitously for a long time, with a distinctive terroir of rock. In addition, most teas have the benefits of refreshing and aiding thinking, elimination of fatigue, promotion of diuresis, clearing away and preventing heat, being antibacterial, having detoxification effects and preventing diseases, aiding digestion, helping in losing weight, and improving health and fitness. It may also prevent cancer, help lower cholesterol levels, and has anti-aging and other special effects. The Die Hong Pao tea leaves can last through more than 7 or 8 infusions and still be very fragrant. After the episode was broadcast, there was a great reaction online. Die Hong Pao. What tea is that? Oolong tea? Why have I never heard of it before? Your horizons are not wide enough. My horizons are not wide enough? Fuck you, I am a local of Wu'ishan. Previous poster, I don't think you are from the way you speak. Fuck, my style was influenced by Zhang Yi, but I'm really a local here. There are many Wu'ishan teas that are quite good and famous, but I've never, ever heard of this Die Hong Pao before. That's right, I'm also a local and I've never heard of this tea called Die Hong Pao. My family have been tea merchants since my grandpa's and parents' time. If there was really a long tea called Die Hong Pao, I couldn't possibly have not heard of it. There are only so many varieties of oolong tea and I can recite their names backwards easily. But that's not what A Bite of China says. Did they get it wrong? It can even last 7 or 8 infusions and still be very fragrant? That must be bullshit. Any tea leaves would be tasteless after 3 brews. If it's really as A Bite of China says, then won't that tea be the #1 tea in the country? How can it be that good? That even the locals do not know about it? Impossible. When Teacher Zhang makes a show, he is always very care to fact-check and surely would not make such a stupid mistake. Online, the discussion about this was relentless as the debate intensified. A lot of those who did not like Zhang Yi were using this chance to attack him. Zhang Yi only knows how to talk nonsense. Die Hong Pao. You must be joking. Is there even such a tea? This show is too irresponsible with its claims. This is called cheating the viewers. How can a tea that grows on some wild mountain top be nice? Finally, some of the locals of Wu'ishan and even the local tea merchants there started appearing on Weibo as well. One Fujian tea shop owner said, Die Hong Pao. Excuse my ignorance, but I've really never heard of it. A merchant who deals with oolong tea in Wu'ishan said, me neither. Does such a good tea really exist? If it's really as good as the show claims and there are only several of those tea trees left, then with the excellent taste and aroma of the tea, wouldn't it be worth an out-of-this-world price? So how could it be possible that no one knows about it? An expert from the Chinese Society of Tea Science also came out and asked, what tea is this? Almost at once, A Bite of China had attracted a wave of criticism, being called liars along with claims that they were irresponsible. They even claimed that they were broadcasting a fake segment and gave the show many similar labels too. At home, Yan Tanfei urgently contacted Zhang Yi. Over the phone, old Yan sounded very anxious. Teacher Little Zhang, have you seen what's happening online yet? What's this about Die Hong Pao? Is there really no such tea? Zhang Yi laughed. They're just ignorant. Yan Tanfei was taken aback by the response. But those are local tea merchants speaking up. Do they also not know? Zhang Yi explained, Director Yan, I have never faked anything when it comes to making shows. It's not like you don't know that already. There's nothing that they can pick on regarding this tea, it's just that there aren't many people who know their stuff. Hearing that, Yan Tanfei felt somewhat relieved. I should have known. Anything that you, Little Zhang, do has never disappointed anyone before. I understand. So we won't need to hold an emergency public relations session? Zhang Yi replied, I guess not. We'll see how it goes, just leave it to me. Yan Tanfei said, alright then. It's coming up to the Spring Festival soon. Just bear the brunt for a little longer. Zhang Yi laughed, of course. The debate was still going on online. This was the first time that A Bite of China was suffering from a crisis of confidence. The matter only had a turnaround the next day. A Bite of China's viewership ratings were rising extremely high and the show was now considered a national documentary. Although any of its scenes could attract all kinds of attention, that unheard of tea called Da Hong Pao had attracted countless people's attention this time. Quite a number of local tea merchants, and even the local Society of Tea Science and other national tea-related organizations, had descended upon the Wuai Mountain Scenic Area, with some of them rushing here by flying from miles away. The Wuai Scenic Area Management Committee staff were alarmed by all of this. Seeing this turnout, the Wuai Mountain Scenic Area Management Committee staff could only lead those people into the scenic area. Actually, even most of the staff here did not know about the existence of these few trees. The trees did not really stand out much, so no one bothered with them or took them seriously since they were really miserable looking. Otherwise, why would they have sold the trees to Zhang Yi back then so agreeably and even took him for a sucker? The monastery was located. The tea trees were located. The tea merchants started to investigate, while the experts began examining. These tea trees have to be at least 100 years old. Or even older than that. This fact shocked many of them. Previously, the monastery's abbot had already packed most of the Da Hong Pao tea that they harvested in the past for Zhang Yi to bring back to Beijing. However, they still kept a little bit of it for their own consumption. The tea merchants and experts spoke with the monastery and somehow managed to get their hands on some of those Da Hong Pao tea leaves. After tasting the tea, all of them were greatly astonished. Heavens! What kind of tea is this? It's really true. A Bite of China's claims were true. This. It's really a top-of-the-line oolong tea. On top of that, it even has an aroma that no other oolong tea has. It has such a full aftertaste. And it's so pure. This has to be first-rate tea. Is there even such a gem in this world? Master, do you still have any of the tea left in your monastery? I'll buy them all. A monk of the monastery said, we don't have any more left. The tea merchants immediately approached the Scenic Areas Management Committee. Regarding these tea trees, we would like to buy them all. Just let us know how much you want for them. Even those tea experts were getting excited. But when they heard what the Scenic Areas Management Committee staff told them, a sense of disappointment came over them. These parent trees have already been bought by teacher Zhang Yi. Why did it turn out like that? There's not even a single one left that we can have? Ayo, what a pity. Everyone started howling with pained hatred. Little did they know that those people from the Scenic Area Management Committee were also almost in tears. Seeing how these merchants and experts reacted, they understood that the tea leaves were not just any ordinary tea leaves. Besides, one of their staff members was lucky enough to have tasted it just now and could still smell the tea's aroma in their mind. But then, so what? They had already sold away all their rights to those trees. There was nothing left. This news quickly spread. After the experts and tea merchants went back, they could not stop praising the tea. The netizens were surprised. What? Is it really that good? That can't be, right? Why not? The people from the Society of Tea Science went on site to examine them. So this claim about Da Hong Pao is true then? Then why didn't anyone know about it until now? Yeah, why is it that only those from A Bite of China's program team know about it? And how did this name of Da Hong Pao come about? Who gave it that name? I will keep my reservations about this. Could those experts and tea merchants turn out to be shills? How can that be? There have been several waves of tea merchants and tea lovers who went to the site over the past 2 days. It should be real. But why was it that only Zhang Yi who knew about it and not anyone else? On the third day of this incident, another major turning point surfaced. This turning point was one that even Zhang Yi did not think of. A professor from Fujian University who researched history discovered a historical record of Da Hong Pao from the rare Qing Dynasty document. Although the document was badly damaged and missing a large chunk, it really mentioned words like Wuai Mountains, Da Hong Pao, tribute, and emperor. Due to the missing information, there was no description of the specific location and other relevant details. Therefore, this document did not attract the attention of anyone until now. This was an astonishing discovery. That professor uploaded the historical document online and posted, as an associate professor of Peking University, I can't comment on Zhang Yi's character. But in terms of knowledge and diligence, I trust him fully. Therefore, I went through a lot of information and finally found some evidence that can prove that the tea called Da Hong Pao truly existed. In fact, the earliest mention of it dates back to the Qing Dynasty, where a few isolated words match closely with the introduction of the Da Hong Pao parent trees on A Bite of China. This news immediately caused a huge reaction on the internet. The tea merchants went into a frenzy. The tea experts went into a frenzy. The tea lovers went into a frenzy. So it's really true. Fuck, Da Hong Pao was really a tea used for tributes? It's that famous? Even the emperors like to drink it? How awesome. It's really too awesome. What the fuck? Is it really that good? So it turns out that this Die Hong Pao was already amazing in ancient times. It's a famous tea. There are only a few parent trees left in the entire country. Then how much would it cost per catty? Per catty? You fool. How could they be selling this by the catty? With this proof from the historical documents, they wouldn't even sell it by the tael. It's more likely it would be sold by the gram. Zhang Yi, who was at home, was also stunned. There was still a difference between this world and his previous world. The historical direction of Die Hong Pao had developed differently. For example, there was no longer that inscription on the wall of the cliff where the tea grew, but a historical documentation of the tea had appeared in this world instead. The newspaper coverage of this subject was appearing everywhere. It was even talked about on news simulcast. Birth of a famous tea. The Die Hong Pao tea that was forgotten by history. Qing Dynasty tribute Die Hong Pao shockingly reappears in this world. A tribute by a bite of China to cultural heritage. Die Hong Pao. Die Hong Pao. Die Hong Pao. This term appeared all over the news and on the internet. At home, his parents were staring with their mouths agape as they watched the news on TV. Suddenly, his mother turned around and lightly kicked at a bag of tea under the coffee table. She pointed to it and asked dumbfounded, "Little Yi, that famous Qing Dynasty tea that they're talking about, could it be this big bag of lousy tea that you brought home that one time?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "That's the one." His father jaw dropped. "The one that you wouldn't let us have more of after we had a cup of it?" Zhang Yi replied, "That's right." His father asked again, "It was a drink for the emperors during the Qing Dynasty?" Zhang Yi answered with amusement, "That might be possible, but I don't know the details." Oh my god. His mother was utterly shocked by that, then hurriedly bent down to take out the bag of Die Hong Pao carefully. That gentleness, that movement, that protectiveness was as if she were carrying her own baby. "Hurry. Hide this. Hurry up and hide it." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I've already stored the bulk of it, so what you have there is just for our own consumption. Why are you hiding it?" His mother stared at him. "Nonsense, how can I not hide this? Right now, we're the only ones who have Die Hong Pao in this entire world. This is a treasure. A treasure that only emperors had the honor to drink." 872 The Astronomical Price of the Tea Leaves. Chapter 872, The Astronomical Price of the Tea Leaves. Overnight, almost everyone knew of the name Die Hong Pao. However, there were naturally controversies as some netizens did not acknowledge it. Is it that nice? They must have exaggerated it. That's right, why is the news all about Die Hong Pao? No matter how good it is, would it be better than Longjing? 1. I think those people are all shills hired by Zhang Yi. What tribute? Bullshit. I heard that the most expensive Zulongjing from last year's harvest cost around 60 to 70,000 yuan per kilogram. No matter how expensive Die Hong Pao is, how can it be more expensive than Longjing? That is the best among all the famous teas. Right, they really know how to boast. Comparing oolong tea with green tea, it's still worse by a ton. Yes, green tea is the king among all the teas. In the end, it didn't take long before someone came forward to smack faces. On Hueco, a very famous tea merchant from the Zhejiang area posted, "I am willing to offer 100,000 yuan for 50 grams of Die Hong Pao tea leaves." With that, the netizens were all stunned. What? 100,000 yuan? To buy 50 grams? Fuck, how can that be? How can it be so expensive? It's impossible. But soon after, a CEO of a different tea enterprise made an offer and attached a contact number along with it. "This is my office number. Whoever has Die Hong Pao tea leaves can contact my secretary. I can offer 100,000 yuan for 30 grams. And there's still room for negotiation. That's all." What the hell? Someone made an offer again? It's even more expensive this time. 100,000 yuan for 30 grams? That's crazy. Following that, requests to purchase the tea leaves came one after another. A Beijing real estate CEO, "I don't have any hobbies other than drinking tea. I would also like to ask if anyone has Die Hong Pao tea leaves. I can give a good offer and don't need much, just 10 to 20 grams will be sufficient. If you have it or if you know someone who has Die Hong Pao tea leaves, please contact me or make the introduction so that I can contact the other party directly." A toy merchant, "I offer 60,000 yuan for 10 grams. A famous affluent second generation posted online, "I will offer 500,000 yuan for 100 grams. 600,000 yuan. 650,000 yuan. A bidding war broke out and kept going. Finally, that affluent second generation got annoyed and flatly made an offer. "I will also offer 650,000 yuan, but I only need 20 grams. Who has it? Contact me immediately." This was the highest offer so far today. The netizens were dumbfounded by what they saw. Is this what it's like in the world of the rich? Fuck. Spending over 600,000 yuan just to buy some tea leaves? And it's only for 20 grams? Impressive. Fuck that. Who was just saying that Da Hong Pao wouldn't be worth that much? Who was saying that no matter how expensive it was, it wouldn't compare to the best Zulongjing? No matter how expensive Longjing is, it is still sold by the caddy. But what about Da Hong Pao? It is fucking sold by the gram. This is a totally different level of pricing altogether. The price difference is too great. Whoever has a caddy or two of Da Hong Pao would totally strike it rich, right? But no one has come forward yet, so it doesn't seem like anyone has it. Yeah, it's so precious that you can't buy them even if you do have the money. Where is all the Da Hong Pao? If anyone has those tea leaves, it would be Zhang Yi. Teacher Zhang Yi doesn't need money, so I guess he wouldn't consider selling them. That's why the price has been speculated to such an extreme. Zhang Yi is really sharp and has good vision. I'm still wondering how he was able to discover this long-lost tribute from so many years ago. I'm still unsure if this is fake news or not. The next day, at Zhang Yi's parents' house. Early in the morning, there was someone knocking at the door. Some people had came to visit. His mother went to open the door and saw 8 or 9 people standing outside. Who are you? One of them said, hello, big sis. Is Professor Zhang at home? Little Yi is still sleeping at the moment. His mother sized them up curiously. Why are you looking for him? That person, a middle-aged man, smiled and said, I have something to discuss. I'm the head of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute. My surname is Yi. Then he introduced the person next to him. This is the vice president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. As for the other staff who had come along with them, he did not introduce them. People from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? His mother was slightly taken aback as she had definitely heard of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences before. Please come in quickly. Our house is a bit messy and has not been tidied up yet, so please don't mind. Someone else from the group said, Big sis, we're from the Fujian Provincial Government Administration Department. Following, yet another person said, hello, we are from the Wuai Mountain Scenic Area Management Committee. Excuse us for dropping by uninvited. Provincial government? Wuai Mountain Scenic Area Management Committee? So they were 3 groups of people and not just one. His mother exclaimed, please come in. I will go and wake little Yi up. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yi came out from the bedroom. Actually, Zhang Yi had already expected them to visit because the Dean of Peking University's Modern Agriculture Department had called yesterday evening to inform Zhang Yi that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had contacted him and were hoping to get in touch with Zhang Yi to discuss some matters regarding the Da Hong Pao parent trees. He did not reject them, but neither did he expect that they would come over so quickly the next morning. As for the other 2 groups of people, they were probably just tagging along. Everyone sat down as his mother boiled some water to make tea. Zhang Yi blinked and said, Mom, brew some Da Hong Pao for the guests. Okay. His mother could feel the pinch as she knew that the Da Hong Pao had already been speculated to an astronomical price on the internet. When those people heard that, they were unable to conceal their excitement any longer, eager to try out the tea. After steeping and brewing, the tea was served. The vice president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute couldn't wait any longer and stood up to say, Big sis, I'll do it instead. His mother said, don't trouble yourself. Please take a seat, everyone. The several of them immediately turned serious as they formally took a deep breath and raised their teacups to taste the tea. Great tea. This is indeed a top-of-the-line tea. This taste spreads out the moment it enters the mouth. Good. Good. Very good. In the house, sounds of surprised praise immediately rang out. The vice president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences asked, Professor Zhang, how did you discover the existence of Da Hong Pao? To those from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Zhang Yi was a mathematician and was thus regarded as a person of science. They saw him as their peer, so when they addressed him, they naturally used Zhang Yi's title obtained from Peking University's math department. With the Qing Dynasty document that the Fujian University professor found, Zhang Yi had better support as he smiled and said, I read a lot and have seen more things than most people. The head of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute nodded vigorously. Teacher Zhang is no doubt someone who researches Chinese literature. You're really experienced and knowledgeable. Zhang Yi said, you're flattering me. It's just a coincidence. The vice president took another sip before looking at Zhang Yi and saying, Professor Zhang, do you know why we're here today? Surely you are not here to drink tea only. Zhang Yi shook his head, not really knowing why. The vice president laughed and stated, then I'll get straight to the point. The Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences paid a visit to the Wuai Mountain Scenic Area to investigate We've already done the relevant research and that data has been sent back as well. The team that went there was also led by another vice president, so you can say that the academy is taking this very seriously. Zhang Yi just listened to him quietly. The vice president said, after we conducted the field work and surveyed the area, as well as doing a sample analysis on the few parent trees there, we were able to determine that those were indeed the Da Hong Pao trees described in historical documents that had disappeared for over 100 years. Therefore, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences held an emergency meeting and established a research project. We would like to conduct an in-depth study on the parent trees on the premise that we would not affect its growth and development. On top of that, we would also try grafting and cultivating the tea tree so that we may propagate the planting of it. Da Hong Pao is too precious. It's not only a testimony of history, it's also the entire country and nation's cultural heritage. So of course we hope for it continue into the future. Because the ownership of these parent trees lies with you, we definitely want to seek your approval first. Besides, we want to assure you that we won't cause any damage to the parent trees in the conduct of this research. In fact, we will use our experience of agricultural science to ensure that the Da Hong Pao parent trees will flourish and grow even healthier, preventing pest damage, natural disasters, as well as other uncontrollable factors from affecting it. The head of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute added, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences values those parent trees more than you, so you can definitely rest assured if you leave them to us to protect. Zhang Yi asked, then what do I need to do? The vice president said, you don't have to do anything, just giving us the authorization will be enough. Zhang Yi smiled and said, okay, no problem. The people from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences were stunned as they did not expect Zhang Yi to agree so readily. I've never refused to do my bit for the country and our citizens when it matters, such as passing down our cultural heritage. Zhang Yi smiled and said, you guys are right. The Da Hong Pao parent trees are the nation's assets and culture, they do not belong only to me. After he said that, he quickly added, though the trees belong to the nation, the tea leaves are mine. Everyone was amused. The vice president smiled and said, the annual harvests of those parent trees are definitely yours, but for our research work, I would like to bring some tea leaves back later. 50, no, 20 grams should be enough. Zhang Yi agreed, sure. When the discussion with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences was done, it was time to speak with those from the Fujian Provincial Government Administration Department. That person from the administration department said, Teacher Zhang, it's like this. We have also held an emergency meeting and decided to set up a new scenic spot at the Wuai Mountain Scenic Area which will be called the Da Hong Pao Scenic Area. It will be open to tourists to help spread our tea culture. Zhang Yi heartily consented, sure, just do as you all deem fit. With the discussions completed in the smoothest of ways, everyone was happy with the outcome. Actually, all of the issues that they discussed today were already in place back in Zhang Yi's previous world. For example, in his previous world, there was also a Da Hong Pao Scenic Area in the Wuai Mountains. Then, there was also the mass cultivation of Da Hong Pao seeds and cuttings that took place back there, though the quality of such mass-cultivated Da Hong Pao tea trees were less uniform and would never be as good as the harvests from the parent trees. On the same day, the country's decision to do research on and cultivate Da Hong Pao was even reported on news simulcast. This was also another way that Da Hong Pao had its status confirmed, even more so as it was an official affirmation from the country. So it wasn't fake news at all. Da Hong Pao is real and it exists. Even the country has involved itself in the research. They have placed such a great importance on the tea. Holy shit, it's really a famous tea from the ancient days. A gram costs over 10,000 yuan? Well, isn't that really expensive? At this point, no one had any more doubt about the authenticity of Da Hong Pao. Chapter 873, A Bite of China ends. A shocking viewership rating. Da Hong Pao has become famous. The calls were arriving one after another. That night, Zhang Yi was taking a dump in the bathroom when Hoof called. Zhang Yi answered and said, hey, brother Hu. I'm still going through the crosstalk in my mind. Give me another 2 days. When A Bite of China wraps up, I will get the crosstalk proposal written properly for sure. I will definitely get it out in time. Hoof said, I'm not calling to hound you over the crosstalk routine. Zhang Yi laughed and said, what is it about then? Nothing much. I'm just calling to give you my New Year greetings in advance, Hoof equivocated. Oh, thank you. Zhang Yi said, have a happy New Year too. After dragging out the conversation for some time, Hoof finally said, I heard that all of those Da Hong Pao trees have been bought by you? The country still had to inform you before they could start on their tea research? Zhang Yi chuckled, brother Hu, if you have something to say, just say it. Why be so courteous with me? Alright, then I will just say it. Hi, but actually it's not me. Hu felt a little embarrassed and said, "You know the executive director of Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, right? Director Chang usually enjoys drinking wine and tea. After he heard about this Da Hong Pao tea, he has been itching for a taste for the past 2 days. You might not know this, but Director Chang has asked me more than 3 times in the past 2 days about this matter. He knows that we were old colleagues and had a good relationship, so he requested that I ask if you have any excess tea leaves to spare. If you do and are alright with it, can you sell a few grams to him? He doesn't need much as he knows that the tea leaves have already been speculated to over 10,000 yuan per gram. So it will be good enough as long as he can make a cup of tea from it, perhaps like 3 or 4 grams. Director Chang said that he will pay according to the market price. Zhang Yi laughed upon hearing that and said, "Come on, brother Hu. Why are you mentioning the money? Are you putting me down? Aren't they just some tea leaves? I'll bring some for you guys when I go over soon." Hu immediately said, "You're truly a loyal friend. About the payment, we'll talk about. If you still mention the payment, I won't give you the tea anymore." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "Anyway, it won't be much, just 5 grams, but that should be enough to make a cup or pot of tea. Just don't mention paying anymore. You can have a taste when the time comes as well." Hu laughed heartily. "Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony with you." "It's nothing," Zhang Yi said generously. A moment later, a call from the executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoliang, arrived. "Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yi was still taking a dump. "Hi, Director Chang." "Thank you," Chang Xiaoliang said with gratitude. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "Please don't be so polite with me. It's just a small matter." Chang Xiaoliang stated, "To us tea lovers, this is a big matter. Have you seen how high the price has been speculated online? Da Hong Pao is so hard to come by now that you can't buy it even if you had the money since there is demand but no supply. Do you know many people would kill for a sip of it right now?" Zhang Yi replied, "It's not that bad. If you come over to my place, you can drink all you want." Chang Xiaoliang said, "Then I won't mention paying, but consider that I owe you one." "You don't have to do that, Director Chang," Zhang Yi said. They had only gotten to know each other recently and were not actually that close. Therefore, Chang Xiaoliang approached Hoof to convey the message on his behalf. But when he heard that Zhang Yi readily agreed to his request, Chang Xiaoliang felt a little embarrassed and decided that he must give Zhang Yi a call personally to thank him. 5 minutes later, another call came in. It was Dong Shanshan. "Zanger, what are you doing?" Zhang Yi said bluntly, "I'm taking a dump in the bathroom." "Whoa, I was wondering why it was so smelly," Dong Shanshan joked. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "You can even smell it over the phone? I need to discuss something with you." Dong Shanshan did not beat around the bush. "I would like to buy some tea leaves from you, can you give me a price?" Zhang Yi asked, How much do you need?" Dong Shanshan answered, "Just 5 or 10 grams would be sufficient. I can't afford to buy too much since I still have to pay for my home loan." Zhang Yi wondered, "I didn't know that you like to drink tea." "It's for a gift." Dong Shanshan said, "There's a female manager at the station who has always taken extremely good care of me. The reason I was chosen to host the Spring Festival Gala was because she had suggested it, so I can be considered indebted to her. This manager of mine likes drinking tea and her birthday is coming soon. I definitely must express my gratitude." Zhang Yi understood. "Alright, don't talk about buying or not buying. How could I ask you to pay? I'll give you 10 grams for free. You can give it to whomever you like." "Thanks, old classmate." "You're welcome." Muah. Over the phone, he could hear the sound of her lips smacking as she gave him a kiss. Zhang Yi was amused and hung up. However, right at the next moment, his phone rang again. This time it was from Yin Tanfei. "Little Zhang, what are you busy with? Are you resting now?" When he heard that, Zhang Yi replied, "I'm not resting yet. Director Yan, I'll give you 10 grams of Da Hong Pao tea leaves and bring them to the office tomorrow after I've packed them into smaller packages." Yan Tanfei was stunned. "How did you know that I was planning to ask you for the tea leaves?" Zhang Yi could not help laughing. "I've already gotten a few calls, everyone was asking about the tea leaves. Hi, to think I was hesitating to call you for over an hour just now." Yan Tanfei laughed and said, "I should have just called earlier if I knew." Zhang Yi said, "Even if you did not say it, I was already planning to bring some for you tomorrow." Yan Tanfei immediately spoke, "Okay, thanks. I'll be trying out the tea that an emperor drank and see how it tastes. Oh right, I have a piece of calligraphy by a calligraphy master of our current generation. I've had it for some years now, so I'll bring it over as well. Let me give it to you in exchange for the tea leaves." "There's no need to, Director Yan. That won't do." "That's that then." Following that, a few more friends and relatives contacted him. Zhang Yi did not reject any of them. As long as they asked, he readily agreed to give them some tea leaves. However, it was definitely not that much and was limited to just 5 to 10 grams per person. The tea was naturally very rare and precious to others since it could not be bought even with money, but none of that mattered to Zhang Yi as this fellow had brought the Da Hong Pao tea leaves back to Beijing from the Wuyi Mountains in a gunny sack. It was the entire stockpile of tea leaves that the monks at the nameless monastery had harvested over the years. Whether it was 10 grams or 100 grams of tea leaves, it was just a drop in the bucket to him. Even the excess spillage from the gunny sack alone would weigh more than that. Just that little box that he had used to randomly keep the excess tea leaves and placed underneath the coffee table would have around 150 to 200 grams of Da Hong Pao in it. The next morning, at the office, when Zhang Yi arrived, he was immediately surrounded. Little Wang exclaimed, "Director Zhang, our A-Bite of China is famous again." Huang Dandan also said excitedly, "The country has even initiated a project because of it. This Da Hong Pao was discovered by our A-Bite of China." Hakiki laughed and said, "No matter what happens in the future, we have definitely leave a mark on history." Tong Fu yelled, "Our work today will benefit all our future generations." When Zhang Yi saw this group of people boasting about themselves to the skies, he was amused. Our work today will benefit all our future generations? It's not that great of an achievement. Alright now, stop bragging about ourselves like that. Zhang Zuo said excitedly, "At least the news surrounding A-Bite of China will be surely soar over the next few days." Hakiki made a noise in acknowledgement. The show will be ending after the last 2 episodes are broadcast in a few days' time. I wonder what the viewership ratings will be. How is Rise to the Dance doing now? Zhang Yi asked curiously. That show had once competed fiercely with them and even tied in the viewership ratings for their premiere episodes. Zhang Zuo laughed as he shook his head. They have totally waned. Rise to the Dance's season finale has just concluded and the viewership rating of the last episode was only 0.45%. Zhu Yiping and Chen Yi's program team can be considered to have totally failed their objectives. I heard from a friend that Central TV Department 1 is already planning to disband their program team or replace the main bosses. Otherwise, who would bear the responsibility of their failure? Hakiki stated, letting director Zhang go will surely be their lifelong regret. Zhang Zuo laughed, I bet they're already regretting it. Zhang Yi said, don't bother with them. We're approaching the end of our documentary's broadcast, so let's just do the things we're supposed to and see if we can rely on the momentum generated by our Da Hong Pao episode to rewrite the record of the viewership ratings again. Understood. Got it. We must do so, Director Zhang. Several days later, the last 2 episodes of A Bite of China were broadcast on the Central TV documentary channel. For the Chinese, the habit of eating breakfast developed during the Han Dynasty some 2,000 years ago. Since then, most Chinese people have eaten 3 meals a day. While breakfast has become an almost a universal custom around the world, in China, it has sparked a variety of lifestyles and philosophies. Next, the caption appeared. Finale, the 3 meals. Episode director, Zhang Yi. In front of their televisions, many of the viewers who saw the captions on the last episode suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. For city dwellers, breakfast has to be quick and easy. Tianjin people know this best of all. They start with mung bean batter and spread it into a wonderful, round shape on the pan thin and even without breakages. Eggs make it nutritious. Then they deep fry the batter until it's golden brown. They're fritters with fruit filling, tender on the outside and crisp on the inside, both sweet and salty. 2 minutes is all that's needed to enjoy them. It's human nature to want to enjoy good food. But everyone has different and sometimes opposing ideas about good food. We all make choices about what we eat. Today, the Chinese are seeing an amazing abundance of food, as well as extreme shortages of resources. If they turn to their ancestral wisdom for answers, they may find this advice. Big a mansion may be, but a bed is all one needs to sleep at night. Rich a man may be, but 3 meals a day are all one needs to live. The ending music started to play. A Bite of China ended. 1. At Central TV Department 14. It was already nighttime, but no one had left yet. The moment A Bite of China ended, the colleagues who were watching their own show in the office stood up together and started clapping. Ba ba ba. It's ended. We were absolutely the best. Thank you, Director Yan. Director Zhang, you've worked hard. We're the best. Oh. Let's give a cheer for ourselves. We will surely enter the annals of history together with A Bite of China. Little Wang, who had not been seen around all this time, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the office and started humming a tune. She pushed a small cart with a cake on it. There were even some candles lighted and placed on it. Yan Tanfei laughed loudly. There's even a celebration planned? Zhang Yi threw up his hands. I didn't know about it either. They were the ones who organized it. Hakiki said happily. Director Yan, Director Zhang, please blow out the candles and cut the cake. Zhang Yi asked, is there any alcohol? Of course there is. We've already prepared everything. Little Wang and Huang Dandan took out the alcohol as though they were performing a magic show. It was champagne. Yan Tanfei laughed and said, I was still intending to not drink for a few days. But alright, I'll make an exception today. Let's celebrate together with everyone. Come, pour the champagne. Cheers. Cheers. Let's celebrate the successful ending of A Bite of China. Oh, hooray. The next day, the latest nationwide viewership ratings for television shows were released. A Bite of China used the viewership rating of its last episode to shock the entire country once again. It had given those preciously doubting voices and critics another loud slap. The last episode's nationwide viewership rating was 2.98%. Little Wang screamed, "Ah!" Zhang Zuo was so excited that he nearly threw his mouse. Oh my god. We're too awesome. Huang Dandan shouted loudly, we're simply too awesome. The entire A Bite of China program team was screaming. Central TV was dumbfounded. The industry was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Disregarding all those years when television enjoyed a monopoly on home entertainment, and after the birth of the modern internet era in recent years, when had there ever been a television show that could achieve such a level of popularity? When had there ever been a television show that could achieve such a viewership rating? In this present market environment, they had in fact very nearly breached the 3% viewership rating mark of the old days. And it was even a documentary. Xu Yipeng was silent. Central TV was silent. Many of the industry insiders were also silent. They could use 1,000 or 10,000 reasons to attack and criticize Zhang Yi, but this result that Zhang Yi achieved had truly left them with nothing to say. 2.98%. 2.98%. Looking at the viewership ratings charts, many of the industry insiders' first reaction was, has this world gone crazy? How can a documentary turn out to be so fucking popular? Chapter 874, the crosstalk routine is confirmed. It was also crazy online. 2.98%. Your sister. This is too damn scary. About a decade ago, when we still hadn't transitioned fully into the modern internet era and the main form of entertainment for people was still TV, it was possible for a show to achieve close to 3% viewership. However, in today's internet age where a TV is no longer an essential item for a family, the program team that could achieve such a viewership rating can only be Zhang Yi's team, and the person who could hit such a viewership rating can only be Zhang Yi. Let's cheer for Zhang Yi. This has to be an unprecedented miracle in history. I suppose the other TV stations are already dumbstruck to witness something like this. That's right. I had thought that the best a documentary could do is break 2% of the viewership ratings. But who could have thought that the last episode of A Bite of China would shock everyone again? Even though it was already so popular, the viewership ratings still rose so explosively. I love A Bite of China. It's a really good watch. This is the best documentary in history. Is there a second season? Don't end it. My family has already gotten used to watching the Central TV documentary channel every weekend. Pleading for a second season. Teacher Zhang, if there's a chance in the future, please make a second season of the documentary. I really can't bear to see A Bite of China end its run. I also can't bear to see it end, but this should be Zhang Yi's last show for Central TV. After the new year, his contract with Central TV will almost be up. Yao Jiankai posted on Weibo, congratulations to my old bros show for ending perfectly. A local documentary director, A Bite of China is probably going to be an insurmountable mountain in the history of documentaries. I wish Zhang Yi well and hope that he will get better and better in the future. Dong Shanshan, congratulations, old classmate. Yu Yinai, Zhang Yi the most talented guy in a history of media college. The best director of the hosting world, the best mathematician of the directing world, the best literary scholar of the mathematics world, and the best host of the literary world. Zhang Ziya, congratulations to little Zhang on hitting a new high. Fan Wenli, looking forward to teacher Zhang's crosstalk performance at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. The popularity of A Bite of China had also lifted the confidence of the entire industry regarding this kind of niche programming. On the day A Bite of China ended its broadcast, there were many television stations and production companies who submitted their documentary proposals and put forth their agendas. Some television stations were even announcing the broadcast times for their new shows. Guangxi Television would be launching a documentary called A Walk into Delicacy next week. Guangdong Television would start televising Village Tastes next month. Meanwhile, Shandong Television would start filming a documentary called Gluttonous, which they'd invested a huge sum of money into. All of them had wanted to ride on the momentum created by A Bite of China's popularity. They naturally did not schedule their shows while A Bite of China was still broadcasting. Everyone knew that no matter how they shot their documentary, They could not possibly be on par with A Bite of China and compete with it. Therefore, after A Bite of China's broadcast ended, numerous food documentaries were launched one after another as their promotions spread like a wildfire. An expert referred to this period as the post-A Bite of China era. On this morning, at Taoran Pavilion, Wu Zeking's home. Old Wu, I'm here. Come on in. Where are the slippers? There's no need to change into them, just come straight in. Inside, Wu Zeking did not turn around to welcome him. Instead, she seemed like she was fiddling with several big and small bags of clothing or something. Dressed in casual attire, Old Wu was wearing a pair of black leggings and a gray knit sweater that made her look extremely gentle and elegant. Zhang Yi walked over to her and asked, "What are you doing?" "I bought you some clothes." Wu Zeking took out a piece of clothing from its packaging and threw the packaging aside. She straightened the shirt and placed it against Zhang Yi's body to see if it fit. Then she smiled and said, "Come, try this on." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Why did you buy clothes for me again?" Wu Zeking replied, "I'm afraid that you won't have any clothes to wear." "I did not even get to wear many of those clothes you bought for me last time," Zhang Yi remarked. Wu Zeking said, "The new year is coming and you didn't even buy any clothes for yourself. If I don't buy them for you, who will?" Indeed, ever since Zhang Yi went down the path of the entertainment industry, he had basically never gone to the mall. Zhang Yi could not do that as there were too many people around. In fact, the majority of his current clothes had been bought by Wu Zeking. Old Wu would also frequently give him some skincare products, discount vouchers, or prepaid gift cards to him as she did not really use them for herself. At least half of these benefits for the SARF's director-level staff had gone into Zhang Yi's pocket. Of course, Zhang Yi was previously the top artist on the SARF's blacklist and was now on their watch list as a person of interest. If people from the SARF knew that their upper management benefits were being used by Zhang Yi, who knows how they would feel. It was a bit ironic in every case. "Alright, I'll try them on." Zhang Yi then handed her a small box and said, "I brought you some more Da Hong Pao." When she heard that, Wu Zeking smiled and said, "Previously, I did not know what type of tea you brought for me, but I finally understood from the news the past few days. No wonder you reminded me over and over to not give it to other people. It was because this is a famous tea from ancient times and there are only a few remaining parent trees of it left in the world. It's better that you to keep it for yourself. It's a waste to give it to me." Zhang Yi declared, Just take it and drink whenever you want. I still have plenty anyway. Even if you want a few caddies of it, I'll still give it to you. It's really nothing much. Just look at this guy." He was willing to give old Wu those tea leaves by the caddies, but when it came to anyone else, he would only do it by the gram. This was what you call a difference. Zhang Yi began trying on the clothes. He did not feel at all embarrassed to do so in front of old Wu. Besides, he was wearing a pair of long johns anyway, so he just tried them on piece by piece. Old Wu was very meticulous as she bought 2 sets each of the coat, shirt, pants, and shoes for him. There were even 2 sets of long johns and socks too. They chatted as he tried on the clothes. "Has the documentary finished broadcasting?" "It just ended." "Then are you just waiting for the new year now?" "Hi, of course not. I still haven't finished prepping for the Spring Festival Gala crosstalk routine. It's not ready yet." "Not yet. I still can't think of anything to say." "Nothing comes to mind?" "Not really. It's just that I don't have the inspiration yet." "What do you mean by you don't have the inspiration?" Zhang Yi explained, "In the past, when I performed my crosstalks, they were always based on my pent-up emotions, anger, or resentment. My crosstalks were always about scolding people, whether it was scolding the crosstalk world or Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. But recently, I've finished scolding all the people who deserve to be scolded and finished fighting those who deserve to be fought. Everyone knew what I did and no one dared to pick on me anymore in the past few days. But that leaves me not knowing what I can talk about in my crosstalk routine now." Wu Zeking smiled and said, "Why are you always thinking about conflict?" Zhang Yi replied, "Because I've gotten used to it by now. If anyone tries to pick on me, I can easily scold them day and night in my crosstalk without repeating a single joke. But now that everything is fine and peaceful, it somehow makes it more difficult to say something. Beijing TV has been pressing me for the script as they have already carried out the second rehearsal for the gala, but I'm still unprepared with the content. See this?" He pointed at his lips and said, "I'm so stressed recently that my lips are cracking. I'll apply some eye cream for you." Wu Zeking headed up to the second floor and came back down with the eye cream very quickly. Zhang Yi continued, "I'm worried over that problem right now. Old Yao has also called me several times regarding it. My task now is to finish writing Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala crosstalk before the new year." Old Wu squeezed out some of the eye cream onto her finger and applied it gently for him. "Recently, I've seen some of the netizens' comments about you. Many of them like your crosstalk routines and say that the routines are great at venting their anger. But there's a small group that dislikes them. They feel that your crosstalk routines are too hostile and that you are always fighting with others through them. Zhang Yi said with embarrassment, but that's always been my style. Wu Zeking looked at him and commented with a smile, I've been meaning to ask you this, but can't you perform a crosstalk without scolding people? I don't believe you can do that. Of course I can, Zhang Yi answered without even thinking. Wu Zeking said, so, why don't you just perform a proper crosstalk routine this time? Perform a proper crosstalk routine? Zhang Yi blinked several times. Wu Zeking put the cap back on the eye cream container. She smiled and said, let everyone see that even without scolding people, you can still perform a great crosstalk routine. Zhang Yi went silent and thought for a full minute about her words. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh and shouted, okay. Just as you said. I will prove to them what I'm capable of. I'll make the crosstalk world open their eyes. There is no crosstalk that I can't say. Wu Zeking smiled. Is your fighting spirit back? Yes. Are you inspired now? Yes. I've already decided what the crosstalk will be. Zhang Yi said that while picking up his cell phone to call Yao Jiankai. Didu. The call connected. Yao Jiankai's voice sounded, Zanger, what's the matter? Zhang Yi laughed. Old Yao, I've thought it through. Let's perform a proper crosstalk routine this time for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. We will criticize the problems in society and widen everyone's horizons. Yao Jiankai was stunned. Perform a proper crosstalk routine? Zhang Yi responded, yes. Yao Jiankai asked doubtfully, are you sure you're up to it? Zhang Yi nearly fainted. Why aren't I? Don't tell me you also think that I'm only capable of crosstalk routines that are used for scolding and smacking people's faces? 875 Zhang Yi pokes fun at the Spring Festival Gala. First half on the eve of the Spring Festival. Zhang Yi's maternal grandma's house. The sound of firecrackers going off outside was heard all around as every household decorated their homes with lanterns and streamers.